morning, ladies and gentlemen, viewers. Welcome to Day 2 of the New South Wales Combined High School Sports Association Athletics Championships for 2023. This is the 109th holding of this event, and we're here at sunny Homebush at the Olympic Park, and we have activity already out on the track and field. Before we start, though, I'd like to acknowledge the Wongal as the first custodian of the land, the air and waters, now known as Sydney Olympic Park. We pay our respect to all First Nations people and our community elders past, present and emerging. Ladies and gentlemen and viewers, we will be starting off with the 400-metre hurdles for the 17 girls plus final. And that will be commencing very shortly. This event over the years, over 108 years, has seen 73 Australian reps go through that competed at the CHS Championships. And throughout the course of the next 2 days, we might mention a few names such as Nick Ahern, Maureen Curd, Nicole Bergman, Darren Clark, to name a few, that have competed at this event and gone on to represent their country at international events around the world. So we hope you will join us for the whole of the next 2 days and enjoy the competitions that we're going to unfold. We do have cameras out with the field events, and if you go to the School Sports, New South Wales School Sports Unit website, you'll see the links to the various field events that are being conducted. As I look out in the field at the moment, we've got a shot put and a high jump going on the southern end, and a javelin event at the northern end. This event brings students from all around New South Wales, from 10 associations around New South Wales, from the far north coast out to Western, down to the Riverina. We have South Coast, the Hunter, Northwest, and 4 metropolitan associations: Sydney East, Sydney North, Sydney West and Sydney Southwest competing here. To reach this level, all the students have started their pathway to this championship at the school level. They have competed at the school, gone on to their local zone, and then to their association championships to gain selection to come to this event. The culmination of the Combined High Schools Athletics Championship program is here and has been going for, as I said, 108 years. So my co-commentator is Nathan, and he'll join us shortly. We look forward to 2 days of competition. As you're aware, the competition did start yesterday, but we start the live stream today. And I should thank, first of all, Clutch TV for the support they give to our programs. So you people who can't make it to the event can actually tune in and watch and see how some of your classmates, your school representatives, and your family members are competing. Our first event, as I said, will be the girls 17 final, event number 58. And that is, in fact, they are at the starting blocks as we speak. And I'll hand you to Nathan.
Yeah, so welcome everyone to our live stream. It's been a terrific day yesterday of competition. It's going to be pretty warm today as well, so really important for the athletes to manage themselves here. But we're not mucking around, Neil. Straight into the finals.
Yeah, the first 5 or 6 events are finals.
We love to see. So the girls 16 to 19 400-metre hurdles. We will run through the field now quickly for you. So in lane 2, looks like we've got all of them present. Lane 2, Caitlin Martin of Hunters Hill, Sydney North. In lane 3, Charlie McGrath of Bulli, South Coast. In lane 4, Isabel Nystrom, Randwick Girls, Sydney East. Lane 5, Talan Packy of Newtown, Performing Arts. In lane 6, Layla Connolly of Vincentia High School, South Coast. Lane 7, Olivia Piter of Westfield Sports, Sydney Southwest. In lane 8, Destiny Magoon, also of Westfield Sports, Sydney Southwest. And Laura Smilly of Mulwaree High School South Coast. So their competitors, they're just about to be placed in the hands of the start. You can see the competitors listed on the inset screen there, which is what is displayed on the scoreboard.
And the record here, Nathan, is 61.49. It was set in 2010 by Sarah Carley from Kira High School.
Yeah, Sarah Carley, Olympian in this event, so see what these girls can do. They might use this event as stepping stones to greater things, and we've always seen the combined high schools, Neil, being a very competitive event. We talk about like the independent schools, they have such a strong and rich history of athletics and sporting success as well, but when we look through the number of high-quality athletes, Australian representatives, we've had 73 Australian representatives in total. It's a pretty amazing thing over the 108-year history of this event.
It's tremendous when you look at that and you look at where they've come from in the various schools. I'm pleased to see that my old alma mater, Sydney Boys High School, has 5 Australian reps, and that would have started back with the high jumper Tim Wall back in the 50s, I think it was. There's been some great performances at Fort Street Girls High School, Westfield Sports High School, of course, more recently, and the Forest High School. David Geddes from the Forest High School. He was an outstanding athlete even in the primary schools, Nathan.
There you go. So, had a little bit of a delay, but it looks like we're ready to go here. The first final on day 2 of the New South Wales CHS Championship. The girls 16 to 19, 400-metre hurdles. So away from the inside, it's Martin, McGrath, Nystrom, Packy, Connolly, Piter, Magoon and Smilly. So as they work their way through, really good start there by Talan Packy, Newtown Performing Arts. She's in the centre. She probably rose first over their first couple of flights there. The other Sydney East competitor, Isabel Nystrom, as well. So Sydney East probably first and second at the moment. We'll see if they're able to hold their form because it really is so crucial. You can see a great view of them there as they work their way through. So in lane 5, Talan Packy of Newtown Performing Arts just trying to hold off Nystrom of Randwick Girls on her inside here as we see Nystrom start to put in a bit of a surge on the inside. So great contest in the first race of the day. So Isabel Nystrom, Randwick Girls, absolutely tearing into the straight, and she has left her run quite well. She's still got one to negotiate with Talan Packy, not giving up the fight, close for third as well. Layla Connolly of Vincentia South Coast trying to hold off one of our Westfield sports athletes there. Might be Destiny Magoon, but no disputing our winner. Really well-timed race, Isabel Nystrom, Randwick Girls, 102.23. I'll tell you what, that's pretty close to a time for Sarah Carley is the premier 400-metre hurdler in the country right now. She set this record back in 2010, but Neil, that's not far off the pace of the Olympian in this event and Australia's cream of the crop in the 400-metre hurdles.
I've got to say that's a punishing event.
It is, isn't it?
The girls are...
The 400 flat looks hard enough, and just the pacing of it as well. They always say that, feels like it's slow motion, that last 100 metres, but when you got a couple of flights to even break your rhythm, it must
hurt. And they've done it. They did very well. As you said, it was a very good time to start our morning off.
Yeah, most people would be very hard-pressed to do 62 seconds for a 400-metre flat. So with all the flights they've had to negotiate and try to hold their rhythm, keep the hits high and still manage to stay light on their feet and relaxed in the upper body is a really difficult thing to do. So well done to Isabel Nystrom, Talan Packy as well. An incredible effort there in first final. Girls 16 to 19, 400-metre hurdles.
I think we may have had a change in the program, Nathan. They are clearing the track for the hurdle, so we may be moving down to the girls 17 plus 200 final.
Yeah, so I think the 400-metre hurdles for the boys was a straight final yesterday.
Okay.
So heats were scheduled yesterday, but they ran the final at the heat time. So that's why we're not having the boys race here. Isabel Nystrom, 62.21, took the win there on the scoreboard here at the venue. Talan Packy, 63.72 with the silver, unofficially still at this stage. And Destiny Magoon it was at Westfield Sports, 64.52, continuing the strong number of athletes who've been on the podium for that school When we talk about Westfields, they were really strong yesterday. It was a really close relay yesterday, Neil, in the boys' 13 years with Westfields and Endeavour Sports, and it's always a contest between those two. It's good that we have a trophy as well for the sports high schools and for the comprehensive. It's called, comprehensive schools. So Westfields have actually got 17 records. They've got an incredible number of athletes who've been through there. They've got 4 of the 6 boys relay records, 3 of the 6 girls as well. Probably their most famous to go through was 2009 world discus champion Danny Stevens. So an incredible culture there at Westfield Sports.
I think we're going to go to the boys 200 first by a look here. That's event 59 on our program. Boys 200, 17 plus final. Talking about that Westfields and Endeavour competitiveness between the two schools, it goes across a number of sports, and it's a very healthy competition. Of course, all these competitors know each other from the regular meets, and they do a marvellous job when they get out here.
They sure do, and see the boys set up and talk about the man, Rashid Carver, right here from Westfield Sports. I've been talking about him. He was the outstanding performance boy last year, based on his result in the 17-plus hurdles. So his second year in the 17-plus, he's wearing the Sydney Southwest singlet and going out of lane number 5. So watch out for him. He will be one of the favourites here. Liam Capsala is a really quality athlete as well, so keep an eye on him as well. But it's a very strong final. Jake Hammond of Heathcote High School. Heathcote have got a rich history in this event as well. Sutherland Shire School. He was an Australian youth representative, Jake Hammond. In 2009, he set the CHS record for this event, 21.15. So the boys just going through their final preparations now and activating all the muscles they need to get firing.
An announcement for all association managers. We require your 4x4 relay forms announcing by 10 a.m. this morning. Your 4x4 relay competitors in by 10 a.m. this morning. Thank you.
Whilst we have a slight delay in the next of our track events here on Day 2 competition at New South Wales Combined High Schools Championships, the boys 17 to 19 years, 200 metre final. We will run through the lineup. In lane 2, Mitchell Bradley from Wyndham, Sydney West. In lane 3, Isaiah Ladejo Cicada, Narrabeen Sports, Sydney North. In lane 4, Liam Capsalas, Sydney Secondary College, Black Bottle Bay. In lane 5, Rashid Carberry won the Outstanding Performance Award for Boys in 2022 at the CHS. He's representing Westfield Sports, Sydney Southwest. In lane 6, Lucas Campbell, Oak Flats, South Coast. In lane 7, Isaac Parks of Fig Tree, South Coast. In lane 8, Jake Hayter of Glenwood, Sydney West. And in lane 9, Regan Pommerwell, Farah Agricultural, Northwest. This is the final of the boys 17 to 19 years, 200 metres on the far side of the track, not too far away from a start. So away from the inside, it's Bradley, Laducho, Cicada, Capsalis, Carver, Campbell, Parks, Hayter, and Popplewell here. So Carver getting the best of the bend here. It's also Sydney West on the outside. Jake Hayter of Glenwood, probably in a narrow second place. Coming through on his inside, Isaac Parks as well. And also the Sydney East competitor, Liam Capsalis of Blackwattle Bay, trying to get a little bit close to our race leader, but he will defend his title. 21.85. Rashid Carver, terrific run, gets another CHS state title to his name. Terrific performance. He won the Outstanding Boys Performance Award last year based on his hurdles race, but here in the 200, he looks pretty content with that. And his final year of high school as well, finishing off on a high. Silver medalist in the long jump yesterday as well. So that's the second final of the track done and dusted here, the New South Wales CHS. Day 2, the boys 17 to 19, 200 metres.
Looks an outstanding athlete, the young boy from Sydney Southwest. He did it in fine style.
Very charismatic as well, Neil. He loves his athletics and makes sure he remembers why he does it, because it's easy at these competitions, you know, let the nerves get the better of you, but he always is one to keep things real and keep things and stay present in the moment, and he's a great ambassador for the sport, very humble as well. Confident but humble. It's what you want.
Oh, that's good to hear. Our next event will be the girls 17 plus 200 metres final. Event number 60.
So run through the field now, the girls 17 to 19, 200 metre CHS State Championship on the far side of the track. In lane 2, Lily McNamara, Singleton High School. Lane 3, Zinmin Tan of Willoughby Girls. Lane 4, Taliana Kabayawa, Glenwood, Sydney West. In lane 5, Caitlin Martin of Katoomba High School. In lane 6, Misha Boniface of Kiama High School. In lane 7, recently returned from the Commonwealth Youth Games, Jacinta Lampert of Endeavour Sports. In lane 8, Flynn Smith of Concord High School. And in lane 9, Chelsea Ezioki, Illawarra Sports High School. Final, girls 17 to 19, 200 metres. So away from the inside, McNamara, Mintan, Kabayawa, Martin, Boniface, Lampert, Smith and Ezioki here. Pretty close this one, a little bit closer than the boys as they head into the straight. It's Lampert with a narrow lead, Ezioki, Illawarra Sports on the outside in second, and also Kabayawa of Glenwood High School trying to get a little bit closer to our race leader here. But Jacinta Lampert of Endeavour Sports continuing the strong tradition from the Sydney East School, 24-7-9 to take the CHS state title. On the inside was Taliana Kabayawa in second place. These girls have raced each other for years. They know each other so well. The bronze medalist in the 4x400 at the Commonwealth Youth Games wins another CHS state gold medal here in the 200 metres.
Now getting ready for event 61. The boys are over there at the 200 metre mark at the northern end of the track. And this is the boys' 16-year-old 200 metres final.
One of the famous names in the CHS athletics history of this event, John Thornell, has got the record for the boys 16 years, 200 metres. The next event up on the track, 21.83. Introducing your finalists. In lane 2, Jacob Peterson of St Mary's Senior College. In lane 3, Hayne Dawson of Tamworth. In lane 4, the defending champion, Max McEnany of Dubbo South Coast. Lane 5, he was second last year, Dylan Ilangansalake of Glenwood High School. Lane 6, the bronze medalist in 2022, Taris Traino, Endeavour Sports High School. Lane 7, Taj Thompson of Pittwater. In lane 8, Joshua Hosking of Warilla High School. And in lane 9, Casey Van Egdom of Willumbar High School. This is the CHS Championship final for the boys, 16 years, 200 metres. So away from the inside, Peterson, Dawson, McInerney, Ilangansalake, Traino, Thompson, Hosking, Van Egdom here, and it looks like Traino off to a pretty good start. 2 to his inside, Max McInerney, the defending champion, and also up there as well, Dylan Ilangansalake. So it is very close between maybe Traino, a narrow margin here, but it's Max McInerney trying to challenge, but holding on there. Taris Traino, Endeavour Sports High School, will get a narrow victory. Stand on top of the podium here, 22.35, going 2 better than last year with his bronze medal in the boys' 16 years 200-metre final. So we're very privileged to have some very recent Australian representatives. Some of them actually missed their regional carnival because of it, the Commonwealth Youth Games, and had to get special dispensation to be through here. So another one of these Commonwealth Youth representatives features in the next event on the track, Isabel Lewison-Rowe in lane 4, but she will have her challenges in the girls' 16 years. Next event on the track, the girls' 16 years 200-metre final. In lane 2, Amelia Roberts of Warners Bay. Lane 3, Eliza Marsh of Picnic Point High School. Lane 4, the Commonwealth Youth bronze medalist Isabel Lewison-Rowe from Kirrawee High School. Lane 5, Anissa Quee of Castle Hill High School. Lane 6 from Port Hacking, Miller Coles. In lane 7, representing Auburn girls, Mariam Kamara. In lane 8, Fairvale High School representative Natasha Grimer. And in lane 9, representing Wollongong Performing Arts, Sienna Brajowski. This is the girls' 16 years 200-metre CHS Championship final. Away from the inside, Roberts, Marsh, Lewison-Rowe, Quee, Coles, Kamara, Grimer and Pajowski here as they work their way through. Looks like Anissa Quee of Sydney West has really gone out hard and has a good buffer zone. It's Miller Coles, probably the next to the chasers. Isabel Lewison-Rowe, the other Sydney East singlet on the inside, known for a high jumping. She can run at 200 well as well. Natasha Grimer of Fairvale moving into the bronze medal position. Coles getting a little bit closer, but won't be enough. Anissa Quee from Castle Hill takes the gold medal, 25.00.
Another very impressive run there, Nathan. When you look through the list of the people who've gone through these events, the CHS event, it's quite mind-boggling. Names like Miles Murphy, Warwick Parr, Jane Saville have all competed here and competed very successfully.
Incredible, yeah. Because it's such a rich history as well, we go back to that real golden era, the Betty Cuthberts as well, obviously, four-time Olympic champion. Some incredible athletes. Marjorie Jackson as well, two-time Olympic, 7-time Commonwealth Games gold medalist, and Marlene Matthews as well, who's made a terrific contribution to athletics after her athletic career as well. So incredible list of names. We're going to talk you through them as we go through this 2 minute list. As we said, 73 Australian representatives in athletics have come through the CHS pathway, and some of them very recently, even as recent as Jess Hull not too long ago. And she has been a finalist at the recent World Championship representing Australia in the 1500. I think she was 7th in the final there. And a mixed relay bronze medalist at the Bathurst World Cross Country. She was representing Albion Park High School. So, Neil, it just goes to show, and a big thing as well is not all of them necessarily were superstars. A lot of these future Olympians weren't in the record books. They don't necessarily win a medal every year. They sort of hit their straps a little bit later in their career. So it's just about trying to improve and see where you're at and try to stay motivated and involved in the sport.
And obviously a lot of them have stayed motivated, even in going on as coaches rather than competitors. So we look forward to the next crop that are going to come through. We've got the event number 64. No, we haven't. We're up to event 65, which is the boys 14 years final. Boys 15 years final. Sorry?
So the boys 15 years 200-metre final here. Just about set. Your start list on the inset screen. So we've got one scratching, and it will be no lane 8. Battle for gold, silver and bronze here, the boys 15 years 200-metre final. Andre Hampel was really impressive yesterday. See if he can back it up, get his recovery right and deliver the gold medal race here this morning in the 200-metre final for the boys 15 years. So away here in the boys 15 years final. Inside it's Wakalongo, McFarlane, Hampel, Wright, Humphreys, Dunn and Byrne on the outside. So Brodie Dunn of Eden Marine College has got a narrow lead at the moment. Sydney North, Andre Hampel challenging him with a little bit of work to do though. And also Aiden Wright of Sydney Secondary College, but he's found another gear. He's surge again, Brodie Dunn. They look to be getting closer and he's pumped with that. Have a look, 22.69. That's pretty close to the record as well. 22.20 from 1997, Matthew Boberg. And great to see the sportsmanship there. That's what it's all about. How good is it? Well done to Brodie Dunn. He's obviously super stoked with that, so he should be. Best government school athlete in New South Wales is definitely something to be proud of. And great to see him get the win there. Andre Hampel, great job, and Aidan McFarlane as well. Sorry, Aiden Wright Secondary College. We'll get those results confirmed shortly, but a great race there in the boys' 15 years 200-metre final.
And what a fantastic response from our other competitors. What they all raced over to a competitor to congratulate him. And they're still congratulating. So, great job. Our next event will be the girls' 15s, 200 metres. Final.
Our bronze medalist, a silver medalist, I should say, in a time of 22.19 from Blackwattle Bay is Liam Capsalis. And our gold medalist and New South Wales CHS champion for 2023 from Westfield Sports High School in a time of 21.85. Please congratulate our champion, Rashid Carter.
So underway here in the girls' 15 years final. Scarlett Wadley in 2, Healy in 3, Marshall Dawson 4, Jenkins 5, Lampert 6, Roberts 7, Mellis 8, Narden in 9. Lampert's got the lead into the straight. Ricky Roberts of Hurlston trying to hang tough. And Jenkins pushing through, as is Clara Marshall. Dawson trying to hang tough and battle through for this bronze medal position. But Lampert set it up brilliantly at the bend and held on for the victory. They've gone 1-2 in 2 events so far. Endeavour Sports High School Super Duo, Tammin Lampert and Eve Jenkins, 25-1-2 to take the win. With a beautiful tailwind as well behind them, plus 1.4 metres per second. Plus 2.0 is the legal win reading. And of course, this event is a permit meet as well, so times do count for qualification purposes for national championships and other events as well. So really good run there. Girls 15 years, 200 metres. More condensed program as well. Makes it tougher to back up for these athletes wanting to do multiple events. We saw some athletes do the modern pentathlon, just the pentathlon, with a couple of other events as well. Girls 15 years, 200 metre final.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll draw your attention to the presentation area where we are about to present medals to the place leaders and the girls, 12 to the 17 to 19, 200 metres. In third position in our bronze medalists, from Illawarra Sports High School on the South Coast is Chelsea Izoki. Our silver medalist from Glenwood High School in Sydney West, please congratulate Juliana Kambiawa. And our gold medalist, the New South Wales CHS champion in a time of 24.78 from Endeavour Sports High School in Sydney East. Our champion is Jacinta Lampert.
So Jacinta Lampert receiving her gold medal, as we said, a number of Commonwealth Youth representatives. I think we've got 6 Commonwealth Youth representatives here competing at the New South Wales CHS Championship. She's one of them. Just won a gold medal in the 200 metres off the back of a Commonwealth Youth bronze in the 4x400 metre relay representing Australia over in Trinidad.
Having a look back through the School Sports Unit website here, Nathan. 1952, Marjorie Jackson. 1952, Helsinki Olympic, won 2 sprinting gold medals. Went on to be Governor of South Australia.
She jumped ship, didn't she?
1956, Betty Cuthbert, of course, that you mentioned earlier. 3 gold medals in the 100, 200 and 4x100 relay. Then went on in 64 to Tokyo and won the 400 metres gold medal. What an athlete.
As if a couple of gold medals isn't enough. Olympic, and we know, track and field, probably track and field and football, soccer, the 2 most international sports around. Every country seems to be involved. So winning those medals at the highest level is ridiculously hard to do, just making it into the Australian colours. And that's what we talk about, like the pathway. Like people earning themselves, and sometimes it's easy to forget that, earning themselves a spot just on the start line or on the start list here is an incredible effort, because they've gone through 3 levels already just to earn their place.
That's exactly right. For some of them, they start that in the primary school and they carry it on in the high school and then just all the way through, which is quite remarkable. They obviously get a passion and they maintain that passion. And as you said, they may only get to the start line here, but go on and develop further later on. If people are interested, they can visit the School Sports Unit website. Just Google School Sport Unit New South Wales, and come up with the website. You can have a look at the history of school sport over the years. Started in 1889, and the athletics events back in 1889 were more about, well, major events were big presentations for special days. They'd have schools come in and put on a display
There you go. Yeah, I remember and Grant Parker as well, who's relieving CHS Executive Officer at the moment, talking about when they used to billet them.
Yep.
We'll talk a little bit more about that in a sec as the boys set up for this next race on the track, the 14 years, 200 metres. So boys, 14 years, 200 metres, just going through their final preparations here, as we said, and we've got Thomas Cashin, 24-1-4, he did last year to win the boys' 13 years final, so looking to defend his title here this morning. Pretty good conditions for sprinting. As we said, it's a slight tailwind and just the right amount to be a legal tailwind, as we said, plus 2.0 metres per second is what they're allowed to have times recorded to go for records, etc. With the exception of meet records, doesn't really matter. But the boys, 14 years, 200 metres. Some of them did a relay yesterday, and there was some really exciting relays. And there always is at the CHS Championships. So we'll run through the start list quickly now. In lane 2, Gavin Joel Dennis at Balcombe Hills, Sydney West. Lane 3, Hosea Tafuga at Macquarie Fields, Sydney Southwest. In lane 4, we've got a South Coast regional athlete. In lane 5, Coben Best of Westfield Sports. In lane 6, as we said, the defending champion Thomas Cashin of Hunter Sports High School. In lane 7, Rory Scott of Tuggerah Lake, Sydney North. In lane 8, Noah Phillips at Maitland Grossman Hunter Region. In lane 9, Joshua Ratu of Elderslie, Sydney Southwest. They're called to the marks in the final, the boys 14 years 200. So away in the boys' 14 years, 200 metre final. Joel Dennis on the inside to Fuga. We've got a South Coast athlete, and we've got Best, Cashin, Scott, Phillip, and Ratu on the outside. So pretty impressive bend here by Thomas Cashin, defending champion. And our man from the South Coast pushing through on the inside, Hosea Tafuga and Macquarie Fields. But South Coast, they were impressive yesterday in the relays and the distance events. They got another gold medal here, 23-7-0. Followed by Thomas Cashin, who set it up brilliantly, but he'll settle for the silver medal this year.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll draw your attention to the presentation area where we are about to present medals to the place winners of the girls, 16 to 19, 400 metre hurdle event. Our bronze medalists from Westfield Sports High School in Sydney Southwest, please congratulate Destiny Laguni. Our silver medalists from Newtown Performing Arts in a time of 63.72 is Talan Bucky.
So another of our medal presentations here. This was our first event on the track, I believe, the girls 16 to 19 400 metre hurdles. And on the track now, the girls 14 years, 200 metres. We've got Bridie Davis starting in lane 2 for Young High School Riverina. In lane 3, Lucy Langlands of Dapto High School South Coast. In lane 4, Indy Bauer of Endeavour Sports High School. In lane 5, the gold medalist last year from Georges River Peak Penshurst Girls City East, Elira Lubis. In lane 6, Eden Herring of Cheltenham Girls. In lane 7, Maddie Gifford of Burwood Girls. And lane 8, silver medalist last year, Talina Basecki. And in 9, Angelina Burford. So Away here in the girls' 14 years 200 metre final. Righty Davis in 2, Langlands 3, Bauer and Lubis, Herring, Gifford, Basecki and Burford here. Very close as they straighten up the home. Probably just Gifford and Burford girls. Narrow margin. Also pushing up here is Indy Bauer of Endeavour Sports, and right in the centre of them is Elira Lubis at Eden. Herring as well of Cheltenham girls. Sydney North will be at Sydney North 1-2. And it will be Gifford and Herring, Burwood girls and Cheltenham girls, 25-42. She looks pretty surprised with it. Don't know why. She looked confident. And she is the CHS state champion in the girls' 14 years, 200 metres.
Our next event will be event 67, which will be the boys' 13-year final 200 metres. We are moving through these at a rapid rate, Nathan, which is good to see.
We are moving through them rapid rate. So Jaden Todorowski in the next one as well has, I think he's got the 12 years record in one of the events. So the Westfield Sports athlete will be looking to continue his strength here. And we see a lot of athletes, particularly more in some of these school sport events, Neil, not necessarily specialise as much. They have a go at pretty much everything. We see it in relay events through with club athletics as well, but it's really good to see. And the good thing about athletics, we know it's a foundation of all sports, but normally there's something for everyone, isn't there? You can run, you can jump, throw, walk, roll. There's plenty of options in one of the most inclusive sports around. It's why we love it and why these events are so good to put on and deliver, because we know how many athletes and how many different stories are brought to the start list for each of these events each year.
That's exactly right. I'm just watching, unfortunately, I think we've had an athlete who's just cleared a height at the high jump. May have injured himself in his landing. But there is an official over there with him at the moment, so hopefully everything will be up. I think he's all right. Didn't look pretty to start with, but it's okay now.
Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the presentation area where we are about to award medals to the place for these employees, 15-year-old 200 metre event.
They're in the starters' hands at the moment. I'm sure Nathan will give you the list very shortly.
Our silver medalist from Rye Technical College is Aidan.
A number of these athletes compete regularly against each other through club meets and state championships, age championships.
Yeah, they certainly do. There's plenty of opportunities. They do it at Interclub as well. This is really very early season, obviously, for track and field, primarily a summer sport, but it's a great way to kick off their season, representing their schools and regions here. Because obviously you get plenty of credit, plenty of acknowledgement back at your school when you do well. And some of these schools and the teachers are really good at being proactive in helping them understand the history associated with the event and how important it is to them to really wear that regional singlet or that school singlet at lower levels with pride. And we're just about to go here for the boys' 13 years 200 metre final. So away here in the boys' 13 years 200 final in lane 2, Masudi, then Lark, Kazosi, Todorowski, Robinson, Turnbull, Bakor and Samways on the outside here. So looks like Close Robinson of the South Coast region up alongside Todorowski of Westfield Sports, and also Kazosi still in the hunt as well. But Todorowski's put the foot down, showed us exactly why he's the fastest under 14 in Australia right now, 23.86 to stop the clock. With pretty still conditions plus 0.2, so 23.86, not too far off his best in 2023, did a 23.73 at the National Championships in Brisbane. So he is in terrific form very early in the new season to take the CHS gold medal for the boys' 13 years 200 metre final.
Our next event will feature event number 68, the girls' 13 200 metre final.
Presentation area where we are about to present medals to the place leaders in the girls' 15-year-old 200 metre event. medalist from the Hillston Agricultural College in Sydney Southwest is Ricky Roberts. Our silver medalist from Denver Sports High School in Sydney East is Neve Jenkins. And our gold medalist in New South Wales CHSSA.
Is that run by Jaden Todorowski close to the record? Or?
It's a very good question. Let's double check. So 23.42 from Cameron Guilford.
Wasn't far out.
Certainly wasn't at all. So 0.4 of a second. Not too much, and a slightly more of a tailwind. He would have been right on that as well if he got to the plus 2.0. You can see the middle presentation now with Tammin Lampert and Neve Jenkins as we go to the blocks here for the girls' 13 years 200 metre final. Bavis of Dimbus 2, Marley Pay 3, Naomi Krajenchik, Ella Strathfield, Madison Trembath, Taylor Bryan, Ivy Foster, and Sakura Atwood. So away here for the girls' 13 years of Dimbus, Pay, Krajanchik, Straightfield, Trembath, Bryant, Foster, and Atwood on the outside. Looks like the outer three athletes are getting the best fit here, Bryant, Foster, and Atwood. And also on the inside is Krajanchik of Sydney North, Killarney Heights High School representative, getting the leg speed right up here. The next to the challengers, Bryant of Merriweather High School, Hunter Region, but Sydney North get another win, 25-41. To get the gold medal, and well on their way, Sydney North in defending their regional trophy point score victory they got last year and have got for a lot of these years. Looks like the wind's turned around a little bit, negative 1.2, the wind reading there, the girls' 13 years. 200 metre CHS final.
Our next events will feature the girls and boys 200 metre finals. They are making their way currently around to the start.
Always an interesting one as well, this boys 12 years, the 12 years age group, because they don't necessarily, well, it's different to primary school system, isn't it, as well, because once they go from so the Catholic schools, or they go from their region, they go straight to a state championship with everyone, which at PWSA is essentially all schools, whereas they get that extra little stepping stone before all schools here. Yep. So it'll be a new experience for these boys and those in the first year of high school, and it's good. The more incremental the pathway, I guess, the better, to try and promote involvement and sort of motivation for all those athletes who might not be world beaters at the moment, but that second tier, to try and just set those goals at each level and improve year upon year.
That's correct. At the primary school, they go from the state championship, they go to a School Sport Australia national track and field event. In fact, David Geddes, one of the people we have listed as an Australian representative, was captain of the New South Wales PWSA track and field team back in the late 90s, early 2000.
There you go, and it's not just athletics that some of these past athletes are gone. We've got Eric Groth, a rugby league player for Parramatta Eels, New South Wales and Australian representative. He went to Liverpool Boys High School, came through CHS Athletics, and also Jamal Idris as well. He's got still got the 14-year shot put record, still. NRL player for Bulldogs, Titans and Panthers, and representative of the Indigenous All-Stars as well. So gone on to not just success in athletics, but other sports as well. And there's plenty more examples of that. But
yeah, well, in fact, there'd be a lot of the current rugby league elite that have competed at this event. Maybe not finishing on a podium, but getting the experience.
Maybe Josh Adokar, the fastest man on the planet, might have come. It'd be curious. It'd be interesting to see what he'd run for the 100, wouldn't it?
That would.
He is pretty quick.
I
wouldn't want to race him.
A few years ago, we had a couple of rugby league people come into the primary state championships and just run. It was quite interesting.
Rugby league team managers, or
No, they weren't the managers. They were very fit athletes, let me assure you. Yeah, they used to have a
yes.
The fastest man in league. It was the half-time entertainment.
It is good entertainment too. It's close because it's always interesting. Like back at school when you do stuff at students challenges as well. Like people who haven't done it for 10 years all of a sudden want to go 100 miles an hour, still think they're 18 years old, and they go full gas, but the body doesn't necessarily 100% agree with that.
And they have the day off the next day, the teachers, because they've pulled a hamstring or a calf muscle.
So next event on the track, as we said, boys 12 years 200-metre final, and start list there. Lane 2, Adwin Kang of North Sydney Boys, Sydney North. In lane 3, Thomas Tomeo, Bosley Park, Sydney Southwest. In lane 4, Gabriel Ali of Katara High School, Hunter Region. In lane 5, we've got Michael Melfi of Kira High School, South Coast. In lane 6, Jeffrey Sue of Blakehurst High School, Sydney East. In lane 7, Zuri Radajak of Caringbah High School, Sydney East. In lane 8, Edam Dowling, Wollongong Performing Arts, South Coast. In lane 9, Joshua Thompson of Arthur Phillips, Sydney West. So pretty open field, this one. But I do know Zuri Radajak pretty well, because he is a triathlete. He is normally a distance runner, but he's made a CHS state final in the 200 as well, showing he's got plenty of range. Multi-talented athlete as well. Caringbah High School just won the CHS Comprehensive Schools football knockout as well. So they're currently in the process of the All-Schools tournament as they get ready behind the blocks and call to their marks now. So 2 Sydney East in the centre of the track. We've got Hunter South Coast, Sydney Southwest. We've got 2 South Coast representatives, Sydney North on the inside. Only Sydney North representative. Awaiting the 12 years boys, Kang on the inside, Tomeo, Ali, Melfi, Sue, Radajak, Dowling and Thompson here. Have a look at the speed these boys are turning on as they work their way around the bend. The Hunter Region athlete, Gabriel Ali, battling it out side by side with Michael Melfi. Melfi trying to hang strong. Gabriel Ali goes again. Melfi not giving up the fight, but Ali might just have enough to get the win. He does. So 25-2-3. Zuri Radajak gets through for third. Distance runner, he's a triathlete as well, and he's got plenty of range. He's got himself on a podium in the 200 metres, 25-2-3. Great time there for the boys, 12 years, 200 metres. We set the CHS record set by the man who took the 13 years title. He got 24-6-3 last year, Jaden Todorowski. But those boys, that's a pretty impressive effort there into the slightest of headwinds.
Our next event will feature the girls 12 years, 200 metres. It's event 70.
Did you bring my muscle roller? Oh.
We have our start list up. In lane 2 we have Sienna Walters, lane 3 Alexa Matheson, Sienna Walters from Dapto, Alexa Matheson, Westfield Sports High School, Emily Lusick from Dubbo Senior College, lane 5 Frankie Gorman from Woolooware, lane 6 Imogene Brisbane Waters, lane 7 Elise Green Balmain, lane 8 Evangeline Magoon from Westfield, and Jessica Morris from Coffs Harbour.
So Woolooware as well, Frankie Gorman representing a school that did quite well yesterday in the relay events. Good to see strong representation across different geographical areas. We've got South Coast, we've got as far north as Coffs Harbour. We had plenty of Kingscliff yesterday as well. So underway here in the girls' 12 years final. Walters on the inside, and Matheson, Lucy, Gorman, Graham, Green, Magoon and Morris on the outside. Looks like the best of the starts here. The Woolooware High School athlete Frankie Gorman might just have the narrowest of margins. Emily Lucy as well on the inside. Alexia Matheson of Westfield Sports starting to creep through as well. So at the moment it's Gorman. Lucy trying to draw level. Also late on the outside, Jessica Morris. She's getting a little bit closer, right on the line, super close. It might have just been Frankie Gorman, but it was very, very tight right at the end with plenty of surges down the home straight, 27-8-0 unofficially to take the win in the girls' 12 years 200 metre final. Their first year of high school, their first day of CHS competition, and that was a great race to finish off the 200 metre finals program here on day 2 of the New South Wales Combined High Schools Championships.
So that brings an end to the 200 metre finals. We'll be moving into a pentathlon event with 100 metres, I believe, is going to be our next event on the track. And this will be one of the 5 disciplines, if I'm correct. I'm not sure what order they are competed in. Nathan will be able to help us with that.
Yeah, I think the boys and girls do a separate one, but I know all the girls' events were done yesterday, so they did all 5 events in the one day and all the boys' events done on the one day. So it's a tough ask and a tough program, but obviously they've got pretty good numbers as well for it. I think they had 2 heats in the girls anyway, and straight final, one heat for the boys. But the results for that race just complete on the track. The girls 12 years 200. Frankie Gorman of Woolooware 27.79. 2 100s she got it by to Jessica Morris 27.81. 27.95. Emily Lusick and Alexia Matheson was right in amongst it at Westfield Sports 28.18.
It was a very good run from Frankie, but young Jessica in lane 2 from Coffs Harbour, she came in the last 50 metres and really fought hard.
It's interesting as well, at such a young age, a lot of them wouldn't necessarily be doing the most structured training as well. Some of them are just soccer players who happen to have a bit of speed or have that turn of pace, but it's...
There's a fair amount of strategy that goes into a 200.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of strategy, but it's probably more technical than anything as well, just trying to nail all those 1%ers. You get the start right, you hold your momentum through, and trying to stay relaxed in that final 70 metres of the race. So if you're just joining us here, welcome to the live stream coverage of Day 2 of the New South Wales Combined High Schools Athletics Championships, the 108th edition of this phenomenal event. And we have an incredible lineup of action for you. What else have we got on today, Neil? Just run us through what the rest of the day looks like.
Well, we've got the 400s, which will be a very tough race. Then we go through to the heats of the 100 metres, which will be exciting around 10 o'clock. We start the 100s. We have some multi-class events, which are always a great events. And then we move through to a walk, a 3,000 walk, and then the hurdles. That finishes off the morning session. We have right at just before 2:30, we have the 1,500 metres for the pentathlon. So that'd be their second event of the day. They might only be doing 2 today, aren't they? Oh no, of course there'll be others on the field. And we finish off with 800s later in the day. So it's a full program.
It is a full program, and we're starting, obviously, Day 2, probably more finals than yesterday on the track.
Yep.
So exciting times here. Make sure you stick around and let everyone know that the live stream is up and running for those who can't be here in the venue in person. So next up, as we said, the pentathlon event for the boys, 100 metres. So this is the second event of the boys pentathlon. It is an open division event. See them just starting to get themselves ready here. And I know some of these boys also did individual events yesterday. So interesting to see how they pull up, and with a huge schedule coming through now with the 5 events.
Those people who are focusing on the track, if you do want to go to the field events, you must return to the School Sports Unit homepage, and you'll be able to click onto the link to the various field events that are being televised, courtesy of Clutch. So we have commentators out there keeping you up to date with what is actually transpiring in each event. I think we're just about ready for the start of this 100 metres, boys 17, 100 metre pentathlon event.
And our New South Wales CHS champion for 2023 in a time of 25.40 from Burwood Girls High School in Sydney North. Please congratulate our champion, Maddie Gifford.
The next event on the track is the second event for the boys' open 100 metres pentathlon event. We will take you through the lineup. The boys have got a very busy schedule. All 5 events to be completed. The girls' events did it yesterday. In lane 2, we've got Isaac Chevalier of Girraween, Sydney West. In lane 3, Bailey Latanis, Westfield Sports. In lane 4, Lucas Cosentini of Lambton High School. In lane 5, Simon Pereira, Eldersley High School. In lane 6, Ben Pittman of Menai High School, Sydney East. Lane 7, Tijal Munix of Wyong, Sydney North. In lane 8, Ben Kazosi, Greystanes High School, Sydney West. Lane 9, Oliver Benson Sparks from Balgola Boys, Sydney North. In 10, Angus Clues of the Hill Sports High School, Sydney West. And in lane 11, Ryan Lowe, James Fallon in Riverina. This is the second event of the boys' open pentathlon, and it is the 100 metres.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll draw your attention to the presentation area where we are about to award medals to the place getters in our boys 14-year-old 200-metre event. Our bronze medalist from Eldersley High School, Joshua Ratu. Silver medalist from Huntersville High School in the Hunter region, Thomas Cassie. Our gold medalist in time of 23.69, our student representing Pentathlon High School in South Coast.
So great job by the boys there. Sorry, we just cut out for a bit there. So the boys open pentathlon, that's event number 2, the 100 metres, and good to see some strong numbers in this event. As we said, Ben Pittman in amongst it as well. Menai High School got some high quality athletes have come through. They were 10th in the male point score last year. Wyong. And at Greystanes High School, it's worth noting Ben Kazosi is a very regular competitor. New South Wales and national level competition, Sydney West athlete. At Greystanes High School also providing a lot of the volunteers here, Neil, around helping the officials on the track, and they've done so for quite a few years, and having worked with them yesterday, they are doing a terrific job.
Yeah, Greystanes High School probably have been here for the last 20 or so years.
Oh, there you go, much longer than I thought.
Yeah. They started with Janelle Eldridge, who was a previous New South Wales CHS athletics convener, and they have continued the program where they come to support the track and field in particular, but they've also helped with swimming and cross country in past years. And it's a great assistance to the teachers.
Yeah, it's great assistance and really good experience for the athletes as well. As we look at the results of that 100 metres for those at home, Tijal Munix of Wyong, Sydney North, 11.40 was the fastest time through there. 11.51, Angus Clues of the Hills Sports High School in second, and Ryan Lowe, 11.92 for James Fallon, Riverina in third. Lucas Cosentini Lambton in fourth, 12.14. And Ben Pittman, Menai High School, 12.18 in fifth. Ben Kazosi, 12.19. Isaac Chevalier, 12.37. Simon Pereira, 12.42. And Ollie Benson Sparks of Balgola Boys, Sydney North, 12.56. That's the Open Boys Pentathlon. Second event done and dusted here.
So we now move to the boys 17 plus 400 metres. I'm just wondering if the athletes, I can't see any of the athletes coming in yet. Oh, they are, yes. So we were talking about the 400 metres hurdles before. This also is a very, very demanding event.
It's a demanding event. We know Kathy Freeman warmed up at this very track for one of the most iconic moments in Australian sports history. So maybe they'll draw a bit of inspiration from that. As well, talking about this facility, we had the Tokyo Olympics silver medalist in the 100 metres run here earlier this year in the Sydney Track Classic, Fred Curley of the United States. So there's plenty of high-quality athletes have been here over the years, and plenty of them, as we said, have come through CHS pathway. in the 108-year history of this event?
I was going to ask Nathan if you remember where you were the night of Kathy Freeman. You'll probably do.
Well, I was 3 years old.
That's
Neil.
what I thought, which is rather embarrassing for me because I was probably considering retirement.
No, I wish I was old enough to remember it. Mum and Dad were there, and they talk about it like it was yesterday.
I can't remember being 26 years of age.
Where were you, Deb, on the Kathy's night? Everyone remembers where they were, apparently. There you go. That and the Cronulla Sharks 2016 NRL Premiership are two very iconic moments in Australian sport, from my unbiased opinion.
Yes, I probably... And Steve was closing century at the Sydney Cricket Ground in 2004, I think it was, or whatever. But I was just having a look through the history again, Nathan, and Amy Winters from Kempsey West Public School, and Kempsey High was an Australian Paralympic that won gold medal in the Paralympics in 96, 2000, 2004. And then went on and had a career with the Paralympic Committee. Did a lot of work with schools, with us in particular. And another name there from the Paralympic side is Kurt Fernley.
Oh, terrific. Kurt Fernley, one of the most inspirational. He was New South Wales Australian of the Year, wasn't he? Yeah, so incredible athlete. Did the Kokoda track as well. Unbelievable inspiration. 3-time Paralympic champion, won over 40 marathons across his career. 20-year career as well.
A highly committed, passionate teacher that I have heard speak on a couple of occasions, and it is inspiring. It's now down to the 400 metre zone. I'll hand you over to Nathan. I'm sure we'll be able to call this race. I'll be interested this afternoon when we've got the 100 on, Nathan.
Yeah, so we got no lane 3 here and no lane 6, so the rest of them to be present. First of 3 heats, which means the top 2 automatically progress through to the final, and then the next 2 fastest times. So to guarantee their spot, they will be they need to be in the top 2 to guarantee their spot, and they won't be wanting to leave it to chance. Paul Green has got the record in this event, 46.90, making 1989 from Shoalhaven High School. Another one who's went on to represent Australia. But all they need to do is book their spot in the final here. Talk about Paul Green. He's still got 3 of these records. So the record holder in this event, he's still got the 17 plus 100 metre, the 16 years 400 metres, and of course the 17 plus 400 record as well. Went to 2 Commonwealth Games, 2 World Champs, 1956 Olympian as well. So Shoalhaven and South Coast in general do quite well. We saw Ulladulla High School was one school that, or name of a school that stuck out for me yesterday. Did quite well in some of the distance events and some of the relays that were pretty impressive as well. Not a big area to draw from, but they punch above their weight here at state level.
They certainly do, and they do that across a number of sports. Quite remarkable how well they do. With the track and field, would be a strong club basis down there, or? Yeah,
there's some strong running squads. There's a squad called Limitless Track Team, which are primarily middle distance and distance squads, and obviously that makes a huge difference. And Newcastle as well, region, a pretty strong area of middle distance runners. So it's definitely not just Sydney. It's truly statewide that we're drawing a lot of this talent from. And it's also that social aspect. If you're able to feed off and get motivation from friends, and those athletes or those friends continue to do it past into the late teenage and beyond that, then it obviously helps people stick around in the sport. And that's what we hope for all these athletes, that they do continue the sport in some capacity and stay to be physically active lifelong. So the first of 3 heats ready to go. Boys 17 to 19, 400 metres. So they're away here, but they'll be recalled. A little bit of unsteadiness. So what happens here, the start officials There is a new rule as well, Neil, that they implemented at the World Champs recently where if you break or if you're disqualified, they can still let you run under protest. So they'll still let you finish the race, which is good for kids, you know, particularly if they've travelled from Broken Hill or somewhere along regional, and then they can put in a protest if they think there's grounds to do so. At least they get an opportunity to. And a green card has gone up by one of our start assistants there, so that means that it's unsteady and it's not a false start. Try again for Heat 1. Boys 17 plus 400 metres. We're recalled again, so really see two unsteadies in a row. Maybe there will be just a little bit nervous about controlling those nerves. As we said, nerves can be a really good thing, but it's about controlling them, using them for good. So away here on third attempt, Henriksen on the inside, Jamie McCarley, Ethan Mealy of Tamworth, Nathaniel Croft, Phillips, Jet Hurley, Jade Kitching, who had a great run yesterday, and he is in good form. And you can see he's just so incredible the way he moves along the back straight. You can barely see his feet touch the ground. He's the athlete on the outside for Coffs Harbour, North Coast, and he is very, very high quality athlete right of your screen there as he works his way around the bend. Remember, top two is all they need to do to get through to this final. You can see Nathaniel Croft Phillips in amongst it as well, but he might have to get moving to get up to Jet Hurley of James Fallon and the black and white of Riverine. It's still up in the air, this second spot, with the Western Region competitor Luke Henriksen there trying to fight, as well as Jamie McCarley of Cecil Hills, Sydney Southwest, but Jay Kitching has switched off with about 60 metres to go. That is a very dominant run, with the last surge, or late minute surge by Jamie McCarley. He's going to get himself an automatic spot in the final. Boys 17 plus 400 metres. So that was a really well executed race by him, and a really comfortable and strong showing by Jade Kitching on the outside there from Coffs Harbour.
He doesn't look at all distressed about that. He's just breathing quite naturally, normally.
Part of it is the mind games as well, I imagine. So
yeah, just letting everyone know he's still got some left.
Exactly. We saw Westfields yesterday with Endeavour Sports, one of the heats of the relays. So we had the 12 to 14 years boys and girls relays yesterday, and one of the teams just wanted to, even though they were guaranteed an automatic spot the way they were going down the straight, he pushed really hard to try and get over the top of Endeavour just to make a little bit of a statement early.
Yeah.
So we see a couple of mind games, particularly with the sprinters more than anyone else, but it's all part of it. Mental as much as physical, we know that. In every sport, you've got to be able to get the best out of your body. You've got to make sure that your mindset's in the right place as well. So 2 heats to go. Boys 17 plus 400 metres.
I was interested that you said that they've brought in an innovation with the start rule. I think that's probably very good for, especially at this level. As you said, some people could have travelled from Broken Hill to come here and be stood down would be soul destroying.
I think there's mixed opinions on it, but
yeah.
I think particularly when we're focusing on participation and trying to give people a go, then I can't see it overall, when you weigh up the pros and cons, being too bad of a thing. So looks like 5 and 6 out of this one. So Ethan Kelly in 2, Timothy Pettit in 3, Lachlan Baptist 4, Jacob Vogel in 7, and Jackson Clark in lane 8. So Jacob Vogel of Manly, Northern Beaches Manly, who's got away really quickly. He's set an ambitious tempo. We say it's ambitious, but it probably isn't for him. If he's able to hold it, then kudos to him. See on the inside there, the Sydney West competitor Ethan Kelly of Castle Hill. It's probably pretty even between those two, but I still think Vogel's got the lead. And you'll see pretty close between those two, and it'll be hard for the others to catch up from this point. I'll tell you what, the leg speed, though, on Timothy Pettit of Katara, see him in the dark blue there, coming back into it, but he's just starting to pull up a little bit here. He put in a good surge and stayed in the hunt, but as we go towards the line, it is the Sydney West competitor, Ethan Kelly of Castle Hill High School, with Jacob Vogel of Northern Beaches Manly. Sydney North will get through in that second automatic qualifying position through to the final. 51.93. It's amazing how easy they look. They make 51 seconds for a 400 metres. Look, it is.
It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
But that was a well-judged race from the young Sydney West boy.
Takes a lot of experience to pace a 400 well. Yeah. Very, very fine line. We talk about the energy systems, and if you just misjudge it slightly or let what's going on around you dictate what you're doing too much, then it can definitely go out just a fraction too hard. Only needs to be half a second too hard, and then you just start to feel the lactic acid a little bit earlier and start to feel pinch and start to tighten up in the back end of the race. But these athletes at the back end of high school, they've done enough of them to know to focus on their own race and what they can within their control. It's hard with the staggers as well, trying to make sure that you focus on your own lane, not worry about what's in your peripheral vision. But these boys are doing a pretty good job of it. You can tell when someone passes them or when someone's too far out in front, their body language and their posture doesn't change. They just trust themselves.
Yeah. I was just thinking when you mentioned lactic acid there, I probably wouldn't have experienced that. I didn't move that quickly, Nathan.
Lactic acid, it can create good things, but you've got to have a tolerance for it and be able to just mentally overcome it. 400 metres, know how to do that more than pretty much any other event, and of course 400 metre hurdles. So a few DNSs in this one as well. There's a busy program, some of these boys, so they're picking and choosing a little bit more. We've got 3 in this one, which means only 2 will
progress.
Yes. Well, only 1 will miss out, because one not guaranteed. So top 2, they only need to beat 1 here to guarantee themselves a spot in the final. Lachlan Dewar in 2 from Cherrybrook Tech, Sydney North. We've also got Jackson Watmo in 6 of Kingscliff North Coast in the green and yellow, and Mitchell Bradley in lane 8 on the outside of Wyndham, Sydney West. It's the Lachlan Dewar, he's gone off the quickest. With Mitchell Bradley, he's running blind at the moment because he's on the outside lane, but he's holding pretty linear, pretty good, and he's leaning into that bend. And I'll tell you what, he's put in a bit of a surge. He's probably got the lead at the moment with the athlete as well from North Coast, Kingscliff High School, Jackson Watmo. Still really trying to hang in there to fight. He knows it's going to come down to time, whether he gets one of those 2 spots based on time. But it will be Mitchell Bradley, who's just starting to pull clear now. He might take a sneaky look, but he's stayed pretty disciplined. He's focused all the way to the line there and got the job done. Done what he needed to do. Lachlan Dewar in 2nd, and Jackson Watmo, Kingscliff High School, who have seen a strong representation across these championships so far, and he will have to wait on time to see whether he progresses. 51.93, the unofficial winning time for the 3rd and final prelim.
Next event, the girls are just setting up their starting blocks, will be the girls 17 plus 400 metres. And not sure how many heats we have in this one.
So 2 heats in this one, which means a little bit more generous to get that automatic spot. So top 3 and then the next 2 fastest times.
An existing record of 54.87 by Carly Thomas from Castle Hill. So Castle Hill have traditionally been quite a strong school over the years.
Yeah, they were 6th in the combined point score last year and 5th in the female. So the female traditionally done... Well, last year anyway, did slightly better. They've still got athletes who've got 4 records. Carly Thomas, obviously, one of those athletes. At Castle Hill, yeah, they have done traditionally quite well, and will be battling it out for the comprehensive schools point score.
And obviously, from what you're saying, Kingscliff, who featured a bit yesterday.
They are, and maybe it's just because I'm noticing them more because they're a bit more regional, but they're definitely beating representing some of the sports high schools in some of the events. So obviously it's hard to get the depth, but they definitely have some quality individuals that will contribute towards their point score quite well.
Yeah, well, we were talking about the Illawarra before. The other sport down there that seems to do very well is cross country. They've got that cross country course down there at Nowra.
Yeah, they've got a couple down there on the south coast. They've got the Dapto one. They've had national championships before at both those venues, the Dapto course and the Nowra course. So first of two heats here for the girls, 17 to 19. It looks like we've got lanes 1, 2 and 3. So Talia Rooming in 1, Casey Webber in 2, Sophie Rogers in 3, Cassie Corder in 8, and Caitlin Martin in lane 9. The Sydney East competitor, Sophie Rogers, of Caringbah High School, has gone away pretty well. And you'll see Cassie Corder and Caitlin Martin on screen at the moment, just on the left of your screen now, with Corder just pushing ahead here. Got the benefit of the stagger, and she will have the lead with 150 metres to go. And Caitlin Martin trying to hang on, knowing that she wants one of those top 3 spots. It looks to be these 3 relatively clear at the moment, unless they hit the wall, but they're still looking like they've got something left to give, potentially. Sophie Rogers of Caringbah High School in second place. That is on the right of your screen, but it is the Whitebridge High School competitor, Cassie Corder, who will get herself a position in the final alongside the Caringbah High School athlete. Both those girls will progress very tight in the end on the line, with Caitlin Martin of Hunters Hill, Sydney North in third. 62-29. So the second and final prelim for the girls, 17 plus 400 metres, as we said. So we've got 5 competitors in this one, battling it out for those top 3 spots and the next 2 fastest times. So we've got Imogen Purvin of McKellar Girls, Sydney North. McKellar Girls got a really good history in this event, or in these championships, and Imogen in lane number 2. Jamelia Heron, new recruit for Port Hacking High School, and Port Hacking, of course, won the Comprehensive Schools point score last year, champion school for non-sport schools, and won the Kipax Cup as well, champion boys school, Port Hacking. So we'll see what Jamelia can do here in lane 4. Ava Pinchers in 6 for Lambton High School. Lane 7, Chelsea Ezioki of Illawarra Sports. And in lane 9, Caitlin Martin of Katoomba in the yellow. So as they work their way around the bend for the first time, just trying to suss each other out. They're pretty even at the moment with the staggers, as we see Caitlin Martin of Sydney West hold her stagger quite well, but it's Jamelia Heron of Port Hacking, Sydney East, who's now starting to open up the stride here. She's gained a bit of confidence along this back straight, and she probably will have the lead now with the top 3 is what they're after. A bit of a surge by Chelsea Ezioki there. Maybe she just got wind of a couple of athletes pushing up on the inside, maybe not doing it quite as easy as what she probably wanted to do it. So there's 4 athletes here in contention for 3 automatic qualifying positions, with Heron of Port Hacking into the straight in the lead. With it on their outside, Chelsea Ezioki in second, relatively comfortable at this point. Pinchers in third for Lambton High School, but this is good form by Jamelia Heron. Port Hacking High School, Sydney East, as she works towards the line. A comfortable progression through to the CHS final. Really easing off there, Chelsea Ezioki, with a close battle for third. But it will be Ava Pinchers just ahead of Caitlin Martin, I think, there of Katoomba High School, Sydney West region. And that will be Heat 2 of the girls 17 plus 400 metres done and dusted. So Heat 1 results, you can see there on the inset screen, 62-8, Cassie Corder 62-46, 63-70. Caitlin Martin in third. So the second of the three records that Paul Green has got here. This one was set in 1988, 48.18 for the race. Just about to get underway on the track. The boys, 16 years, 400 metres, first of three prelims. And we'll take it through the full field quickly now. Lucas Lowe in 3. Ryde Secondary College. James Linden in 4 from Dapto. In 5, Lachlan Barnes of Whitebridge. In 6, Noah Ryan of Young High School. Tourist Traino in 7 of Endeavour Sports after his terrific performance in the 200 metres earlier, backing up quite quickly now. And in lane 8, Jet Stellino, Kellyville High School, Sydney West. So away from the inside here, Lowe, Linton, Barnes, Ryan, Traino, Stellino on the outside. And Traino showing no signs of fatigue at all from the 200 metres earlier. He's gone away super quickly. Also the Riverina athlete, Noah Ryan, on his inside, pushing up really brilliantly now. And Sydney North is Lucas Lowe. Just biding his time here. I reckon he's got something else to give, but Traino setting the tempo out in front. He's almost, the cameraman can't keep up with him. He's going that quick. Have a look at him. 150 to go for Terrace Traino, Endeavour Sports High School. Remember, it's the top 2 automatic this time because there is 3 heats, a little bit more cutthroat. This second place is going to be quite remarkable in terms of how competitive it will be, with Noah Ryan holding down that position at the moment with a couple of late charges here, but no disputing Terrace Traino of Endeavour Sports High School. He will come across the line and take a convincing victory. That is confidence, 51.39, as we see Noah Ryan comes through just ahead of Jet Stellino of Kellyville High School, who will definitely be in with a chance of one of those 2 non-automatic qualifying positions. Heat 1 of 3 heats there for the boys, 16 years, 400 metres.
Please congratulate Elijah Alistair.
So Traino won the first. Who can take the win in the second here? The second heat, that is, of the boys, 16 years, 400 metres at the New South Wales CHS Championships. And we've got Chasey Thorpe of Colo High School, Sydney West, going out of lane number 2. We've got Cade Hancock of Terrigal, Sydney North, in lane 4. We've got Riverina representative Toby Tanks of Cootamundra in 5. Benjamin Musa of Sylvania High School, Sydney East. Max McInerney of Dubbo, we've seen him in action as well in the 200. And he is running again, backing up here in lane 7. And Sam Patch in lane 8 of Ballina Coast, North Coast. Colo High School got 2 records in this event. Chase Thorpe is going for that school. Sylvania did a great job yesterday, particularly in one of the relays, and we're underway here in Heat 2. So Chase Thorpe in 2, Hancock in 4, Tanks in 5, Musa 6, McInerney 7, and Patch in lane 8 here. And it's the Western Region competitor Max McInerney off the back of a great 200 earlier. He's gone up to the inside of Sam Patch of Ballina Coast on the outside, so he is moving quite well. You can see the Sylvania High School competitor Benjamin Musa holding pretty well, and Toby Tanks of Cootamundra in Riverina region going nicely as well. This is going to be close at the moment, unless someone's put in a massive surge to really split this field up for this second place. But at the moment, it is Max McInerney of Dubbo Secondary College in Western Region, who's really strong, and you can see he's done the strength work, and he is holding his form to perfection. As we see a big surge towards the line, he's found another gear. The Sydney East competitors Benjamin Musa of Sylvania High School get through for that second automatic qualifying position. 52.30 for Heat 2, with one heat still to come for the boys, 16 years, 400 metres. As we mentioned earlier, 3-day program for these athletes wanting to do multiple events. It is difficult to back up, and with the heats and finals as well, they have to do a really good job at managing themselves well. If they get to senior level competition, Neil, they're going to have to do it quite regularly. They have heats, semi-finals and finals for all events up to and including 1,500 metres. So it's definitely teaching them to race and to perform under a bit of duress, a bit of fatigue.
Yeah, when you look at it, it's, they've got to build them. Might have to build themselves up for 3 events in one day. That must be hard. The mental approach side of it. I can't imagine running 1,500 metres at the elite level in one day.
Oh, they spread. I think it's across. I think they do it across 3 days, so maybe even 4, because they've got the luxury of time at the major international meets.
These programs are fairly heavy because of the event's nature. The time we're allowed.
School of Sport Australia swimming went for 10 days. They had the luxury. I guess there's primary as well. That massive range of ages, 10 through to 19.
Yeah. They went for 10 days, but there was excursion day, and the secondaries left on the Saturday afternoon. And the primaries arrived Saturday morning. So the officials, I can assure you, were fairly fatigued at the end of the competition.
So we're away here in the final heat of the 16 boys, 400 metres. Zach Wright in 3 of Orange, Jacob Peterson 4, Sven St Mary's in 5, Angus Grieve of Campton Haven 6, Thomas Coro Fairvale 7, Cody O'Brien, Lucas Hudson in 8, Charlie Grant of Moree Secondary College. Have a look at the Northwest competitor on the outside, Charlie Grant, Moree Secondary College. He has gone out hard. The Sydney East competitor, Cody O'Brien, has said, hang on a minute, I want a piece of the action here as well. So top 2 automatically through, and this is the benefit here. They'll push each other through quite well. This third spot's still up for grabs, but a third spot, of course, is a non-automatic qualifying position. Jacob Peterson making a late run to try and get back up, and I tell you what, he's not out of that second place, is he, Neil? Because
he's doing very well.
This Sydney East competitor, Cody O'Brien, has pulled away and just aggressive grinding his way through to the line, and the man from Sydney West has done it, Jacob Peterson. Little smile on his face there, might have surprised himself. And Charlie Grant, he went out so quick, Moree Secondary College, and he has left it all out on the track. Cannot question the effort for 1 second there. 52.53, an official winning time, which will wrap up the third of our prelims, the last prelim for the 16 years boys, 400 metres.
You can't deny that Charlie Grant gave it his all. And
not at all.
He really pushed himself. But that'll be a learning experience for him.
Certainly would, and but sometimes you've got to risk it. Yep. See where the threshold is, because sometimes that risk might pay up. If other people think, we see it in distance races, sometimes they let them go thinking, they'll come back to us, and more often than not it does. But sometimes they might just be slightly more complacent or underestimate the ability for them to hold that tempo.
We're moving now to event 75, which is the girls' 16 400 metres heats. And by the looks of it, we've got some vacancies. We have 4 runners currently. Got lane 4, is it? 6, 7 and 8. It's Isabel Usher from Endeavour Sports High School in lane 4. Lane 6, Claire Formica, Camden Haven, North Coast. Lane 7, sorry, I'm having trouble reading the first name. It's Kiali McGrath, Bulli South Coast, and Jemina Kellett from Waratah Callahan in the Hunter. Or Callahan Waratah in the Hunter.
4 competitors, 2 automatic spots, first heat. And we're away. Isabel Usher goes in 4 on the inside. Endeavour Sports representative Claire Formica in 6 of Camden Haven. Charlie McGrath 7 of Bulli High. Jemima Kellett in 8 of Callaghan Waratah Hunter region. And you can see as the girls go along the back straight here, Charlie McGrath Bulli has gone away pretty well. But the best of them, Isabel Usher of Endeavour Sports High School. She has got the inside running here and is really looking smooth and still staying relaxed. She just leant forward and picked up the leg speed a little bit more to make sure of this one. So top 2, as we said, you can see coming right back into view. That's Charlie McGrath of Bulli High School in the South Coast region, who's in a relatively clear second position at the moment. So these girls will probably have to push for another 60 or 70 metres just to make sure, and then they can afford to switch off if they want to, unless they want to go for a quick time. Sometimes we see that in the heats. But Isabel Usher of Endeavour Sports High School coming through to the line here. What a great run. Really impressive. 59.67 to take a comfortable victory there. And Charlie McGrath, Bulli High School in second. We've got the North Coast competitor, Claire Formica of Camden Haven, and also Jemima Kellett, Callaghan Waratah Hunter region, to round out the 4th competitor in the first of 3 heats for the girls 16 years. 400 metres, 2 heats still to come.
Very controlled run, that one from young Isabel. She maintained her form all the way through. Now look at heat 2. We have starters in lane 2. We have Eliza Marsh from Picnic Point, Sydney Southwest. In lane 3, Chelsea Walls from Guyra Central, Northwest. Lane 5. No, lane 6. We have Mariam Kamara, Auburn Girls, Sydney West. Sorry, in lane 5 we have Chelsea Crowder from Junee, Riverina. And in lane 7, Emma Turner, Moss Vale, South Coast. The record here is 53.92, set in 1996 by Rosemary Haywood from Wyong.
A lot of long-standing records this event. It goes to show the strength of that, of generations past, and particularly Australian athletics is actually in a really good position at the moment. We talk about Australian records, and one of the past competitors, as we talked about earlier, Jess Hull, has got, I think, 6 current Australian records to her name: 1,500 1 mile, 3,000 metres, 5,000 metres outdoor, and 3 indoor records as well, over 1,500 1 mile and 3,000. So there are some athletes starting to take down those records, but we've still got some incredible names that are still in the history book, showing just how strong they've been with technology not as good as it is now. Tartan tracks not in the same quality. So we're underway here in heat number 2, as we said. So it's Eliza Marsh in 2, Chelsea Walls in 3, and we got Chelsea Crowder, Mariam Kamara and Emma Turner. And we've also got an additional competitor, Rani Sharma, as well on the outside, and she is doing pretty well. Rani Sharma there, Pennant Hills High School, Sydney North. She is just on the right of your screen now. You can see Sydney West, Auburn Girls, Mariam Kamara, also holding pretty good form here as she works her way around, looking for one of these top 2 automatic qualifying positions. And then at Sydney Southwest, Eliza Marsh, Picnic Point High School, and she's going to be pretty much drawing level, almost level with our race leader here as they straighten up for home. 3 battling it out, only 2 available though. So Rani Sharma pushing through. Here's a big surge by Karyam Kumar. This is so close for this automatic qualifying position, but I think it will be just Eliza Marsh, just missing by a fraction on a really, really impressive effort by Mariam Kamara of Sydney West and Rani Sharma of Sydney North there. As we see our North West competitor, Chelsea Walls of Guyra Central School, come across the line here to finish off her 400 metres in heat 2 for the girls 16 years, 400 metres. You're pretty much saying at this point, as we said, you're roughly in the top 20 to 25 in New South Wales, or across all New South Wales government schools. Do you know how many government schools are there in New South Wales? Because we know, I found out the other day, there's about 40-odd thousand people in each age group in New South Wales. 40,000 boys, 40,000 girls approximately, but do we know the government schools? Because
approximately,
I know there's 50. I know there's 50 in the Sydney East region, but it's when there's times that by, what is it, 12?
10.
10.
Yeah, you're looking at, I think it's about 440 odd high schools. That's including the central schools.
So all those school carnivals have come to this point. So that's what, as we mentioned earlier, you've got to have these athletes remember that. On the start line today is pretty incredible, and moments to remember for a lifetime. As we said, they can make a lot of friends are made through school sport.
And they will. Just watching at the end of each race the way they all go over and congratulate the winner in particular, but each other for their effort to get there.
Exactly right. It's shared pain as well. They know what they're all going through, and it's a relatable experience for them. So we're underway, Heat 3 of the girls 16 years, 400 metres here at CHS 2023. Jaden Lee Mazzani in 3, Phoebe Ryan in 4, Ella Burton in 5, Elizabeth Suto in 7, Lana Arman in lane 8 here, and it is Elizabeth Suto of Sydney girls in the long tights there, second from the left of your screen, really holding tall and driving well as she floats her way through the 200 metre mark, looking very good at this stage. Probably in second at the moment. We see Jaden Lee Mazzani of Muirfield in Sydney West region. Just probably got second place here at the moment, with very close for third. So we've seen some close finishes in the previous 2 prelims. This is the final one, so they'll know what the non-automatic qualifying times will need to be that they need to target here. But Jaden Lee Mazzani and also Elizabeth Suto have done more than enough to get the job done and progress through to the final. The girls 16 years, 400 metres. And close for third might be Lana Arman of East Hills girls, just edging out Ella Burton of Warners Bay. That was a close one there as well, with Phoebe Ryan of Dubbo Secondary College Delroy of Western Region finishing off there as well. 61.90 unofficial winning time.
The young girl from Sydney High is a little bit distressed at the moment, but she's just trying to slow her breathing down. The officials have her, and our sports trainer Harry may be coming over shortly.
It's deceptive, isn't it? You can see her there in the bottom right of your screen. She's taken a while to get the heart rate back down, but you wouldn't know it the way she was running. She looks comfortable, and they get to the finish line, and then they take the hit and let them.
Yeah, they'll recover.
They sure will. They're fit. These athletes do a lot of lactic training and backing up. A lot of strength work as well for this event, like in the gym, functional strength stuff that they need to make sure that strength and the ability to hold the hips high and put that power down off the ground that you can't just get through running on the track, sorry.
So tell me, as an athlete, is it easier to chase in the 400?
I'm more of a 800 metres up runner myself, but in the 400, from talking to people and coaches and athletes who specialise in 400 metres, I think it depends on the athlete. Some people like to be running scared or being the front runner. Some people like to feel like they're finishing off fast. If we're looking at a swimming example, Kyle Chalmers, for example, sometimes 7th or 8th at the turn. When he won the Olympic gold, I think he was last at the turn, or second last at best. And then he was able to pull through and mentally break the others, really. So boys 15 years, 400 metres. Heat 1 is underway. It looks like we've got all competitors except for lane 5, I think so. And no lane 8s as well. No, lane 7, sorry. So Kaylin Draves in 2, Justin Brown in 3, Indika Samara Singh in 4, Joshua Hands in 6, and Cade Bornault Kingscliff in lane 8 as they work their way through here. So Joshua Hand of Quakers Hill in Sydney West region, and also Cade Bornault of Kingscliff North Coast, with the Sydney East competitor Inner Sydney, Indika Samarin Singh coming through as well to have his shot at getting an auto spot top 2 in this one. So it's the Sydney East competitor, Indika Samarasinghe. He's narrowly ahead. Cade Bornhold here of Kingscliff pushing through. Sydney Southwest, Justin Brown, Holsworthy also pushing into third. But it'll be relatively clear in the end, those top 2, with Inner Sydney and Kingscliff both represented in the final of the boys' 15 years 400 metres.
And our gold medalist and New South Wales CHS champion for 2023 with a successful clearance at 1.83 from Great Lakes College in the Hunter. Congratulate our champion, Buddy Dewberry.
So underway here, Heat 2, the boys' 15 years, 400 metres. So we've got full field by the look of it, exception of lane 7. So Bodie Dunn in 2, Eden Marine, Jada McGregor in 3, Ollie McDonald 4, Charlie Hollows 5, James Woods 6, Ramazani Wakalonga Fairvale on the outside in lane 8, and he's got off pretty well. Ollie McDonald as well from Northern Beaches, Manly coming through. And the other Sydney North competitor, James Woods of Epping Boys High School, almost will get view of him shortly if he's able to try and push through, but he's just surged there, Ollie McDonald, into the straight. Top 2 automatic.
Had a bit of a look there.
Yeah, had a bit of a look. Just a sneaky look. Don't want to give too much away with Wakalonga Fairvale holding down third place at the moment, but Sydney North going 1 and 2. Ollie McDonald followed by James Woods in that order, 52.04. And it was close after that for third, I think, but Sydney North showing strength again. Obviously the points and races and the medals are won in the final, but also helps the mindset if you're able to put something out or put something good together in the heat so you can blow the cobwebs out to get ready for the final.
That was a very well controlled race by the Sydney North runner there. Did it looked very comfortable in the end. 3 in this one heat, I think, by the looks of it. Lanes 3, is it? Lane 3, 5 and 7.
Yep, just the 3 of them. So top 2 automatic, as we said. Zay Jones in 3 of Hastings Westport North Coast. In 5 is Rory Jacob Beckens of Mudgee Western Region. Patrick Belt, Farah Agricultural Northwest. So we're underway here. Only one to not get this automatic qualifying position. I tell you what, Rory Jacob Beckens has shown plenty of intent early, and he's got the leg speed right up. He's absolutely flying. It's a great front-on shot you get there along the back straight as he works through, just holding his posture nicely, just keeping the legs turning over, minimal contact time on the ground. The hips are up, the hips are high. Patrick Belder, Farah Agricultural on the outside in the light blue of Northwest in second place at the moment. It looks like it will be pretty clear between these two ends. Our third place competitor there on the inside, Zay Jones. So, as we said, top 2, and Zay Jones will continue fighting as well because he could get a non-automatic qualifying position if he's able to just keep pressing the pace here. But Mudgee High School getting a win here. Rory Jacob Beckens from Western Region and Patrick Belt of Farah Agricultural High School, another school with a rich history a good history in this event. We've got one of our records holder, Adam Williams, last year from Farrer Agricultural, won the Henry Shield for the boys 17 plus 1500 metre title. And we'll talk through some of those other special trophies and shields that we do give out each year here at CHS as well. So that was the third and final prelim done for the boys, 15 years, 400 metres. So heat 1 of 3, just about to go here for the girls, 15 years, 400 metres. And they'll be called up. There was just a little bit too much movement for the start officials liking there. Just need to be very still in the set position. I'll try again. So away here, Elia Healy in 2, Remy Bolch in 3, Anaya Bestley in 4, Hayley Turner in 5, Jasmine Rintel in 6, Zainab Darwish in 7, Lucy Mellis of Orange. And have a look at the speed turned on here by Jasmine Rintel along the back straight. Going with her is Zainab Darwish in the green and white there. Second from the left of your screen from Westfield Sports High School. Also trying to go with them is Lucy Mellis on the outside. A good battle that you can't quite see at the moment on the inside there as they work their way through. So it's Sydney North v Sydney Southwest as they go through. Zainab Darwish on the outside of Jasmine Rintel of Kalani Heights High School. Really close between these two, but 2 automatic qualifying positions as well. Elia Healy, because she's got the inside run here, Ulladulla High School. We've talked so much about them. They've been so impressive, as we've said, so far in these championships. And she is in with a shot here, but I don't think she will get an automatic qualifying spot. So it will be Sydney North and Sydney Southwest going through here. Jasmine Rintel and Zainab Darwish with a time of 60.07 seconds with 2 heats still to come, and the girls 15 years 400. Just go off. Yeah.
She goes to the garage gym and I've seen her.
So second heat, just about set here for the 15 girls 400 metres. As we said, a lot of them have been backing up from the 200 metres, some of them the final already on the first event this morning. On the track, Chelsea Louise, Ellen Modised goes in 3 for Mudgee Western Region on the inside here. Scarlett Wadley in 4 of Wagga Wagga. Frida Aso, Port Macquarie in 6. Jessica Bazanovic, Port Hacking in 7. Josie Fisher of Katara High School, Hunter Region in lane number 8. And looks to be Jessica Bazanovic, Port Hacking High School. They won the comprehensive schools point score last year, and they have got a good crop of sprinters coming through at the moment through their ranks, and Here is another one right now, Jessica Bazanovic, and she is leading quite comfortably at the moment. Josie Fisher, you can see on the left of her there, of Katara High School in second position. She just needs to hold her form here and she will get the job done with holding down third. We've got, looks like Scarlett Wadley of Wagga Wagga Riverina region. That it will be Sydney East representative and Port Hacking High School's Jessica Bazanovic working towards a line to get the win in heat number 2. And Josie Fisher of Katara High School Hunter in second, and Riverina Scarlett Wadley of Wagga Wagga High School. Back to our North Coast competitor, Friday ASO. And the Western Region competitor, Mudgee High School. They got a win not in a couple of heats ago. And got another representative here, Mudgee High School, in the 400 metres. So doing a great job. 60.76, the unofficial winning time. So the third and final prelim underway here for the 15 girls. Alyssa Hairmaker in 3, Brisbane Waters Umina, Emma Quinn in 4, Murwillumbah, Evie Borg in 6 for Kellyville, Rudy Blackley in 7 of Inner Sydney, and Piper Todd, who we've also seen so far these championships. She's representing East Hills girls in the third of our 3 prelims here. You can see the yellow of Evie Borg, Kellyville High School, Sydney West, and Rudy Blackley and Piper Todd. It will be those 3 as they work their way through. Piper Todd, I think, was bronze medalist behind 2 national medalists yesterday in the hurdles, and she's in with a chance, but having the lead here is Alyssa Hairmaker of Brisbane Waters Umina, Sydney North, and just starting to come through now, Rudy Blackley timing her run quite well, the Inner Sydney representative. You can see her open up the stride, getting a little bit closer here to Hairmaker, our race leader, and she will do enough with her surge with 1:20 to go to maybe actually take the win. She does, so Sydney East, Sydney North, Sydney West, and Evie Borg of Kellyville High School, that was in Sydney West, and Piper Todd of East Hills Girls just behind those 3, with our North Coast competitor Emma Quinn from Murwillumbah crossing the line to round out the third and final heat for the 15 years girls. Another very long-standing record here, and Bomaderry High School representative Roberts Tan set 52.07 back in 1988, and the 12 to 14 boys 400 metres, first of 3 prelims next to go on the track. And we've got all the competitors here and accounted for. Gabrielle Lombardi of Endeavour Sports, with the exception of Gabrielle Lombardi. So starting from lane 3, we've got Logan Willman of Jamison High School, Sydney West, Zadikal Cameron Payne of Billabong, Riverina, Eric Morgan, Nyngan Western Region, Atticus Crook of Smiths Hill, South Coast, Evan Morrison of Tamworth Northwest, and Bronson Zardo of Westfield Sports Sydney Southwest. And we're underway. Quick reaction by Atticus Crook. He's wasted no time to get up to the inside shoulder of Evan Morrison there, and he is powering along the back straight. We can see Evan Morrison just try and surge to go with him here, and Bronson Zargo in the green and white on the left of your screen there of Westfield Sports. It is Atticus Crook who's leading through, set a really quick tempo through, with Evan Morrison just picking up a little bit here and looking so good as he goes through, with Eric Morgan of Ningen of Western Region coming through, and the other competitor there from Sydney West, Logan Willman, trying to hang tough here. But look at this battle between these two. It's only top two. Oh, he's starting to stumble here, so we've opened up the door for Northwest Evan Morrison, and you can see him just trying to hold his feet, stay in his lane there, and he won't quite get it done. He set it up so beautifully, couldn't quite hold it in the end. Our South Coast competitor, but it'll be Northwest getting the win, Evan Morrison, and then Bronson Zargo as well on the outside, putting a strong effort there, but 54.50 shows anything can happen in a 400. Got to execute that pacing so right. And these boys are still young, so they'll be learning and refining their race plan as they go through. So remember, top two in the next two fastest times. That is the first of three heats.
Got to beat one person to make the final. Oh wait, what? You've got to beat one person to make the final. There's 10 of us and there's 9 in the final.
And mate, he hasn't traded that back. Look at that one.
No, that's how he looks.
So underway here in heat number 2 of 3 for boys 12 to 14, 400 metres. Freddie von Mengersen in 2, Sydney Secondary College Balmain. Tom King in 3, Broken Hill. In 4, Kalan Harlos of Hunters Hill. In 5, Harrison Freeman of Oxley. In 6, Caden Adams of Maruya South Coast. 7, Hamish Gallahan of Francis Greenway. And Connor Lesens of Ballina Coast. And it is Hamish Gallahan of Hunter Region in a good position, as well as Hunters Hill representative Carlin Harlos. And also our Sydney East man, Freddie von Mengersen, challenging for that second automatic. It's a line of 3 for second, but it's Sydney North, Carlin Harlos of Hunters Hill, powering away from the field here. Heat number 2 of the boys, 12 to 14, 400 metres. He is absolutely blitzing it at the moment. Close as we said for second position, it will be just Maruya High's Caden Adams edging out, and exhausted Freddie von Mengersen. You can understand the Sydney Secondary College Balmain athlete leaving it all out on the track for his school and for his region here in the second of the 3 heats. A brilliant effort by him. It's come through. It's also interesting as well because there's a combined age in this one, 12 to 14 years. So some of them are giving away 2 years in mental and physical development. So just about the experience as well. If they're able to perform and get the result they want, then that's a bonus. But a bracketed age group for this one, the 12 to 14 years, 400.
Waiting for the athletes to settle themselves before we go to the starter. As Nathan said, we've got some a two-year age bracket here. In lane 2, we're going to have Reben Dalif from Aurora on the north coast. Lane 3, Justice Assay from Ashcroft, Sydney Southwest. Lane 4, Thomas Cashin, Hunter Sports High. Lane 5, Braden Duran from the Hill Sports High School, Sydney West. Lane 6, Oscar Turnbull, Galston, Sydney North. Lane 7, we have Cameron Badger, Endeavour Sports High School. Lane 8, Dylan Rumming, Kelso, Denison, Kelso, Western. And I think it was lane 5 we said was...
Lane 6 and lane 9 are DNS, I think. So
yeah, that's Oscar Turnbull and Aiden. So as we move up to the bend, we have a good look. Sydney West runner in Braden Doran from the Hill Sports High School. It's closely followed by
Cameron Badger it is on the outside, and the Hunter athlete, I think it was, Thomas Cashin, who we saw as well in the 200. So we talk about people backing up so well, and Cashin's just put in a bit of a surge there. He's drawing level. It's 3 abreast for top 2 automatic qualifying positions. You can see Sydney West, similar to that other race, just didn't quite have the distance, the last 50 metres. He couldn't quite maintain the tempo, but they did surge as well. It wasn't just him slowing down. It was a surge that did the damage by Thomas Cashin and also the man from Endeavour Sports High, Cameron Badger.
Thank you for jumping in and rescuing him there, Nathan. I lost who I was looking at.
Well, it was a terrific run. There was plenty of changes in that last 150.
Yeah.
As there often is, particularly in these younger age groups, it actually makes for more exciting racing sometimes because it's unpredictable. You get, when they're younger, they tend to take a few more risks and not necessarily understand their pacing so much. I've seeing 9 or 10-year-olds run an 800 metres sometimes could be the race where the chops and changes happen the most, because they go out like it's a 200-metre race and then fade, and others just jog for a bit and realise, hang on, I've still got a bit left. So
it's interesting. You do see the natural athletes at that age come through that have the ability to pace themselves. I always find it amusing, especially across country at the start with the younger ages. They sprint for the first 300 metres and they realise, oh, we've got another 2.5 Ks to go.
Yeah, it's a fine line as well. We talk about we'll talk about some of the tactics involved in the 800 metre, and the 800 metre finals are on this afternoon. So talk about some of that in a second. But we're underway in Heat 1 of 3 for the girls 12 to 14 400 metres. Nyack Georgina Cole in 2, Marley Brunkhorst in 3, Emily Cott in 4, Naomi Krajenchik in 5, Ashlyn Kelly in 6, Maya Yarn in 7, Bridie Davis in lane number 8 here. So centre of the track, Naomi Krajenchik of Kalani Heights is moving well, got that nice forward lean, getting that free speed that you get from a forward lean, and she's using her arms as levers quite well here. Ashlyn Kelly of Sydney West trying to hang in the picture there as well. And on the inside, so we've got Glendale representing Marley Brunkhorst, who's definitely in with a shot here on her outside. Emily Cott of Westfield Sports, as well as a couple more in contention, but it is our Sydney Northern competitor, Kalani Heights High School, Naomi Krajenchik, who's working away from the field at the moment. Ashlyn Kelly pushing through, and Sydney Southwest here on the inside. Emily Cott will just get into that second position, but it will be Krajenchik taking the win and booking her spot into the gold medal match for the girls 12 to 14 400 metres, 60.26 with 2 heats still to come.
Still hanging a bit. It's just downwind, so it's not too bad.
Like the 15, 6.5.
It just doesn't like, yeah, but that was the first time I even ran more than like 2 minutes. Like 4.
So second of our 3 prelims for the girls, 12 to 14. 400 metres ready to go here. Paige Murray will go on the inside for Ulladulla South Coast. Mackenzie Preston Poole in 3 of Hunter Sports High School Hunter Region. Ruby Kernahan in 5 of Westfield Sports. In lane 6, Danny Gouge of Blaney in Western Region. Blaney High School, the school of Kurt Fernley as well, so a very famous name to have gone through that school that also progressed through the CHS pathway. As we see Mackenzie Preston Poole go to a pretty quick lead here as we go through. So, sorry, it's Matilda Lace of Tamworth, that is. So she is starting. My apologies. Matilda Lace has gone away the quickest, with Mackenzie Preston Poole of Hunter Region on the inside there, right in the middle, or the middle of your screen right now. The North Coast competitor, Sakura Atwood, on the outside, just hanging tough as well. So, again, 2 automatic spots. The gaps might seem large at the moment, but all it needs to take is a little bit of injection of speed, and those things can change quite quickly. But it looks like they're holding that pace pretty well at the moment as she comes down towards the line here. Matilda Lace of Tamworth Northwest. She's done a great job, and she has got herself a position in the final. So well done to Matilda Lace, and also to Mackenzie Preston Poole of Hunter Sports. Waiting on time, Sakura Atwood will have to wait on time, as will Danny Gouge coming through for Blaney High School Western Region.
That was a very well controlled race. She looked like she was doing quite easily at the end, the young girl from Northwest. We move to our next heat of the girls. 12 to 14, 400 metres. And we have in lane 3, Jasmine Klinger, Glen Innes, Northwest. Lane 4, Sienna Wheeler from Young. In lane 5, Caitlin Bestley from Blaxland, Sydney West. Lane 7, Elijah Smith from Endeavour Sports High School. And lane 8, Tara Butler, Kingscliff North Coast. Again, Kingscliff featuring and Ulladulla, 2 schools that have come up a fair bit today.
Thank God they've stayed in New South Wales and haven't gone across the border to Queensland, because they are very close. We want them to stay here in the Premier State, of course. So this is the final prelim. Another very long-standing record in this one. Rebecca Vormeister of Corrimal in 1988, 56.63. Yes, she can. So Audrey Sikora of Ulladulla High, as we mentioned. Blaxland represented here as well. Lane 6. They'll be stood up.
We've got another runner in lane 2 that I don't think I called. Oh, yes, I do. It's all right.
It's interesting as well, sometimes with the gap in the lanes and the staggers, like with lane 5 vacant, it'll be different to what they're used to, but composing themselves under pressure is the goal here, and they have all started off pretty well. Probably the best is Eliza Smith of Endeavour Sports, moving up to the inside of Tara Butler here, and also Audrey Sikora on the inside has gone away quickly and got the highest leg speed of the entire field as they work their way down at the back straight here. So it's probably South Coast on the outside South Coast on the inside of Sikora, and also Eliza Smith of Endeavour Sports as well, as they go through with 2 automatic qualifying positions through to the final. There's a lot of lanes separating them, but Sikora wants the edge at the moment, ahead of Eliza Smith, who's in second, with a close third as well, battling it out as they work their way towards the line here. Tara Butler of Kingscliff maybe just in third position, ahead of a couple more of the field, but it is maybe just Eliza Smith of Endeavour Sports High School. She just pressed ahead the last 60 metres. She wanted it that little bit more, but they will both progress through to the final. 60.92, a good run as well. Really good finish by Sienna Wheeler, Young High School Riverina, making up significant margin the last 40 metres, so well done to her. And even if they don't make the final here, it's also good to look at the results and say, well, this year I ranked in New South Wales government schools, I ranked 20th or 25th or 13th, whatever it is. because it's a pretty impressive thing to be able to do so and then work towards a finals appearance at either a future event in these championships or in 2024 onwards. So great camaraderie among the girls there, as you can see. This is day 2 of the New South Wales Combined High Schools Championships, brought to you from Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre, the warm-up venue of the Sydney 2000 Olympic Games and the host of this event for quite some time. When we look at the first event of the championships, we go all the way back, 108 edition. We did miss a few from COVID. 1913, the inaugural meet, Sydney Sports Grounds. Have a look at the events here, Neil. Yeah. It's a bit different to what it is at the moment.
Yes, 200 yards, 220 yards, 80 yards, a mile, hurdles, and the 880 walk when we had the field events. Then they had a flag relay of 440 yards, tug of war, and the old
Bring the tug of war back, I say. Halftime entertainment. I'd love to see a manager's tug of war.
I think the managers would probably be
disappointed
about that. But the old boys 100 too.
Well, there you go.
The leading schools back there were Newcastle, Helston, Junior Newcastle, Petersham, Helston High, that'd be the senior school, I suppose, Parramatta and Cleveland Street. So back to 1913. Interesting enough, I know when the first carnival primary was held in 1898, I believe, and they had a throwing competition, who could throw down the stumps.
There you go.
That was part of the athletics championship, and Victor Trumper, a name that became synonymous with cricket later on, won that event. So we've progressed since then. We don't
certainly have.
We don't have cricket stumps anymore. We're on tartan tracks, and we've got electronic timing.
Just the whole suite of events as well. Like you've got steeplechase now, you've got pentathlon. The only thing we probably don't have is pole vault, but I think the program's busy enough as it is. So these athletes, and the pentathlon as well. Great to see a multi-event opportunity for these athletes as well, because that's an event we're doing traditionally quite well at the international stage. That and mostly field events is where we've done quite well. Obviously, at the recent World Championships, we had pole vault. Incidentally, was the probably most successful event, with Nina Kennedy taking the world title there and Curtis Marshall with the bronze, and we got Jemima Montag with a race walk medal as well. So we're doing all right on the international stage at the moment in track and field. No doubt these athletes are being inspired by that. I think we're going to take a little bit of a quick break. There is still going to be the stream continue for our heats of the 100 metres. We will join you later, but we're going to start with the 17 to 19 boys and girls 100 metres, work our way down in ages till we get to the 12s. We're going to have a little bit of a break and then rejoin the commentary, but the stream will continue. Day 2 of the 2023 New South Wales Combined High Schools Track and Field Championships. There's been plenty of great action so far on the field and on the track, and make sure you catch our field event streams. We've got 2 streams, don't we, for the field?
Yes, that's correct.
So hopefully we can catch as much of the action for the athletes you are supporting here at the New South Wales CHS Championships, the 108th edition here at Sydney Olympic Park.
Thank you for joining us, and we'll be back shortly.
probably around 10, 9 there. I was hoping why you get put in lane 2. You know why I got put in lane 2? He got second to Richie. But that doesn't mean that he must have run slow. He got 2 seconds off. 10-7. That's his best. Sam's probably got that.
Get something to eat, won't it?
What is it?
The shops out there. Grabbing a carpet chips on the way back. 10 to 11, but I'll have carpet chips and a Coke.
Yeah, bottle or can?
What's that?
Bottle or can?
Preferably a can, but if it's only bottles, bottle will do.
Just one run through, ladies, behind your box.
So you're going to play sport at all next year, something? I'll take that as a no. It's not enjoying it?
One run run through ready.
The only one gets a name on the sheet. Yeah. When we seen them at, we seen them here a couple of weeks earlier, and there was nothing in it. And even in Sydney, Brisbane, we thought it's only a matter of time, and she's got Delta. And then Delta came out over in the Caribbean, and so no all schools for summer?
Right, gentlemen, set your blocks up. One practice, please stand behind your block.
So this is your last event.
Behind your block, please, gentlemen.
He feels a bit ripped off because COVID in the middle and then 30, so he missed.
Yeah. Stretch my back anyway. It's in the bag.
On your mark.
Yeah, we had our bags packed ready to go. Because we were going to be down here the whole
Make a big grip and give you instructions that on your mark, your mark. On your mark.
That's got a rule of
Hudson!
What's Hudson here for?
They just ran the 100.
Oh, okay. Where'd he come?
Oh. Not gonna lie. Yeah, middle to those things, yeah.
Graham picked himself up a couple of clients. Graham picked himself up a couple of clients from the weekend. The 2 goals. Oh, yeah. They approached him. Come off the field playing soccer. And his dad approached him. That's not real good. The other team played smart. And I thought it was strange. Not one person marking him. I thought, why wouldn't you mark the basket on the field? Well, they've been and watched several games. You've set up the practice side play. So they mark the guys that feeding the ball. Shut them down. There's no danger if you can't get the ball.
Back to the live streaming. We have the first heat of the boys, 100 metres, 15-year-old in lane 2, Aidan McFarlane, Muirfield, Sydney West. Lane 3, Xavier Frost, Camarago, Sydney North. Lane 4, Bodie Dunn from Eden Marines, South Coast. Lane 5, Assad Ali from Murrumbidgee, Riverina. Lane 6, Samuel Humphries, Lucas Heights, Sydney East. Lane 7, Real Bock, Callahan, Walsend, Hunter. Lane 8, Ronell Rivercamp, Ingleburn, Sydney Southwest. Lane 9, Kobe Borgstale, Denison, Kelso, Western. And in lane 8, lane 10, Cade Bornholt from Kingscliff on the North Coast. And they're away. It's the Sydney South Coast runner and the Sydney North runner going through. And that is this win to the South Coast runner in the Sydney North. Next heat we have in lane 2 from Colo, Sydney West, Luca Bernard Thompson, Cooper Taggart from lane 3 from Uralla Central Northwest, lane 4 Boston Burn, Newcastle High, Hunter, lane 5 Andre Hampel, Chatswood, Sydney North, lane 6 Jaden McGregor, Murray, Riverina, lane 7 Ty Hogan Collins, Casino, North Coast, lane 8 Bradley Stone, Sylvania, Sydney East, lane 9 Ramazani Wakalongo, Fairfield, Sydney Southwest, lane 10 Jackson Hawkins, Molong Central, and lane 11 Jackson Ballinger from Illawarra Sports High School, South Coast. Starter's hands. The record here is 10.98, set in 1992 and equal in 2016. So 10.98. And they're away. Now they all got away to a good start. It's the runner in lane, the North Coast runner, and the Sydney North runner. The Sydney North runner being Andre Humpel, who went through first just ahead of Boston Burns and Newcastle in 11:48. Now move to the girls, 15 years, 100 metres. The top 3 in each heat, plus the next 5 best times will go through. record of 11.96 set by Grace Kraus from Temora. Set at a time of 11.96 in 2022, so last year. So in lane 2 we have Amelia Carr from Mount View and the Hunter. Lane 3, Jasmine Rintoul, Killarney Heights, Sydney North. Lane 4, Ricky Roberts, Hurlston Agriculture, Sydney Southwest. Lane 5, Sophie Bora, Corindai, Northwest. Lane 5, Ava Ross, Whitebridge, Hunter. Lane 7, Mia Naden from Canobus Rural Technical High School in Western. Lane 8, Clara Marshall, Dawson, Moonah, South Coast. Lane 9, Tammin Lamplet, Endeavour Sports High School. Lane 10, Alyssa McKenzie, the Hill Sports High School. Lane 11, Charlotte Turner, Hastings, Westport, North Coast. Looks like Lane is in the east. Oh no, it's a girl in the middle from Whitebridge. That's a girl, Ava Ross, at the time of 12.40. Ava Ross from Whitebridge. First top 3 in each heat, plus the next fastest 5 times. Move through to the semis. In lane 2 we have Maisha Eady from Northern Beaches, Cromer. Lane 3, Scarlett Wadley from Wagga Wagga, Riverina. Lane 4, Jessica Landry from Mount Annan, Sydney Southwest. Lane 5, Neve Jenkins from Endeavour Sports High School. Lane 6, Layla Norman, Tamworth Northwest. Lane 7, Karen Healy from the PM College of Performing Arts. Lane 8, Charlotte Kerr, Oak Flat, South Coast. Lane 9, Anika McCarthy, Hunter Sports High School. Lane 10, Tara Martindale, Bellinger, North Coast. Lane 11, Lucy Millis, Orange, Western. Adjust the blocks in lane 4. He's ready themselves. And they're away. Looks like Neve Jenkins in lane 5 from Endeavour Sports High School. He's going to go through. She's followed by our runner in lane, the Hunter girl, Anika McCarthy. So with Neve Jenkins, 12.42, just ahead of Anika McCarthy from the Hunter Sports High School.
For the place winners in the girls 4-15 shot put multi-class event. Our third place getter and bronze medalist
Now
from Kingswood High School is Michaela Espy.
Heat 1 of the boys with 14 years old, 100 metres. Sorry, I said top 3 from each heat, plus the next 5 times progress through to the finals. In lane 1, this one we've got a record set by Zach Walpole, Morissette, 1.919 in 2005. Lane 1 we have Caleb Williamson from Orange, Western. Lane 2, Hosea Tupuga from Coreyfield, Sydney Southwest. Lane 3, William Hellick, Cootamundra, Riverina. Lane 4, Lachlan Burns, Pitwater, Sydney North. Lane 5, David Payer from Urala Central. Lane 6, Cameron Badger, Endeavour Sports High School. Lane 7, Caden Adam, Maruya, South Coast. Lane 8, Alex Griffiths, Sydney Boys, Sydney East. Lane 9, Blade Thompson, Treed River, North Coast. Lane 10, Noah Phillip, Maitland Grossman, Hunter. And lane 11, Bailey Hall, Jamison, Sydney West.
On your marks.
Have runners out, lanes 3, 4 and 6 by the looks of it. And they're away. This runner from Northwest at the moment has a narrow lead. No, I'm sorry, there's a runner from Sydney High. Alex Rufus has gone through in 11.58.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll draw your attention to the presentation area where we are adapting all medals to the place getters in the girls 16 and 19 chocolate event. Our bronze medalist in 2023 from Narara High School in Sydney North is
Now
Jasmine
moved to
Verizon.
the boys 14 years, 100 metres. In
Our
lane
silver
1,
medalist from the North Coast and Richmond River High School
Prakar
is
Achar,
Jacqueline
Gilroy, Sydney
Barbarna.
West. Lane 2 appears to be vacant.
And gold medalist from Sydney
Lane 3,
North
we've got
is
Will Hoffman from Tomarine Hunter. Lane 4, Aidan Riley, Dubbo, Second College, Delroy. Lane 5, Thomason Pippis from McLean, North Coast. Lane 6, Coburn Best, Westfield Sports High School. Lane 7, Aurora Ockens, Camaragal, Sydney North. Lane 8, Joshua Goldsmith, Uvala Central School. Lane 9, Suljar Price, Picnic Point, Sydney Southwest. Lane 10, have an athlete from South Coast. And lane 11, Aidan Liskin Davies from Albury in the Riverina. Vacant lane, lane 2. So Hunter. So Hunter goes back on their marks. So vacant lane, lane 2 and lane 4. They're away. They'll make their way down the 50-metre mark. It's very close. It's going to be a very tight race. It might be the runner in lane 10, our South Coast athlete. Just ahead, and they've gone through in 11.73. I think he was just ahead of the runner in lane 2. Might have been lane 1, Prakar Achara. But it's unofficial. Oh, very quick. We can move now to the girls 13 years. Sorry, girls 14 years. 100 metres. We've got 2 heats. So it's going to be the top 3 in each heat, plus the next 5 best time. And reading down the start list, we have Angelina Burford from Glenwood, Imogene Pettit from Kutara High, Bridie Davis from Young, Caitlin Cass from Glen Innes, Talina Bezecki from Campbelltown Performing Arts, Catherine Suto from Sydney Girls High School, lane 8, Sophie McInerney, Davos Senior College, lane 9, Oasis Wenda, Kiama, South Coast, lane 10, Michaela Frey from Linden Central, and lane 11, Arabella Lewis from Hornsby Girls. Record here was set by Rebecca Formeister from Corrimal in 1998. So a long-standing record, and she ran a time of 11.89. 11.89. their blocks. And they're away. And we've got a straight line with this girl from Sydney East. And that's Catherine Suto. It's just, oh no, the Sydney North girl from what is the girl? Arabella Lewis has flashed past in a time of 12.65 in the first heat. 12.65. So the first three finishes plus the next 5 best times will progress. Our second heat in the girls 14 years 100 metres. Wait for them to start this up. Just to see. At the moment we have in lane 2 Sarah Stokes from Lambton High School. Lane 3 Alexis Lockwood, Armidale Northwest. Lane 4 Shakina Bainavella from Campbelltown Performing Arts. Lane 5 Macy France from Kingcliff North Coast. Lane 6 Amber Reveley from Denison Bathurst Western. Lane 7 Claire Tierney from Kiama South Coast. Lane 8 Madeline Clifford Burwood Girls Sydney North. Lane 9 Alia Lubris from Georges River Penshurst. And lane 10 Maria Kelly Narromine Northwest. Testing their blocks. We'll wait for young Sarah Stokes to come back from Lambton High School to her blocks. And readiness. A few mind games going on out there at the moment. So take their marks. Wrestling with their nerves at this point in time, just trying to keep it calm. And away. It's a runner from Sydney Southwest. Oh, the young girl from Lambton High School, Sarah Stokes, is saying of a clean pair of heels, but a great finish from the Sydney North girl. Maddie Gifford from Burwood Girls. She flew through in 12.58. Now move to the boys. 13 years. 100 metres dash. We have a record of 11.33 that was set in 2002. Cameron Gilliford from Warhope. In lane 1, we'll have a Brock Heathcote from Murray in the Riverina. In lane 2, we'll have Leon Liu from Fort Street, Sydney North. Lane 3, Zedric Vayu from Trishula, Sydney Southwest. Lane 4, Tom King from Broken Hill, West Darling. Lane 5, Jacob Wright, Farrer Agricultural College, Northwest. Lane 6, Zane Pearson O'Brien, Peak Hill Central School. Lane 7, Logan Willman, Jamison, Sydney West. Lane 8, Jeremiah Bockel from Tormina. Lane 9, Eamon Henderson, Bega, South Coast. And lane 10, Culin Parry from Callahan, Waratah, Hunter. One young lane 4, Tom King, all the way from Broken Hill, competing here. And the boys, 100 metres. With the top 3 in each heat, plus the 5 next best times. And away. And Tom King from Barrier, West Darling got out to a good start and got a runner in lane 2. And that's Leon Liu from Sydney North, just ahead of Noah Farley from Sydney East in a time of 11.93. Heat 1 of 2. The 13-year-old boys 100 metres in lane 2, Oscar Turnbull, Golf from Sydney North. Lane 3, Carlo Magbag from Cardiff, Hunter. Lane 4, Eli Gavin, Inverell, Northwest. Lane 5, Machiavelli Hornery from Parks, Western. Lane 6, Adam Nasser, The Ponds, Sydney West. Lane 7, Owen Trin, Sydney Boys High School, Sydney East. Lane 8, Robert Kasosi, Bellara, North Coast. Lane 9, Jaden Todorowski, Westfields. We've seen Jaden run already this morning. Lane 10, Manasseh Masudi, Murray, the Riverina. And lane 11, Dio Close Robinson from the Room at South Coast. Dion's going to be stand out. Good head of hair. Dion.
Asking for your support, ladies and gentlemen, Izzy Lewison, remote behind the bar, 183. That is huge, ladies and gentlemen. Izzy Lewison, Road, Kimberley High School. And she's ecstatic, and so she should be. Commonwealth Youth bronze medalist in this event. She's done 178 there, 183 here at CHS.
And they go over the blocks. And they're away. Coming out lane 3. Carlo Magbag from Hunter, but the lane 2, Jaden Todorowski from Westfields. Very good run, 11.67. The record here in this event is 11.33, as I mentioned. So 11.67 was a good run from Jaden Todorowski ahead of Carlo Magbag from Cardiff. We now move to the first heat of our girls, 13-year-old 100 metres. Again, the top 3 plus the next best 5 times. In lane 1, Baeza Septimbus from the Hills Sports High School. Lane 2, Alani Clark, Aurora, North Coast. Lane 3, Ella Streetfield, Hunter Sports High School. Lane 4, Sophie Boxer, Cootamundra, Riverina. Lane 5, Maya Bow from Endeavour Sports High School. Lane 6, Chloe Krellman from Denison Kelso, Western. Lane 7, Taylor Bryant, Merriweather High. Lane 8, Cara Toby, Terrigal, Sydney North. Lane 9, Alina Moran from Armidale, Northwest. And lane 10, Mia Tattersall, Elizabeth McCarthy, Sydney Southwest. The record here was set in 1993, so 30 years ago. 12.30 was set by M. Slomka from Rutherford, a very talented athlete through both primary and secondary schools. And they're away. And this is going to be extremely close, but it's a runner in lane. It's the Hunter runner, Tyler Bryant, Merriweather, just ahead of Basis Dimbas from the Hills Sports High School. The time is 12.72. 12.72. We now move to the second heat of the girls' 13-year-old 100 metres. And running out of lane 2 will be Phoebe Richards from Tumbarumba down the Riverina. Lane 3, Gabriella Bentham Moody, Blackstone, Sydney West. Lane 4, Matilda Lace from Tamworth, Northwest. Lane 5, Jade Strahl from Endeavour Sports High School. Lane 6, Naomi Kraftengenic, Killarney Heights. Lane 7, Arubi Kernahan, Westfield Sports High School. Lane 7, Suvi Flore Quirk, Ulladulla, South Coast. Lane 8, Marley Pay from Dubbo, South Coast. Lane 10, Sakura Atwood, Hastings, Hastings, Westport, North Coast. Lane 11, Madison Trembath from Hunters Sports High School. And we have a few lanes vacant here.
Set. Stand up.
Those lanes are lanes 2.
You high to the bar here, 186. She's already got the record at 183. Her PB is 184. She did at the Sydney Track Classic a few months ago here in Sydney. What can she do here?
Lane 4. Lane.
So 2 attempts remaining, 186. She's already surpassed the record by 5 centimetres.
Viewing point here. But we'll see when they come through.
High jump.
And they're away. Good start across the line. It's the Sydney North runner from Killarney Heights, Naomi Kraftengenic, who's set a very good space. And she comes ahead in 12:59. 12:59, so marginally faster than the last heat. We now need to move to the boys for 12 years. 100 metres. Again, we have 2 heats, and again, it'll be top 3 in each heat, plus the 5 next best times. The record here was set in 1999 by Robert Boateng of Westfield Sports High School in a time of 12.10. So in lane 2 we have Cooper Matthew Downs from Mudgee. Lane 3, Jeffrey Stewart, Lakehurst, Sydney East. Lane 4, Ali Gabriel, Tara High School. From Hunter. Lane 5, Joshua Thompson, Arthur Phillip, Sydney West. Lane 6, Michael Melfi's, Kira, South Coast. Lane 7, Rory Mackay, Kingscliff, North Coast. Lane 8, Jesse Crane, Wagga Wagga, Riverina. Lane 9, Edwin Kang, North Sydney Boys High School. Lane 10, Thomas Tomato, Bosley Park, Sydney South West. And lane 11, Edmund Barton from McIntyre, Northwest. So coming out of the blocks, it's a runner in lanes. It's the Hunter and Sydney West, South Coast runner. So that's Michael Melfi and the Sydney West.
Second attempts here in the high jump, ladies and gentlemen, 186.
Sorry, the Hunter. Boy,
It'll be a 2 centimetre PB. What can she do here? Let's make some noise. Kitty Wilson Road.
High school.
That was closer. It's promising. There's still one more attempt remaining here for the Curlew High School competitor.
The girls of the boys, 12 years.
So a terrific trajectory in the last 12 months. 182 state juniors, 184. She progressed at the City Track Classic behind Olympic silver medalist Nicola Schlagers.
Lane 3, we
at
have
this same place, at this
lane
same
2,
track.
we have Raymond E. Peaker, Sydney East. Lane 3 is vacant at this point in time. Lane 4 is Elijah Aberdeen from Yass, the South Coast. Lane 5, Harrison Walker from Orange, Western. Lane 6, Lachlan Manwaring to Mora, appears to be vacant. Lane 8, we've got Ibrahim Kamara from Kashula, Sydney Southwest. Lane 9, Derby Moor, Camden Haven, North Coast. Lane 10, Mason Peters, Galagabone Central, Northwest. Lane 11, Alexander Song, North Sydney Boys High School.
Lane 2, standing behind your box. On your marks. Set. And up.
Anyway, we had one of the competitors a little bit anxious. Ibrahim Kamara from Kashula.
False start, lane 8. 25.
He's been given a warning, so he'll have to hold.
Third and final attempt, 186 for the national champion and Commonwealth Youth Bronze medalist Izzy Lewison-Rowe. She has now lifted the new record by 8 centimetres in the girls' 16 high jump. She is getting verified.
She's already established. She's gone 1.86. Congratulations from her coach or mother. What a great league that was.
Women's high jumping.
And they're away. They held their time that time. And we have this boy from Sydney East, that's Raymond He at the moment. He's got a good lead as the Sydney Southwest boy comes through in the end. And that was Ibrahim Kamara just ahead of the Elijah Aberdeen. So we now move to the girls 1200. And I believe our high jumper is going to have a go for increasing the record. You may have heard the crowd in the background. The crowd is watching quite intently at how well she's going. Seems to be doing a great job. First heat of the girls 1200, girls 12-year-old 100 metres. The time of chip by Chelsea Asaki from Lake Illawarra was set in 2018 at 12:58. In lane 1, we have Alexa Matheson, Westfield Sports High School. In lane 2, Imogene Graham from Brisbane Waters, Umina, North Coast. Sydney North. Lane 3, Maya Redmond, Callaghan Waratah, Hunter. Lane 4, Charlie Arnold, Tumut, Riverina. Lane 5, Liliana Anthony Legavu from St Joseph Bank, Sydney South Wales. Sydney Southwest. Lane 6, Ruby McGarity, Bulli, South Coast. Lane 7, Nadira Curie from the Hill Sports High School. Lane 8, Sienna Clark, Denison, Kelso, Western. Lane 9, Frankie Gorman, Woolooware High School, Sydney East. Lane 10, Aid Amado Taylor, Tormuna, North Coast. They're away. As they approach the 50-metre mark, it's this runner from Sydney Southwest, I believe, in front. And that is Alexa Matheson. No, Sydney East. Woolooware. Frankie Gorman came home with the win bid. 13.45 was the time. For those people who'd like to go across and watch the high jump, I think she is will be attempting shortly a height of 188. So it's all happening at the moment. We've got long jump on the far side. We've got discus, javelin. Okay, in the second heat, we have Jessica Morrison, lane 2 from Coffs Harbour, North Coast. Sienna Booth from Temora in lane 3. Tania Guzzo from the Northern Beaches, McKellar, girls, Sydney North, lane 5. Emily Lusick from Dubbo South, Secondary College, from Western. We've got Alira Walker from Bulli, South Coast. Lane 7, Hannah Lambert, Muirfield, Sydney West. Lane 8, Isabella Johnson, Oxley, Northwest. Lane 9, Molly Austin, West Wallsend, Hunter. Lane 10, Elise Greens, Balmain, Sydney East. And lane 11, Evangelina Lean Magoon from Westfield Sports High School, Sydney Southwest. One of our runners a little bit anxious there. There's a young girl from Bulli. That's Alira Walker.
New height 188, ladies and gentlemen. He's already broken a record. The national champion Izzy Lewis-Rowe. What can she do first attempt? That was close. It probably looks pretty similar to a second attempt at the last height. Just to put it in perspective, Nicola Schlager's the Olympic silver medal is 178 at the same age. So this is incredible performance.
She's got another couple of attempts. At the start line, all the runners are being warned. The next false start will incur a disqualification. I think they'll just hold themselves in the start position, make sure that they don't go early. And they're away, and a clean start. At the present, we have our Coffs Harbour's runner, Jessica Morris, doing a very good job ahead of Alira Walker from Bulli. May went through in 13.22. 13.22. We now move to our first multi-class event. The 12 to 15 100 metres. So it's a 12 to 15 100 metres multi-class event, where we'll witness in lane 2 from Lake Kajeligo, Western, Coden Stenhouse. In lane 3, Aidan McWhirter, Fig Tree, South Coast. Lane 4, Maximus Papaconstantinou from Menai, Sydney East. In lane 5, Nate Wilden from Henry Kendall, Sydney North. In lane 6, Joshua Seregna from Concord, Sydney North. Lane 7, Kynan Miller, Havenley, South Coast. Lane 8, Daniel Zullo, Erskine Park, Sydney West. Lane 9, Latrell Gordon from Evans River, North Coast. Lane 10, Joel Calvez Rose from Henry Kendall, Sydney North. And this is a multi-class event. And then being a multi-class event,
actually come
this
with me,
is
carry one.
a time final. So we have two preliminaries in this time final. And not necessarily the runner that goes through the first. It is the runner who has the best time compared to
Still one more opportunity.
the world record for that classification. They work out a percentage.
She's already got it. Lewis-Rowe showing us exactly why.
So the boys not only running against each other, they are running against
one attempt remaining, 188.
high jumper unfortunately missed her second attempt, so she has one final attempt at 188. She's already cleared 186.
Stand behind you, box. On your marks.
And this is our first event. The boys 12 to 15, 100 metres multi-class final, section 1.
Set.
And they're off. We have our runner from North Coast powering through the middle, and that's Latrell Gordon. He's thrown a clean pair of heels and has done a very good job, but as I mentioned, it was the time compared to the world record for that classification, and he went through Latrell in 12:62. So that was a good effort from Latrell. I think we have one final attempt. She's getting encouraged by her coach or mother over there. We're just going through the routine. Our second heat will feature in lane 3, Bailey Thompson. That's the second heat of the section of the 12 to 15 metre multi-class boys. Bailey Thompson from Dunedoo Central West. Lane 4, Jaden Vickers, Katoomba, Sydney West. Lane 5, Carson Blacksmith, Endeavour Sports High School. Lane 6, Juanito Stewart, Tweed River, North Coast. Lane 7, Sack Harding, Dubbo South Coast. Sorry, Dubbo Western, and that's Dubbo Senior College South and Western. Lane 8, Cooper Davies, Chatham High. Lane 9, Lolly Morella, Colinda, Riverina. Lane 10, Matthew Tychin, Great Lakes Hunter. Second section of the boys 12 to 15, 100 metres multi-class event. Watch as our
louder than you've ever been, ladies and gentlemen.
The high jump getting everyone involved.
188.
188. Third and final attempt. Oh! Unfortunately.
That was close. That was the closest of the three attempts. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. CHSSA high jump champion, new record holder.
All the officials are applauding. Great effort.
That is the performance of the meet so far.
Congratulations, and I'm sure we'll hear more from that competitor. She's just been congratulated by one of her fellow competitors. She's done a great job. I think she established a new record. Or if not a new record, it would have definitely been a personal best.
On your marks.
This is the second section of our boys 12 to 15 100 metre multi-class section final. And they're away. North Coast runner, which is Juanito Stewart, has done very well and finished in a time of 13:32. So the winner of that will be decided by comparing the results of both heats against the world record times for their various classifications for 100 metres. We now move to event '93, which is the boys 16 plus 100 metres. And we've got one of two sections here. This is the first of the two sections. So the boys 16 to 19 100 metres in lane 1. We'll have Christian Miller from Cootamundra, Riverina. Lane 2, Dylan Rihanna, Anson Street, Western. Lane 3, Harry Oxenbridge, Grafton, North Coast. Lane 4, Damon Lenahan, Marara Valley, Sydney North. Lane 5, Jeremy Usher from Chatham, Hunter. Lane 6, Kobe McIntosh, Kingscliff, Lane 7, Ned Sutherland, Rutherford High School. Lane 8, Rigby Wood, Malwarri, South Coast. And lane 9, Marlon Rosales, Henry Kendall, Sydney North.
On your marks. Set. Stand up, athletes. On your marks. Set.
And we're away. There's two Sydney North runners at the moment, but the boys from the Hunter are going to challenge, but it's in lane, it's Damon Lenahan. It's gone through in 12.83. 12.83 was the time, finishing time. So that was a good run to Damon Lenahan from Narara Valley in the Sydney North. We now move to event 9. It's the second section of the boys 16, 19, 100 metres multi-class. In lane 2, we've got Rilland Cauldron, Thomas Riddell, Sydney Southwest. Lane 3, Eric Stewart, Kellyville, Sydney West. Lane 4, Cade Buckley, Finley, Riverina. Lane 5, Caleb Quass, Nepean, College Performing Arts, Sydney West. Lane 6, Zane Newton, Chatswood, Sydney North. Lane 7, Samuel Silver, Glenwood, South Sydney West. Lane 8, Logan Duthell from Corinne Special SSP in Western. Lane 9, Jesse James from Moree Secondary College Northwest. And lane 10, Robert Hooton, Thomas Riddell, Sydney Southwest. Runners behind the blocks. This is the second section of the boys 16 to 9 only multi-class.
Stand up, young units. On your marks. Stand up, young units.
Having a little bit of trouble keeping this line steady.
On your marks.
Go back down in position. As you'll notice, we have two boys, runners choosing to use a standing start. And they're away. And we have a runner from Sydney West and Sydney North, and it's a young runner from Zane Newton from Chatswood High School who was just ahead of Caleb Quass from Nepean Nepean College Performing Arts. We now move to the girls, 12 to 15-year-old 100 metres multi-class final. Again, we have two sections in this final. They are time finals. It's not necessarily the person who crosses the line first, but who records the first fastest time compared to the world record for their classification over this distance. In lane 3, we will have Emma Fitzgerald from Wyong, Sydney North. Lane 4, Jasmine Lepp from Great Lakes, Hunter. Lane 5, Anouk Lafferty, Belgium, North Coast. Lane 6, Chloe Dent, Corindi, Northwest. Lane 7, Shirley Nixon, Great Lakes, Hunter. Lane 8, Tyra Zeeley, Korean Special SSP, Western. Lane 9, Emma Bayard from Sydney West.
Congratulations. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, once again. Easy Wilson Rowe in form to the meet, from my opinion, and I'm sure you share that as well. Well done.
As the girls ready themselves. Dusting the blocks. Runners here from 6 of the associations represented in this section of the girls 12 to 15 100 metres final. Starters are giving instructions. For some of these young ladies, it might be the first time they've used blocks. They are getting assisted by some of the staff down there, so that they get to use the blocks. As you saw in the last race, there were a number of a couple of the young competitors chose not to use the blocks.
Reminder to Sydney Southwest and Sydney East, you're now on warm-up track duty. Thank you.
Okay, mind your blocks, please. On your marks.
Lily from church. Yes. What school does she go to?
And away. And that's our runner from Great Lakes, Hunter. Shirley Nixon, who is leading the way and doing a very good job. And she goes to the line in a time of 14.5. 14.5. And as the last two runners come through, well done, ladies. We move to our next heat. Sorry, our next section of the 12 to 15 years 100 metres final. Time finals, so the best times from these two heats when compared to their world record, will be declared the winners. And we have in lane 3, Morelia Elikana from Doonside, or Marley Elikana from Doonside, Sydney West. Lane 4, Sammy Witter from the Hill Sports High School. Lane 5, Chelsea McDonald, Anson Street. Lane 6, Bella Griffin, McIntyre, Northwest. Lane 7, Georgia Griffin, McIntyre, Northwest. Lane 8, Gemma Selleck, Northern Beaches, McKellar Girls, Sydney North. Lane 9, Yada Kaliwa, Kyogle, North Coast.
Okay, ladies, behind the blocks, please.
Notice here we've got three runners who are choosing a standing start. Sydney North runner Gemma Selleck at 2:46, which is an above elbow amputation or limb. That's come through in first place from Sammy Witter in the Hill Sports High
Ladies and
School.
gentlemen, I'll draw your attention to the presentation area where we are about to award medals.
We now move to the girls, 16 plus or 16 to 19-year-old 100 metres multi-class. And we have in lane, this is one of two finals, one of two sections again. And we have in lane 3, an athlete representing the North Coast. In lane 4, Hannah Gaffer from Corinne SSP at Western. Lane 5, Aisha Turner from Katoomba, Sydney West. Lane 6, Talia Crawley, Erskine Park, Sydney West. Lane 7, Charlotte Gott, Henry Kendall, Sydney North. Lane 8, Charlize Corwell, Oak Flats. The girls ready themselves over their blocks around the rest of the field. We've got the high jump, the boys lining up, just doing their warm-ups, test run, jumps. At the northern end of the event, we're about to start a javelin, and we've still got a discus going ahead on the eastern side. On the western side, we're into long jump. And that should be a girls 16 long jump. And the runners are in their positions. And away. And we have our runners from Sydney West. And South Coast. South Coast has gone through in first across the line, and that was Charlize Colwell from Oak Flats in a time of 15:68. Now, Nathan, I believe you were over with the high jump. Was it a new record?
It was a new record, an amazing performance. Izzy Lewis and Rowe, Kirrawee High School. The significant amount of improvement she's been able to do in the last 12 to 18 months has just been nothing short of exceptional, because she got the Commonwealth Youth bronze medal, but she was a little bit disappointed because she did 178, her PB is 184, but she's well and truly gone over that. So I think it was an 8 centimetre record there. So incredible, absolutely incredible jumping.
It was exciting to watch from here too. I saw her get the 186 and she was delighted. And then had 3 attempts at 188.
Yeah, 2 centimetre PB when you're at that level. And as we said, we worked out, we did a quick check on where she was ranked in the world for under 18s, and she's 4th at the moment this year. So
4th in the world.
4th on the planet. So, and
wow.
and when we talk about like European seasons, they've had plenty of opportunities as well to compete, and they've pretty much had a full season. Whereas really, we have only had half a season because we've had the summer, the January through to April period for 2023.
No, well, it was really good to hear the crowd getting behind it too. It was
People know something special when they see it, and that was one of those. We did anticipate it, but it's sort of that fine line. Don't want to put too much pressure on them, but she's just enjoying out here, and you can tell, Neil, that she just absolutely loves what she does.
Yeah, good on her. This is our first of the 16 to 19 multi-class. There's 2 sections final, and we have... I'm sorry, no, it's the second one. We've got Emily Whedon of Camden Haven. We've just lost our coverage. Oh, there it is. And that's a pretty strong run there from Sydney East girl from the Devil Sports High School to Layla Blacksmith, who's done extremely well and gone through in 12.73, which is quite a deal quicker than the previous heat or section. But remembering that it is a multi-class event, and the decision we made by a calculation, the best percentage against the current world record in their specific classification. We now move, I believe, to the 4x400 metre relays.
4x400 regional relay is one of the best events in the program. If you've watched a 4x400 before, there is so many tactics involved. When a team is looking like they lead by 50 metres, they are nowhere near done. It is so impressive to watch a 400 metre runners, because they're usually running in lanes, but the second, third, fourth runners, at least for a portion of it, run in lane 1. They merge across, so there's a little bit of jostling for position, and at the speed they're running, it's really crucial to get that positioning right, because there's no point having speed if you're not in a position to use it, if you're boxed in or you're running too wide.
So we got boys 12 to 19-year-olds, so we could have a 12-year-old running against a 19-year-old over distance 400 metres. That'll be very exciting. And I think we've got the presentation of the high jump down there at this point in time.
Yeah, so an incredible competition there, and great to see the crowd appreciate the incredible efforts of these girls. And Sydney North again, kudos to them. It's a bit hard sometimes when you're up against the nation's best to get the recognition, but these girls are second and third, and in their own right put together a great performance. So well done to the Sydney North pairing in second and third. And Izzy Lewis and Rowe, obviously your CHS state champion. Really humble athlete as well. Very well grounded. As we said, she does the sport for the right reasons. And there she is getting her gold medal. Presented by Barry Peaker, one of our great officials out here on the course, one of our chief umpire, I believe. So, well done to Barry. Well done to all our officials out here as we head into the 4x400 metre regional relay. So this is the only event, isn't it, Neil, where they're competing representing just their region in the only relay event, I should say, where they're competing in a regional team. The 4x1s are obviously school-based. They progress through the zone, region and state carnivals. This is the end of the pathway for our relays, which is why it's so highly coveted to really try and produce a good performance for your team, for your school, and in this case for their region in the 4x4.
And we're going to be having representatives from Riverina, Sydney East, Sydney North, South Coast and North Coast, and that's the boys 12 to 19 4x400. Just going back to the record that was set by our young high jumper, one of the things I was impressed with, that you could see the excitement around the ground because all the officials on other events were turning and watching And when she cleared the 186, the applause, it was spontaneous from the official. That gave me a hint, it was a record.
Certainly is. So, and it's going to be hard. When you lift a record by 8 centimetres that has stood for quite a long time, mind you, then it'd be interesting to see what the time period is between now and when the next record is set. She's definitely set the bar
very high,
literally and figuratively. Very, very high indeed. And you can tell there's a lot of visualisation she goes through. It's interesting with the high jumpers, they go through her. She's coached by her mum, Karen, and she went back, and similar to all the high jumpers do, they just refine them, give a few cues, something simple, not overcomplicating it, even though it is a very complex thing. They're at the stage, or she's definitely at the stage where she's able to know exactly what sort of verbal cues or really simple things she needs to find to get that extra little bit out of herself. And she took her probably 30 seconds plus to just close her eyes, go through the visualization process, control her breathing, block out everything that's around her, or harness that energy from the crowd, because she does want the support from the crowd. She was driving that, she was leading it, and she had all eyes captivated on that high jump area. But our 4x4 teams now, this event on the track. Very, very interesting race. So what are we starting with? The boys first. So Sydney North won last year with a 3:34.58. Sydney West was second, 3:39.29, and South Coast got the bronze with a 3:43.56. So those teams looking to defend their title, and it doesn't look like Sydney West, the silver medalist last year, will field a team. So, and we've got Riverina in 3, as we said, Sydney East in 4, Sydney North in 5, South Coast in 6, and North Coast in 7. But it looks like we've actually lost a few teams. So we see another medal presentation now take place.
5.99 metres from Aurora High School on the North Coast. Please congratulate our champion, Robert Kisosi.
We're underway here with the final here. The boys 12 to 19, 4x400 metre relay with Riverina in lane 3, Sydney East in 4, Sydney North in lane 5. One of the most exciting events on the track and field program, and the only time they're competing in a relay in their regional team, as we see Sydney North get off to a really quick start here. So Metropolitan West got the record 1987 with 3:21.75. We'll get you up to date as they're pretty spread out at the moment, but don't just think that that is all she wrote, because they will converge pretty quickly when the second, third and fourth runners come in. So as they go through here, it is Sydney North in the change, so they will merge very shortly in as we see Riverina and Sydney East. And Torres Trainer, as we see, most of these athletes have been super busy with 200-metre finals and 100-metre heats. And we see Sydney North, though, and it's definitely not an unassailable lead, because Trainer is getting after them here. You can see he's not really in view at the moment, but Sydney North, man, he's got the forward lean. Riverina trying to hang back on him. And it is still not over. So it's halfway through, and you can see they've moved into lane one. They've had the opportunity here. So as they straighten up and hit the halfway point here with this open boys 400-metre relay, Sydney North. The lead was about 60 metres. It's condensed a little bit down to 30 or 40 thanks to Traino's mammoth effort. He's done plenty of races, as have a lot of these boys. Sydney North with a few second margin over Sydney East, and Riverina in third. 2 legs to go. It's a bit like an accordion here that was compressed and now it's extended back up. Sydney North, remember 3:21.75, keep an eye on that time. That is the record. And Sydney North did a 3:34.58 last year to take the title from Sydney West. Don't have a team fielder this year. And Sydney East were 4th last year. Riverina were at the rear of the field, so an opportunity for them to get on the podium as they get ready to pass on to their final leg runner. Always interesting as well. 400-metre runners, they're used to running in lanes. Got the benefit of space here, though, because they've pretty spread out and not a massive field, but Sydney North will change in the lead. And he's done well to come home hard, this Sydney East competitor, in the final 200 metres of his leg as he goes through with 400 metres to run. Riverina, keep the support for them as they go through. Pass the baton on to the anchor leg in the open boys 4x400 metre CHS State Championship final. So Sydney North, that lead is still hovering around that same mark, looking to defend their title, trying to better their time from last year. It's about 3:05 thereabouts through with 200 to go. They were on track and beating that time of 3:34.58. They set to be the 2022 champions. And here they come into the straight. So everyone from Sydney North in the crowd, let's make sure you make some noise for your region as they work towards the line here. He's absolutely put the foot down. He's got the state title wrapped up for his region. Plenty of pride and plenty of history associated with this event, and the athletes have come before them. Sydney East in second. They'll get the silver. And Riverina rounding the bend here, coming across the line, will come across the line shortly for the bronze medal.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll draw your attention to the presentation area where we are about to award medals to the place getters in the girls 12-year shot put. Our bronze medalist in third position from Woolgoolga High School on the North Coast is Holly Endicott. Our silver medalist from Tomaree High School in the Hunter region, Eva Hanrahan. And our gold medalist and CHS champion for 2023 from Kira High School on the South Coast with a throw of 9.92 metres is Savannah Wiki.
Announcement to team managers and any officials that are available. Lunch is now available in the Grand Prix room. Lunch is now available.
So Sydney North looking to go one better than last year in this girls 17 plus 4x400. Last year they were second, quite considerably behind Sydney East. In the boys event we've just seen, went the other way round. It looks like we've got all our teams ready to go here, with maybe an addition. So it looks like North Coast might be starting in lane 2. So North Coast in 2. And we've got Riverina in lane 3, Sydney East in lane 4, Sydney West in 5, and Sydney North in 6. So Sydney East, we said, looking to defend their title. Sydney North was second last year, starting in lane 6, and Sydney West were the bronze medalists, with Riverina in 4th. And we'll see if they're able to do what the boys did just a moment ago and get themselves on the podium as well. So tactics and positioning, as we said, so important here. A slightly larger field for the girls as they line up. 3 medals, only 1 title, but 5 teams contesting Girls Open 4x400 metre relay. Metropolitan West have got both the boys and girls records in this one. 3:54.70 back in 1993. They set this girls one. See how close. Pretty impressive, isn't it? Like, well under a minute for each of the 4 runners from the same region. It's pretty good. See that depth in action here.
Barry, are you ready to go?
So away here in the Girls Open 4x400 metre relay in the opening leg. North Coast starting lane 2, Riverina in 3, Sydney East in 4, Sydney West 5, Sydney North in 6. So Sydney East, the defending champions in this event. Sydney North was second, Sydney West were third. And you can see a strong effort here by the Sydney East team. They've got themselves in a good position early. Isabel Usher just working towards the line here to complete the first leg. 3:54 is the record, so we're probably on a very similar pace to what that record tempo is at the moment. Sydney West changing in seconds. They were bronze medalists last year, and Sydney North in third. North Coast on the inside, passing the baton on, and also Riverina, who just won a bronze in the boys event, crossing through the first leg now. The Open Girls 4x400 metre relay. Metropolitan West have got the record, 3:54.70 from 1993. They've got both records here. Obviously the regions have changed a little bit here as we see. Sydney West just press up to the heels of Sydney East now and start to challenge and ask a few questions about where they've put their team order. It's really hard to know where the X factor lies with each of these teams, or whether they've got incredible depth amongst all 4 of their runners. So it's a great race, ladies and gentlemen, here as we work towards the 2-minute mark, and halfway through this Open Girls 4x400 CHS Championship of New South Wales. Sydney East has found another gear though, and have moved 10 metres clear on Sydney West. They're looking to defend their title, 4:08.20 they did last year. They're right on that tempo again. to see Sydney West hold down second and Sydney North, the winners of the boys event just a moment ago, about 30 metres behind in the bronze medal position, with North Coast getting underway on their third leg, as is Riverina. We know there's plenty of bragging rights, not just amongst the athletes, but also the team managers as well will be definitely wanting to get one up on their team manager friends from across New South Wales, as we see Sydney East just open up the margin a little bit more now. It's out to 30 metres, Sydney West. Sydney North might be closing a fraction, not too much, but enough to really put them within striking distance here. As we tick over 3 minutes, Miller Coles, Port Hacking High School in this leg now, and passing on to the anchor leg 3:08 as they go through. 3:10 now, and Sydney West in second, Sydney North in third. Sydney North are not out of it and chasing down. She's on a mission to get up to the heels of Sydney West, with Sydney East still got a bit of work to do to make sure of this lead, and North Coast passing on now in fourth with 1 lap and 1 leg to go, and Riverina coming down the straight as well for the second last time. This is going to be a great contest. Sydney East, Sydney West moving well. Has she paced this right? There's 10 metres between first and second, the same gap between second and third, and then a further 60 back to the North Coast team in fourth, and Riverina making their way around the final leg as well. So into the top of the straight. Found another gear. Port Hacking making up a significant part of this Sydney East team as we go down to the line. She's found another gear. 4:05 on the clock here. Sydney West put everything at them, but Sydney East are just going to be too strong in the ends and take the Open Girls 4x4 regional relay title. What a great effort. And Sydney West in second. Sydney North, your bronze medalist for 2023. A fantastic race. Love the regional relay format. And North Coast as well. Great job to them crossing the line there to finish off in Riverina. Also, keep the sport coming as they work their way down to the finish line in the Girls Open 4x400 relay final.
Team managers, your assistance is required with the hurdle setup. Team managers, assistance required with the hurdle setup now. Thank you.
So we're underway in this 3,000 metre race walking event. The boys 16 to 19 already. We see Joel Byte of the Hill Sports High School go to an early lead. We'll run through the full field. Callum Cousins wearing hip number 1 for Glendale, Hunter Region. Number 2, Niall Boomlow, North Sydney Boys, Sydney North. Number 3, Brody Spamer of Cardiff High School, Hunter Region. In 4, Michael Matheson of Westfield Sports, Sydney Southwest. In 5, Joel Byde of the Hill Sports High School, Sydney West. In 6, Virian Shearayan, Normanhurst Boys, Sydney North. And number 7, Josh O'Neill of Ingleburn High School, Sydney Southwest. This is the boys 16 to 19 3,000 metre race walk event. Inside 7 laps to go here. And our Sydney West competitor absolutely flying and really leaving it all out there from Hill Sports High School. Joel Byte, the record for this event, held by Adam Rudder of Pennant Hills, 2004, 12 minutes 00.87. And when we look at significant race walkers that have come through the CHS pathway, none other than the 3-time Commonwealth champion Jane Saville of Sydney Girls High School, and of course won a 2004 Olympic bronze medal. Redemption after her disqualification in Sydney 2000, of course, but an incredible athlete that has come through the pathway and representing Sydney Girls High. But our Sydney West competitor off to a significant lead in the early stages. Sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, we draw your attention to the presentation area where we are about to award medals to the place getters in the regional 4x400 metre boys relay. In third position and the bronze medalists representing Riverina. Our silver medalist is the team representing Sydney East. And our gold medalists and interregional 4x400 metre relay champions for 2023. Please congratulate the team representing Sydney North.
So Joel Byde, our race leader, went through the 1 kilometre mark, 4:18 through 1,000 metres. Let that sink in for a bit. They're walking at 4:18 kilometre pace. Second through, coming through for a bit, Virian Shearayan, just under 4:50. So our race leader at sub 13-minute pace for this 3,000 metre walk. And Virian Shearayan of Sydney North, Normanhurst Boys, has got pretty comfortable second place. The contest is on at the moment for third with Brody Spamer of Cardiff High School, Hunter Region. About 10 metres clear at the moment of another Sydney North competitor working his way through. That's Niall Boomla, North Sydney Boys, Sydney North. As they go through at about 16-minute tempo. So just over 5:20 for the first 1,000 metres here. The race leader, though, just going past the scoreboard end of the ground and making his way around the bend, still holding a very good tempo as he opens up his lead to about 130 metres. So Joel Bye at the Hills Sports High School as well. We haven't talked about Hills too much. They were third in the combined point score last year, second in the female point score, and fifth in the male. So still a very rich history. 5 of their athletes have got records, and we'll see how close this man could get. A very hard record to get, though, because 12 minutes, 4-minute kilometre pace for the walk, as we see Joel Bye come through and collect 4 laps to go. So when he gets around to the 1,500 metre start, he will be halfway through this one. We'll get exactly what tempo he's on. As we see on screen there, that's Brody Spamer, and back to our race leader, Joel Bye. We'll get this halfway split very shortly. 6, and that's 6:40. So what are we looking at? 13:20 pace for our race leader, and this margin is extended even more out to about 150 metres. So this is Varayan Shuyaroyan, second place at the moment. Really technical event, this race walk, and obviously through Little A's they progressively work up the distances, and the opportunity for international representation at 10,000 metres on the track, which is a new addition to the international program, and of course a 20 and 35 kilometre race walk, and we've had Jemima Montag on the podium as well in the recent World Championships in Budapest. And our walkers, generally most international events, they are on the podium or very, very close to it, so they do add quite considerably to our performances as an Australian athletics team. So Brody Spamer coming through now in third place, and a pack just behind as well. We've got Michael Matheson leading through, Callum Cousins there, and also Niall Boomlove's the North Sydney boys. So there he is on screen. He's got a very upright style. Need a lot of good range of motion to be able to walk effectively, and obviously 2 ways to gain speed. It's stride rate and stride length. So frequency and length, and he looks to be really opening up and using his arms as levers, as is the man on screen at the moment, Varayan Shuyaroyan of Normanhurst Boys in Sydney North region. And they're starting to lap some of the athletes here, you can see, and trying to make sure they minimise the distance. Most of the athletes stick to the inside, and then it's up to the race leader to go up and around them. So here we go, the 2 kilometre split, 9 minutes on the dot for our race leader. So he's doing a great job. Slowed down a little bit that 2nd kilometre, but he's in on his own, and it's really hot conditions out here, so it isn't really conducive to personal best necessarily, but some of these athletes might be doing 3K walk for the first time, so they might be definitely giving it a shake. And if you're one of these lapped athletes as well, you might want to just see how much you can hang on to our race leaders at the front. As we see our Sydney Southwest competitor trying to do there, but 2 laps to go now. And that's second place, the Sydney North man just there, Varayan Shuyaroyan of Normanhurst Boys, as we go back to our leader, Joel Bye, at the Hills Sports High School.
Are the place getters for the boys 16 to 19 100-metre multi-class event. Our bronze medalist from Henry Kendall High School is Marlon Rosales. Our silver medalist from Chatswood High School is Zane Newton. And our gold medalist and New South Wales CHS champion for 2023 from Narara Valley in Sydney North. Please congratulate Damon Lenahan.
So if you cast your eyes to the 200-metre start, that is where our race leader is in the event, currently bleeding on the track, the 16 to 19 boys 3,000-metre race walk. His name is Joel Biden, and he's from the Hills Sports High School. He went through the first 1,000 metres in 4:18, 6:40 through the 1,500, 9 minutes through the 2K. So slowed down a little bit that second, but we're still looking at 4.5-minute K pace for our man in the gold medal position at the moment. And he's still looking comfortable. You can see just the gentle roll of the shoulders and trying to stay relaxed here. He will collect the bell with the biggest margin we've seen at these championships so far. This is an incredible performance by this athlete right here from Sydney West. Joel Byatt looking so composed still, even though we know the fatigue will be creeping in. And he's picked up the tempo even more, so he's still got something more to give. Managing to just press the pace even further. There you got on screen Callum Cousins, that is wearing hip number 1, and Niall Boomler, who is probably in about 6th position, I believe. We'll just clarify that in a second. Brody Spamer of Cardiff High School about to collect 2 laps to go. And also coming through here, Michael Matheson as well, Sydney Southwest, the white hat, but on screen here, our race leader, as he makes his way along the back straight for the final time.
10th position on 61 points, Riverina. 9th on 130, Northwest. 8th on 147, Western. 7th on 238, North Coast. 6th on 291, Sydney Southwest. 5th on 296, Hunter. 4th on 313 points, South Coast. 3rd on 490 points, Sydney West. 2nd on 512 points, Sydney East. And our winners at the moment on 580 points, Sydney North.
Put your hands together here. Your CHS State Championship gold medalist for the 16 to 19 boys 3,000 metre race walk. He put about 20 metres in after 200 metres, and he has stopped the clock in 13:52.07 for 3,000 metres. Absolutely terrific stuff in not the best conditions at all. So we do have Marian Sharoyan in second. Brody Spamer collects the bell, our second place athlete with about 200 metres to go now, Sydney North. Marian Sharoyan from Normanhurst Boys High School. Held a good tempo. He's also done most of this solo. Good to keep in mind that because this event is a permit meet, which means athletes can qualify for Australian Championships in 2024, which will be held in Adelaide, from meets like this through qualifying times alone. So for the 3,000 metre race walk for the boys, we're looking at times of 16:30 and slightly slower if they're a younger age group. So these boys well and truly on tempo for an opportunity to represent New South Wales. So we go to another medal presentation. So as they go through here, and second place. So second across the line there, Marian Sharoyan of Normanhurst Boys, and you can see just how much it's taken out of the boys there. Normanhurst boys representative coming across in the silver medal position. The 16 to 19 boys 3,000 metre race walk. Collecting the bell there, Niall Boomlas, North Sydney boys. Brody Spamer as well of Cardiff High School, Hunter Region. Doing a great job here as he works towards the line. He's hung tough all the way through and kept the leg speed up, considering he might just get under 17 minutes here. So well done to Brody Spamer of Cardiff High School in the Hunter Region. And finishing off there to get third in his boys 16 to 19, 3,000 metre race walk at CHS 2023. Joshua O'Neill here from Ingleburn High School, Sydney Southwest, collecting the bell. 400 metres to go. And also another Sydney Southwest competitor, Michael Matheson. Crossing the line there, not too far off the podium. He did a great job. And just a tick over 17:30 for him.
Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the presentation area where we are about to award medals to the place getters in the girls' open age interregional 4x400 metre relay. In third position, and the bronze medalist in a time of 4:18.52. Please congratulate Sydney North. And our silver medalists in a time of 4.12.91, team representing Sydney West. And our gold medalists are the New South Wales CHS champions for 2023 in a time of 4 minutes 10.42. Please congratulate the team that are our champions from Sydney East.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next and viewers, our next event will be the boys 12 years, 80 metres hurdle. This is going to be a straight final. So as you can see, the officials are setting up the hurdles, the flights, and the 80 metres hurdle. The boys 80 metres, boys 12's 80 metres hurdle will be a straight final. We've had the excitement earlier for those people who haven't joined us earlier, a new record by 8 centimetres in the girls 16 or 17 plus high jump. The new mark was set by a Sydney East jumper of 186. 186. So that was a high excitement around the whole venue as she approached the 186 mark, cleared that, and then she attempted 188. She was already 2 centimetres over her personal best, and as I said, beat the record by 8 centimetres, and she just failed on the last attempt at 188. But it was a very exciting period of play. As you can see, all the hurdles have been put out with the assistance of team managers and and students from Greystanes High School.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll draw your attention to the presentation area where we are going to award medals to the girls 17 plus long jump. In third position in our bronze medalist from Sydney East is Talan Paki. Our silver medalist from West Falls End in the Hunter region is Kunto Tonkau. And our gold medalist and our CHS champion from Albury High School in the Riverina. Please congratulate our champion, Ashley Carney.
Hold up is we have an additional runner in this event, so we have to set up the hurdle flights for lane 11. Right, we're just about ready to start with the 12 years boys 80 metres hurdle. The height is .762, and this is a final. In lane 1 we have Blake Spencer from the Pond, Sydney West. Lane 2, Adwin Kang, Sydney Boys High. Sorry, North Sydney Boys, Sydney North. Lane 3, Alexander Song, North Sydney Boys. Lane 4, Rory Mackay, Kingscliff, North Coast. Lane 5, Manson Cooper, Henry Kendall, Sydney North. Lane 6, Caden Hayes, Glenmore Park, Sydney West. Lane 7, Aston Thompson, Wollaware, Sydney East. Lane 8, Lachlan Wise, Picnic Point, Sydney Southwest. Lane 9, Tyler Cousins, Glendale High. And lane 10, Ty Bamington, Cairnbar, Sydney East. And we do have a runner in lane 11. And lane 11. In lane 11 we have a Sydney Southwest competitor, and his name will come up shortly, I believe, on the board. So in lane 11 we have Mohammed Elvi from Sydney Southwest.
Are you ready to start?
Ashcroft. Mohammed Elzir from Ashcroft, Sydney Southwest.
On your marks.
And they're with the starter. And the hurdles are set at .762 metres.
So away here in the boys' 12 years 80 metre hurdles, but a little bit unsteady. They'll get called back for a second attempt.
False start, final warning on the field. Next person to break will be disqualified. On your marks.
So away quickly, the Sydney North competitor Alexander Song up alongside him as well. Cooper Manson also Sydney North, and it is Manson who's starting to tear away from the field as well. Blake Spencer of the Ponds on the inside. But have a look at that, Cooper Manson of Henry Kendall High School, 13.27 to take the CHS state title in the boys' 12 years 80 metre hurdles. And a nice tailwind behind the boys there as well, plus 0.3 metres per second, so great effort there. So it was prelims, but then it became a straight final. And the 80 metre hurdles, good to see the athletes making the most of it here. And as well, the progressions and the flight heights obviously do incrementally get progressively more difficult with age, but our 12-year-olds doing a great job and showing good mechanics and good hurdling technique at this young age.
And in lane, we have the girls' 12 years 80 metre hurdles. Again, the .762 is the height, and I believe this could be also a straight final. So in lane... Right, we've got... This is a straight final. With lane 1, we have Charlie Butler from Blaxland, Sydney West. Lane 2, Drackwell and Pawsey, Riverside Girls, Sydney North. Lane 3, Ava Watling, Grafton, North Coast. Lane 4, Evangeline Magoon, Westfield Sports High School. Lucy Watkins, Endeavour Sports High School. That's lane 5. Lane 6, Alexa Matheson, Westfield Sports High School. Lane 7, Hannah Lambert, Muirfield, Sydney West. Lane 8, Sanjana Iyer, MacArthur Girls, Sydney North. And lane 9, Hannah Mari Taman from Kingsgrove North, Sydney East. But I think our Sydney East girl has withdrawn. There's no runner in lane 9. So we've crossed out lane 9.
On your marks.
Yeah, with the starter.
So when the girls' 12 years 80-metre hurdles final, and pretty good start here by Alexa Matheson of Westfield Sports High School. Also challenging her is Sienna Iyer, trying to get a little bit closer, but dipping towards the line. She's taken the win. Alexia Matheson celebrating in style as well. Have a look at this, 13.15. Carly Rogers' record from 2004 was 13.21. So we might have another new record, ladies and gentlemen, unofficial at this stage for the girls' 12 years 80-metre hurdles. No wonder she was dominant. It's a terrific run. Flawless all the way through with a nice tailwind in behind as well, plus 0.9 metres per second. Congratulations, Alexia Matheson. Unofficial at this stage, but a great final there and a great CHS state gold medal for her.
We're now moving to the girls' 13-year-old 80-metre hurdle. It looks like we have 2 heats in this. So it's not a final, I'm sorry. It's the first of 2 preliminary heats. And we have in lane 3, Madison Cornish from Engadine, Sydney East. Lane 4, Chelsea Atwell, Cambridge Park, Sydney West. Lane 4, Holly Johnson, Mulwarra, South Coast. Lane 6, Nasini Raja Paska Murayansi, Cherrybrook Technology High School. My apologies for that pronunciation, Sydney North. In lane 7, Mia Tattersall, Elizabeth MacArthur, Sydney Southwest. And lane 8, Ivy Harper, Golgong, Western. So the first of 2 heats in the girls' 13 years, 80 metres hurdle.
We into this next hurdles race to begin. We do have an update on the boys open.
Do have an update on the boys open pentathlon event. Angus Clues leads the way for the Hill Sports High School at the moment on 2,334 points with 2 events, the javelin and 1,500 still to come. Benjamin Kazosi in second from Greystone, Sydney West, 1,830 points at the moment. Ben Pittman, Menai High School, Sydney East in third with 1,819 points. They're your top 3 at the moment in the boys open pentathlon. 3 events down, 2 events to go. So call to the marks here. Heat 1. Girls 80-metre hurdles for the 13 years age group. So pretty good start. And Holly Johnson, Mawari, South Coast, but it's Madison Cornish. She's got the jump here. Engadine High School, Sydney East. She's showing great technique and nice and high. She works her way through to the line. Very clear and light and fast and strong. Close for second. It is the top 3 to automatically qualify. I reckon Nasini Rajapashka Muduyanze, Cherrybrook Technology High School got through there for second, maybe just. And 14.04, I think I saw come through on the board there with a plus 0.6 tailwind. That's the first heat. The top 3 automatically through the next 2 fastest times.
We have heat 2 on the board. In lane 2, we've got May Henderson from Bega, South Coast. Hayley Kroll from Camden Haven, North Coast. Lane 4, April Bateman, Cheltenham Girls from Sydney North. Lane 5, Louisa Lolamania, Cumberland South Sydney West. Lane 6, Ruby Kernahan, Westfield Sports High School. Lane 7, Jade Strahl, Endeavour Sports High School, Sydney East. And Lane 8, Tamara Davies, Hawkesbury, Sydney West.
And our gold medalist and 2023 CHS champion for the 3,000-metre walk from the Hills Sports High School in Sydney West. Please congratulate Joel Byers.
So away here in the second heat. So May Henderson in 2. And got away the best, April Bateman, Cheltenham girls. And also pushing up there as well is the Sydney East competitor Jade Strahl, who's had a terrific championship so far. She's timed to run really well to edge ahead and get the win, 13.40. And April Bateman of Cheltenham girls, the early leader, will get through for second. Top 3, remember, in the next 2 fastest times. The girls 13 years, 80-metre hurdles. So thank you to all our volunteers who are helping just the hurdle positions and heights here. So just while we're waiting for the next hurdles event to start, just a reminder, the 2023 New South Wales All Schools Track and Field Championships is the next event in the pathway, but it is open to any secondary school athlete from Catholic government and independent schools. You don't have to qualify from this event. Just enter by the closing date and you're in. The 16 to 19 years event will be held here at Sydney Olympic Park between the 23rd and 25th of September, and for the 12 to 15 years between the 6th and 8th of October. So split into 2 3-day carnivals this year. We're expecting well over 2,000 competitors. So find out more, and you can register now at nswathletics.org.au because entries do close Friday. So more information and entries are open, nswathletics.org.au for the 2023 New South Wales All Schools Athletics Championships. So you might notice the third flight of hurdles are down at the moment, so it's worth noting that some of the athletes, they want a couple of attempts, and so they don't have to keep picking them up every time. They say you can have a go over 2 hurdles, and then you can run through like this Sydney East man is doing in the middle of the field. The results there for the girls 13 years 80-metre hurdles heat 2. Jade Strahl 13.39 took the win there, but it is 13 years, boys. Time to shine here. Over the 90-metre hurdles distance, top 3 and then the next 2 best times again. So we saw plenty of them back up. Heats and finals of the 4x1. We've seen finals this morning for the 200. Some of them as well backing up, and we've got plenty of versatility couple of events on the field, and long jump as well. We tend to see sprinters, if they do cross over to a field event, long jump's probably the one they do that. And these boys, you can see the wind just starting to pick up. You can see on their singlet it's just starting to flap a little bit. So interesting to see what direction it is going. We do have a wind gauge here. If you see on your screen that red box about in the middle of the track on the infield, that is our wind gauge, and it comes up with a reading every time.
So, ladies and gentlemen, in lane 3, Lucas Hall from Glendale, Hunter. Lane 4, Charlie Andrews, Muirfield. So we'll leave that alone because there's more competitors in this.
So a little bit of mishap by the Sydney Southwest man there, but it opens the door. Sydney West on the outside, really attacking that one too. So he just really was aggressive through those flights. 13.82. So I found out the other day, well, it confirmed my lack of certainty about it. Anyway, so your both feet need to clear the plane of the hurdle, so you can't hook around. Both feet need to come up and over the height of the hurdle, so you can't hook 1 foot around, even if your leg does go over. So really important these athletes do it, and we've got various track umpires as well looking at that to make sure the athletes do abide by the rules. But they are well trained and gone through 2 levels before this. Most regions do a hurdles, don't they, at their regional carnivals? I know Sydney East does. And Sylvania Waters and plenty of others. So great opportunity for them to get regular experience. And for those not involved in athletics outside of school, it's a great opportunity, a great entry point as well in discovering maybe a talent they didn't think they would have potentially had before.
Yeah, I'd say that's a distinct possibility. I think that last event must have been put into a straight final. Because we're moving to the girls. It looks like the girls 13. The girls 13 heats, or is it the girls 14 heats?
So it looks like the girls 14 years 90-metre hurdles heats. Yeah. Next event up on the track, and we've got first 2 prelims here. So again, the top 3 in the next 2 fastest times. Tammin Lampert, who we've talked about so much as well, for good reason as well, considering her performances and her Endeavour Sports teammates, has got the record 13.04 she set last year. So Endeavour Sports High School, as we said, their record, they've got 4 records. Tammin and Jacinta, her sister, and their coach, Jacinta Doyle, Neil, and 2 relays is what the records they've got. So Tammin's got this record, Jacinta's got a record as well, and their coach, Jacinta Doyle, I believe, has got a 12 years long jump record, I think, and 2 relays. They won the overall and female team point score in Endeavour Sports in 2022, and the overall and female sports high schools cup, and second in the male point score. We've seen Talaya Blacksmith, who's been in action in some of the multi-class events, doing a great job. She won the Queen Elizabeth Trophy last year for para-athlete of the championships. So interesting to see who those perpetual awards will go to in 2023. Very hotly contested, some of these performances. Like, it's really hard to split them. As the girls line up here. Heat 1 of 2.
In lane 3, we've got Eden Heron from Cheltenham Girls, Sydney North. In lane 4, Sienna Latanas, Endeavour Sports High School. Lane 5, Shakina Banavalu from Campbelltown Performing Arts, Sydney Southwest. Lane 6, Macy France from Kingscliff, North Coast. Lane 7, Angelina Burford, Glenwood, Sydney West. And lane 5, Cadence Naylor, Vincentia, South Coast.
We've got lanes 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. Doesn't look like we've got lane 8 present. So heat 1 about to be set here. So underway, so in the centre of the track, it is Shakina Banavalu of Sydney Southwest. Just a little bit of mishap, which Angelina Burford taking advantage of, really pushing hard alongside Eden Herring of Cheltenham Girls. Battle between these two, top 3 automatically qualifying. Getting that 3rd spot will be Macy France, but Burford and Herring impressive in the first of 2 heats. 13.99 is where they'll stop the clock. Let's have a look. Plus 1.1, so the wind not as significant as what it was perceived to be, but still a nice tail breeze for the girls. You can see Sienna Latanis as well in that one, backing up from her pentathlon 5 events, if you don't mind, yesterday as well. So one heat still to come for the girls 14 years.
That heat, ladies and gentlemen, we will see Maya Idris from Strathfield Girls, Sydney East, Claire Vogelaar from Kiama, South Coast, Madeline Lee from Elizabeth MacArthur, Sydney South West. We've got Lakaya White from Grafton North Coast, and they've just taken it away. Shrikantha Benavali, I know I've called her, and Kaylin Naylor. No, I'm sorry, that was the previous event, was it? Or not? I'm sorry, I'm confused, but you can see the start list on your screen. And Cadence Naylor has withdrawn by the looks of it.
So it looks like we're just about set here. Just a reminder, top 3 automatically through. The girls 14 years, 90 metre hurdles. Second of 2 prelims this is right now. Really good shot. We see some great photographer shots, Neil, as well, when they actually get down eye level and you can see the wall of barriers. It doesn't look like there's any track. This is a great shot as well, just how many flights have to negotiate and nail and hold momentum through here. So away they go, and it is Maya Idris of Strathfield Girls. Got away pretty good start. Madeline Lee as well as Lakaya White, who's in 3rd place at the moment. Madeline Lee trying to press ahead. Maya Idris, though, is really holding her form well. I reckon she closed just a little bit, Madeline Lee, right at the ends. But those two will easily progress through. Remember, it is 3 automatic. 14.24 to take the win, plus 0.9 metres per second. So a brilliant job there in the second of our 2 heats for the girls 14 years 90 metre hurdle, shaping up to be a great final.
Looking across the field there, Nathan, I think it's a pentathlon boys event going on with the javelin, and it's certainly enjoying the slight breeze behind them as they launch the javelin, putting out a fair distance.
They sure are as well. We talk about success breeds success. Mackenzie Little, also a New South Wales-based athlete. Sydney University is her athletics club. She put a clutch last round performance together to get herself on the podium at the World Championships in the women's javelin throw competition. So great to see Mackenzie continue the strong
performances overseas. Was she the one that they always talk about having in that clutch throw in her just at the right time?
Yeah, there's a few of them. We tend to do well at performing under pressure at the moment, and she's definitely one of them. It makes for a very interesting competition, and often it's amazing how many times things change. I've been to there was a couple of long jump competitions at the national titles were like that. The last jump, so the top 8 obviously everyone gets 3 jumps, so the top 8 get a further 3 attempts, and the last jump sometimes can get people out of the podium right in the mix and really put the pressure on those as well. See Izzy Lewison-Rowe down here at the long jump as well. She got another event. She did the 200 heat. Set a ginormous high jump record and still smiling as well. So next up on the track, though, we've got our girls 15 years 90-metre hurdles heats and some names in here that we have seen so regularly as well. Neve Jenkins, probably the favourite on the left of your screen there in lane 2. Endeavour Sports. Tilda Harper in 3, Gal Gong in 4, Ricky Roberts for Hilson in 5, Tanisha Kuma, the Hills Sports in 6, Alicia Davis, 7, Charlie Nagel, Emma Quinn in 8, and Janelle Sims in 9, as we see Jenkins in a league of her own at the moment on the outside. Janelle Sims also really trying to challenge here with top 3. It's close between them, but no one is near. No one is within anywhere near our race leader there and champion in heat number 1, Neve Jenkins, 13.30. She stops the clock and she's had a terrific championship so far and super busy. She must be feeling it a bit now, but professional. Jacinta Doyle coached the crew. Trains alongside both the Lampert sisters, and the next of which we will see in the next prelim. Tammin Lampert will go next, and she has got the record for one of the earlier races as well that we've seen here. So working our way through these hurdles heats, just a reminder, we'll welcome everyone to our live stream. If you are just joining us, just a reminder, there are 2 dedicated field event channels as well, capturing every corner of this ground from the best government school athletes we've got to offer here in New South Wales. It's the CHS State Championships, and got a huge number of competitors from every region association across the state, once again making their way to Australia's premier athletics facility for the 108th edition of these championships. So Heat 2, you can see them here working their way behind the blocks, ready to be placed in the hands of our starter. So away here as they jump out, it is Lampert getting the best of it. Karoya of Carlingford in there as well. The other Sydney North competitor, Pawsey on the outside, and also Piper Todd, who was in action on the track not too long ago, but Lampert is just so good, so dominant. 12.74. 12.74. The record is 12.73. And Carly Roger of Kirrawee High School, 2007. She knows how close it is, but it could be rounded down. I might check the photo finish for that one because sometimes it does go down 100th of a second or more. Beautiful tailwind in behind as well. 2.6 plus 2.6 metres per second. So Tam Lampert, you can just see the look of... Oh, that was close. Right at the end, you can see her as well there. She's going that close. Very close. We'll see the photo finish result very shortly. 12.74 on the board, but 12.73 that record by Carly Roger of Kirrawee High School.
They just have magnificent form, the hurdlers, don't they, when they go across those last 2 races. Both the winners. We're just going to check about the with the timing on that event. Our next event is going to be the girls' 16-metre 100 metres hurdle. So we've moved it back now to 100 metres. And we'll have it in lane 2, Sophie McPherson will be from Cranbrook. And we've had a 12.72 come through, 12.72 for Tammin Lampert. And I believe that could be an unofficial record. That is a magnificent run. And we've just had our Sydney East girl high jumper that is just also in the long jump. And she's gone a fair distance. So, our next event will feature Sophie McPherson from Cranbrook, Sydney West, Isabel Lewison-Rowe from Kirrawee, Sydney East, Sarah Coote from Cherrybrook Technology High, Sydney North, Olivia Bowen from Castle Hill, Sydney West, Fern Berry from Bellingen, North Coast, Samantha Mallock from James Edmonton, Sydney South West, Laura Smiley from Marwara, South Coast, and Savannah Taylor from Endeavour Sports High School.
We can confirm that race just completed on the track. Tammin Lampert has set a new CHS state record with a time of 12.72 seconds, surpassing Carly Rogers' 12.73 from 2007. So put your hands together for Tammin Lampert, Endeavour Sports High School CHS state record holder for the girls. 15 years, 90-metre hurdles, and it's only the heat.
That'll be a very good final, that one.
Yeah, absolutely. So they always know the number of strides as well between the hurdles, and they refine it so much. One of the most technical events on the program, as is most of these events in track and field, once you get to this competitive level. So Tammin adding another record, I believe her second CHS record as well. And another one for Endeavour Sports High School to be proud of, earning some points on the board and contributing towards the Sports High School Cup, which I think will be a really good contest. From what we've seen so far, we haven't got the update as yet, but between Westfields and Endeavour, I think it is going to be a ding-dong battle. So, obviously, Endeavour got the better of them in the overall last year, but Westfields got the better of them in the males, and the Endeavour team got the female win as well. But really, really close contest, and we saw it in the relays as well. And we'll see if Port Hacking can try and retain their champion school for the non-sports schools as well. But I think there's some other schools who have really thrown their hat in the ring and really picked up their game this year.
I don't think it was as clear-cut.
No, definitely not. So, and it often takes, we talk about the people contributing to these sort of performances. We know how much effort and how much work teachers do and coaches do within basically goodwill, isn't it? They give up their time to make sure these opportunities are provided for their students, and as we said, to continue the rich tradition and history associated with their schools at these events. So
I also think they get their own sense of enjoyment and achievement of working with those students, and even if it's only a minor help, it makes their teaching day more enjoyable.
Sure does. At the end of the day, it's all about trying to get people to enjoy physical activity, and that's what the school sport is all about. The school sport unit as well, overlooking the New South Wales Combined High School Sports Association and the New South Wales Primary School Sports Association.
But the representative sports program is only one element of the school sports unit. We have an inclusive sports unit also. We look at the school swimming and water safety program for New South Wales. We look at the teacher training, professional development. Our inclusive sport area has been growing exponentially, and recently we hosted a primary soccer event up in Newcastle, where we had students with disabilities also competing in a competition which was meant to be truly quite magnificent, with the crowds flocking to watch the kids perform on the soccer field. So it's more than just a representative school sport, but and there's a lot of resources for teachers out there if they want them on the website.
Yeah, I suggest everyone check out the School Sport Unit website page, regardless if you're a teacher or not, just to see all the programs and initiatives in place, because there is so much more aspect to it, or more than just the competition, as you're saying, Neil. But the CHS, obviously, it's been a system and established for such a long time. It's not going away anytime soon, and there's good reason for it, because we're continuing to see these athletes enjoy themselves, provide a pathway to competitive sport or elite sport if they want to do so, but the skills and the attributes they gain from having the discipline to train and prepare for these sort of events is something that will hold them in really good stead regardless of what they pursue down the track post-school. But do hope they stay involved in sport, competitively or recreationally. But great to see the spirits and the vibes being good, hasn't it? It's been pretty good here at CHS. When we walk around in our breaks, when we're walking around the grandstand, we can see plenty of people chatting and regions intermingling, and even the parents as well. It's a social thing for them, meeting new people through their kids' sport. It's a win-win for everyone.
That's one of the things I enjoy when you can get to walk around with the crowd. You'll see kids from different regions, students from different schools that have obviously competed against each other possibly the last couple of years or 3 or 4 years. And they renew a friendship. And the genuine interest on how each is performing, not only on the athletics field, but what else they're doing in life. So we've got our runners up.
So here we go. So Izzy Lewis and Rowe. Probably an hour, not long after that, between her terrific high jump performance. She's on the second from the right. Sophie McPherson in lane 2. Sarah Coote, then a break to Olivia Bloom, Fern Berry, Samantha Malik, Laura Smilly, Savannah Taylor on the outside. So Taylor away pretty well. Lewis and Rowe probably rose first, and up alongside Sarah Coote, the shorter statured athlete from Cherrybrook, Sydney North. They're battling it out between these two, but these three are well clear of the rest of the field, and they will easily float through to the final. 14.84 is where she'll stop the clock. And Jacinta Lamprett's got the record for this one, 13.86, which she did last year. So
I had a pretty bad start.
Plus 1.4 metres per second, the wind reading. So a nice assistance there. Sarah Coote, Isabel Lewis and Rowe.
She's good at everything.
Well, Isabel's now going to make her way back to the long jump, but she's still competing in just
That's
down
right, we did see her down there, wasn't she?
And as is the girl that crossed the line first.
I did suggest to her just before we did that interview over there, I said, maybe you should try multi-event. You're doing all these events anyway. See how you go. And she said throwing's not my thing. Throwing's not my thing, but I think she'd probably rack up enough points to definitely still be competitive, even if throwing wasn't a thing. I know when I throw a shot put, I nearly hit my foot when I throw a shot. But I'm sure she'll be better than me. But even it was at my height, so we got a picture as well at the 186 mark, and she was well and truly above her head. And it was pretty much in line with me. So
it's amazing.
Next heat, we got heat 2, the prelims of the girls' 16 years 100 metre hurdles.
It's such a precise event, this hurdling.
It is.
And you can see the ones that have been really well trained that just clear the top of it. We've got that beautiful
It is. It's very specific, and it's just snapping down that lead leg and trying to make sure the trail reg and really keeping the hips high. Because if you're slightly off your stride pattern, then it really does throw your balance off, and it does require a lot of dynamic balance. And these girls are making it look a lot easier than what it is in reality, and lots of range of motion needed. You need flexibility before you need strength. You need strength before you need power. So these girls have power, but they've got the fundamentals before that. And you can see it's also the difference as well when you see a 200-metre runner as opposed to a 200-metre hurdler, or a sprint runner as opposed to a sprint hurdler. You can just see the difference in the difference or how flat they go over the hurdle rather than sort of have that up and down movement. So it is really noticeable, and that translates to momentum, which then obviously helps speed. So this is heat 2, the girls' 16 years 100 metre hurdles. Being told to stand up again, so a little bit of a delay here at the start.
I can remember being taught by an icon of CHS at Sydney Boys High hurdles, Frank Fielding, as we used to call him, Flash. And it was just something that was beyond my capability. I kept running basically straight into them, but he stressed the technique of as you just said, the power and the height over the hurdle. And
So away here in heat number 2. Brilliant blistering start by lane 2. Michaela Talbot and Jade Almeida of Newtown Performing Arts. So this is really good to watch. Look at the power these girls are throwing down. Michaela Talbot has just pulled away even more so. Jade Almeida in second. And then it's back to, I think, Anna Cupid there, maybe Merriweather High School, Hunter Region, 14.48. It is just so impressive to see these athletes in action and what they do. And it all comes to fruition on race day. It's what they train to do. They enjoy what they do in training. But when it does pay off, when it counts the most, then it certainly is something pretty incredible. So heat 2, that was at the girls' 16 years 100-metre hurdles. Top 3 automatic, next 2 fastest times. The times will be collated. That is it for the girls' 16s. Girls' 17 plus up next for the 100-metre hurdles.
Have your phone? I'm going down to check it. And then we go.
Yeah, they take really long. No, but she can get it quicker. Oh, okay. So make sure she gets it quicker then, because if she doesn't, the results are going to be... Where is she? Yeah, this way? My teacher can get the results quicker.
Following the girls' event, we'll go through the boys' hurdles, and they're just starting to move up to the marshalling area, or from the marshalling area to the start area, sorry.
So just about ready to go here in the first 2 prelims for the girls' 17 plus 100-metre hurdles. Samantha Geddes of Caringbah High School, Australian youth representative, has got the CHS record for this event, 14.03 from 2015. And we've got Savannah Roberts Hickling in 2, Millie Harper in 3, Kira Vaughan in 4, Vanessa Appel in 5, Marissa Tanovsky in 6, Kayla Hazilius in 7, and Jacinta Lampert on the left of your screen here. So pretty good reaction there by Jacinta Lampert, and also Savannah Roberts Hicking got away pretty well, and she's moved herself into second. But this is a professional in action. Jacinta Lampert in the Commonwealth Youth Games. She got a bronze in the 4x4. She's a bit disappointed with her hurdles result, but she is out for redemption here, and 13.80 is a solid time. She's got a best this season of 13.49 behind an incredible athlete in Delta Amadzovsky, also of New South Wales. They will meet at the All Schools Carnival in a couple of weeks' time, but with a plus 1.2 tailwind, she's got a clear win and technically looked good, and I'll get a bit of confidence back for her as well. So she is an incredible athlete, ranked 2nd in Australia in this event, and showing us exactly why with terrific form like that, with still the final to prove herself even more for the girls' 17 plus 100-metre hurdles, with 1 heat still to come. So underway here in this race now. So it is Sydney East competitor Chinna Hardy of Heathcote. Heathcote have had some really strong athletes come through the CHS ranks in the past, and she is showing that she's in a spot for the gold medal race, because Chinna Hardy has put together something Pretty good there. 16.27 for the Sydney East athlete to get herself through to the final. Michaela Kelleher on the inside as well, quite strong to get themselves through.
Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the presentation area where we are about to award the medals for the boys 16-year-old javelin. In third position, and the bronze medalist from Girrawee in Sydney West with a throw of 52.69 metres, Isaac Chevalier. The silver medalist from Balgowlah Boys in Sydney North with a throw of 53.51, Frederick Benson Spark. And our gold medalist and New South Wales CHS champion from Cowra High School representing the Western region with a throw of 54.40. Please congratulate Brody Fee.
We're back. Thank God I just have one race. My leg is so sore. Maybe they have 9 people doing that.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll draw your attention to the presentation area where we are about to award medals in the girls 16-year-old and long jump event. In third position, the bronze medalist from Cherryville High School in Sydney North with a jump of 5.24 metres, Sarah Coote. Our silver medalist from Girrawee High School in Sydney East with a jump of 5.74 metres, Isabel Lewison-Rowe. And our gold medalist and CHS champion for 2023, representing Albury High School from the Riverina with a jump of 5.79 metres. Please congratulate our champion, Michaela Talbot.
Very cool. Have another kit.
And we can confirm, ladies and gentlemen, that another record has been broken. This time by Jacinta Lampert of Endeavour Sports High School with a time of 13.78, obliterating the previous record held by Samantha Geddes of Caringbah High, 14.03 back in 2015. So put your hands together for Jacinta Lampert, new CHS record holder for the girls 17 plus 100 metre hurdles with a time of 13.78.
Behind your box, please, gentlemen.
So the Heat 1 prelims of the boys, 14 years, 100 metre hurdles here. Rashid Carver, the man of the moment last year. He was incredible to actually win the Outstanding Performance boys, and he has got the record in this event from 2019 at the time of 13.38. And here we go now, underway here. So it looks like a pretty good start there by Cameron Badger. Up alongside him is Ethan Hosea Aguasa. Very even between the two of them here, Badger and Aguasa. Badger maybe just getting it, but both of them will progress easily through. But that third spot was tight as well. And Coben Best it was who got himself through. He looks like he might have, both of them just holding a hammy there. We hope they've pulled up all right. We hope they're able to recover and get themselves right for the final. But that was super close for first and second. Third and fourth was nail-biting as well. So Badger and Hosea Aguasa in that first of two heats for the boys, 14 years, 100 metre hurdles, with one heat still to come. So running through this Heat 2 start, these boys 14 years, 100 metre hurdles. We've got Zach Evans in lane 2 from Chatswood, Sydney North. Matthew Ryan Sweeney in lane 3 from Engadine, Sydney East. Lane 4, Darcy Adwell of Illawarra Sports, South Coast. In 5, Jack Haylers of Bellinger, North Coast. In 6, from Ambervale, Sydney South West, Riley Nonamesha. Lane 7, Hayden McHugh of Yass, South Coast. In 8, Darius Dijan of Arthur Phillip, Sydney West. Boys 14 years, 100 metre hurdles. Second of our two prelims here.
Okay, gentlemen, behind your box, please.
So top three in the next two fastest times. This is Heat 2, the boys 14 years, 100 metre hurdles. So away here, pretty even across the board actually, but just really snapping down quickly is Zach Evans there as he pulls away from the field, and on the outside as well of the South Coast, or it might be our Sydney West competitor, Dijan, but have a look at the margin, really eases up, but only in the last 5 metres, 14.23 with Dijan with the bandana on, I think, in second. 14.23. So Rashid Carver, they're going to have a bit of work to do to get close to his record, but obviously the main aim of the game here is the gold medal, trying to race for the win and not so much for time, although performances, as we said, do count towards Australian Championship qualifying time. For those who are unaware, you actually can, there is an Australian, obviously a New South Wales All Schools event coming up in a couple of weeks' time, is a qualification pathway to the Australian All Schools, which is held in Western Australia this year, but there's also an Australian Junior Championship in Adelaide, which is the sort of main championship of the season, and you can qualify on performance. And the Athletics Australia website has all the 2023-24 Australian Championship entry standards, so you're guaranteed a spot on the start line and on the New South Wales team if you do meet any of those time or distance or performance standards. So I suggest you check that out as well, particularly if you're not involved in a club at the moment. Plenty of ways and pathways after this event as well to keep your involvement going in athletics. But having a little break in the program here. We'll be back soon before we head out for the event 108, the boys 15 years 100-metre hurdles, which will be next up on the track. We've still got plenty more action still to come this afternoon. We hope you're enjoying the live stream. Whether you're having a period off and showing this in your classrooms across New South Wales, if you're cheering on some of your schoolmates here who are competing against the state's best, we hope you're proud of them, because we certainly are for getting to this level of competition. So we've still got a 3,000-metre walk final for the girls 17 plus. And we've got a 1,500-metre pentathlon and then our 800-metre finals to finish off day 2 of competition. We've seen some incredible performances. Obviously, the highlight of the day, Izzy Lewis-Rowe with her mammoth jump, which is just surpassed her PB by 2 centimetres, 186. She's ranked 4th in the world for under 18s. That is the sort of calibre of athlete that we get through this CHS school sport pathway. And we look at we talked earlier today as well about Australian representatives in athletics and in other sports that have come through this championship. And Sydney Boys High School have got 5 Australian reps. Fort Street Girls High School done terrifically well over the years as well, with 4 Australian representatives. 3 Australian reps for Westfield Sports, and the Forest High School, Heathcote High School, Lithgow and Hornsby Girls have 2 Australian representatives as well. So interesting to see where they go from this point onwards. We've got some very, very high quality lineups in the 800-metre finals later on as well, but still plenty more before we get into those from day 2 of the 2023 New South Wales Combined High Schools Track and Field Championships.
Just a reminder to Hunter and Northwest team management, your warm-up track duty is coming up shortly.
So Andre Hampel here absolutely powering through to the line. Look at him go. He has got so much power to put down through that ground. Sydney Southwest through in second, Drake Ayers, and the next was Noel Campos of Caribou South Coast. So those 3 boys doing a great job there and easily booking themselves a spot in the final. In the second and final prelim for the boys 15 years 100 metre hurdles, as we see the results come through, Andre Hampel 14.12 and Drake Ayers, John Edmondson High School 15.62. Noel Campos in third 16.50. And as the boys just go through their final activation, this is Heat 2. Lewis Wong starting in 2 for Carlingford Sydney North. Isaac Luke in 3 from Camden Haven North Coast. Henry Andrews in 4 from Muirfield Sydney West. Kingston Yavala, Port Hacking High School Sydney East. Wyatt Gordon in 6 for Queen Bean South Coast in 7. Funalaki Akafalo of Westfield Sports, who we've also seen in action at these championships, Sydney South West. And Alexander Watson in lane 8 of Katara High School Hunter Region. So this is the second of our 2 heats. Mitchell Tyso's got the record here, 13.06, 2007 from Arena High School. So when we were talking about those Australian Championship standards before and what they need to do to qualify, we're looking at 15.44 time to get themselves a spot in the National Championships and on the New South Wales team. They can do it at any meet from the 1st of January 2023, but here we go. The aim, the prime aim here is to get through to the final. So pretty even reaction across the board. Probably to rise first, Kingston Yavala, and also on the inside, the Sydney North man, Lewis Wong. And also coming through on the outside is Akafalo of Westfield Sports as they power through to the line and just switching off there. So Kingston Yavala was really aggressive. He's holding something here on his hip, or maybe he's all right. Maybe he's just tucking his shirt in. So it's hard to sort of read what he's feeling at the moment, but he did a great job in the second of our 2 heats, and we will see him again in the final. The boys 15 years 100 metre hurdles. The finals for all these hurdles events will be held on day 3 tomorrow, Friday morning. First hurdles getting underway just after 9 o'clock and then through to 10:15 on the final day of competition.
Kira, how'd you go? Yeah. Not really.
So away here in Heat 2 of the boys 16 years, 110-metre hurdles. The Hunter athlete Ethan Williams getting away super well. Sydney West, Riley Bust, absolutely. Ooh, he's busting through the field. Have a look at him. Really slick and almost drawing level, but it won't matter because these boys will be through to the final. And Sydney Southwest there on the inside. That was Bailey Latanis. My apologies, I was looking at the wrong start sheet. So that's Heat 2. Heat 1 already run and won. So Bailey Latanis it was there. It was in third position, I believe. Mitchell Lightfoot's got the record in this one, 2019. The boys 16 years, 110-metre hurdles. And Mitch, obviously, incredible with his World Under-20 Championship performance, represented Australia and took the Open in his national title, and the incredible run he did in Brisbane at the National Championships earlier this year, 2023. So definitely an athlete to look out for in the future in him, and he's not too far off graduating. He's got some all-schools records as well. Mitch Lightfoot, 13.91's a terrific time for a 16-year-old. He's from Maitland High School. So that's the 16 years boys run and done for the 110-metre hurdles, stepping up to that longer distance and the higher height, 91 centimetres. We're really starting to get to the tall towers now. And when they get to the Opens, it will be just like a wall in front of them as well. So gradually progressing with the specifications. Happens in the throws as well. So there it is, Ethan Williams, 14.70 confirmed, Sickleton High School as your champion. Riley Bust, 14.99. Bailey Latanis in third from Westfield Sports with a time of 15.94. And at boys 17 to 19, so they keep the same height of the hurdles, but obviously, well, the 16 and 17, plus, they got the same specifications, still 110 metres, and still 91.4. The hurdle height. So in the next prelim you will see Rashid Kaba, so stick around. CHS record holder for this event, which he did last year, and it was the event that got him the performance of outstanding boy. 13.73, and he'll start in lane 5 for the first heat, which yet to make their way to the track, so we might have a few minutes before we get this underway in heat 1 of the boys 17 plus 110-metre hurdles. So obviously we've got our 2 dedicated field event channels as well. You can see the action taking place in the throwing circles. The 2 throws events concurrently at the southern end of the competition. 3 as well. We've got the javelin. That's the scoreboard end of the ground. So make sure you tune in and flick around the different channels to catch all the action from day 2 here at the 2023 New South Wales CHS Championships. There's been so many high-quality performances. As we've seen, we're very privileged to have a number of Commonwealth Youth Games representatives recently returned and represent their schools and regions here at the New South Wales CHS Championships. Question still remains. Sydney North have got the Larkham Cup, the region with the highest points, and the New South Wales Sports Store Cup, the region with the highest boys' points. But Sydney East has the Caro Cup region with the highest girls' points. It's hard on face value based on what we've seen so far to see who will be the winner of those trophies, those prestigious honours in 2023. But Sydney North have certainly put plenty of people on the podium. There's been a couple of clean sweeps on the podium for them. Sydney East have been right up there as well. And good to see some of our rural regions really give the metro regions a run for their money here. It's all about the depth as well. And across, can you produce across the different disciplines, across the throwing, jumping, running, rolling and walking events that are on offer here in the CHS program. So you can see them right up against the back because it's 110-metre hurdles. The only time this start line is used. And these boys will be ready to fly as they set up their blocks, and they need to make sure it is very secure because they put plenty of wattage through the back of them when the gun fires. So this is... looks like we might actually have merged it to be a straight final. So see what we got here. And we will get, well, that start list on the board is correct. We're just going to update our start list right here. But the boys, 17 plus 110-metre hurdles final. Next up on the program, it's going to be a cracking race here at the CHS State Championships before we head into finals for pretty much the rest of the afternoon here on day 2 of competition.
Okay, gentlemen, behind your blocks, please. On your marks.
Underway here, this is a final. The boys 17 plus 110-metre hurdles. Carver won this event last year, holding himself in the gold medal position here. Sydney Southwest going 1 and 2 at the moment with Canal Menon holding down second, but no with Sydney North. Liam Coles was it came through late, but Carver 13.73, which on face value looks equal with his record that he set last year. 2022 normally gets rounded down. No pressure on the photo finish judges, but let's hope he's done it. 13.73. The Entertainer did last year from Westfield Sports. We'll get confirmation shortly with a beautiful tailwind as well behind the boys there. The final, the boys 17 plus 110-metre hurdles, was this race that got him performance of, or male performance of the championships last year. See if he's able to just make that record a little bit more difficult to get when he does leave high school.
Thank you to our officials and team managers for hurdles set up and put down. Thank you.
Close proximity.
So 7.5 laps of the track for the race. Currently taking place, this is the girls' 15 to 19 3,000 metre race walk, taking you through the full lineup. Jessie Bectus wears hip number 1 from the Hills Sports High School, Sydney West. Sienna Pitcher wears number 2 for Terrigal, Sydney North. Kira Watt wears 3 for Vincentia, South Coast. In 4, Grace Howell of Elizabeth Mack, Sydney South West. In 5, Ava Pinches of Lamson, Hunter Region. In 6, Lelia Bide of the Hills Sports High School, Sydney West. In 7, Amelia Crocker of Port Hacking, Sydney East. In 8, Isabella Howell, Elizabeth Mack, Sydney South West. Emma Thomas wears hip number 9 for Muirfield, Sydney West. Daniela Samuel wearing number 10 for Chatswood, Sydney North. That's the girls' 15 to 19 3,000 metre race walk. Already pretty spread out at the moment as they work their way around. No surprise with Sienna Pitcher just really starting to turn on the pace here with the leg speed right up. The leading 3 girls just really pulling away along the back straight for the first time. So Sienna's best time this year, she actually did at the Country Championships at Dubbo in January, 14:04.75, and the CHS record held by Elizabeth McMillan of Killarney Heights last year with a 13:17.61. So through the 400 metre mark in 1:45. Sienna Pitcher, Terrigal High School, leading the way. So 30 metres the margin through the 600 metre mark, 6 laps to go in about 2:45 thereabouts. So we're on about 13:45 schedule at the moment, which just puts her in the best form she's been in this year. She's able to maintain this tempo with Lelia Bide of the Hills Sports High School in a relatively clear second. Jessie Bectus as well from the Hills Sports High School. So they've got 2 on the podium in the very early stages, or in those positions, I should say, but it is very early days. Coming through, the next pairing is Daniela Samuel of Chatswood, Sydney North, and Amelia Crocker of Port Hacking High School, Sydney East. Looking to get some points on the board to retain their champion school trophy for 2022. The Kippax Cup as well for the champion boys school they won last year. Port Hacking were 5th overall in the combined, 3rd in the males. And Terrigal High School, though, getting the better of it at the moment through the 200 metre mark. This is the 800 metres in, 3:40. Sienna Pitcher leading the girls 15 to 19, 3,000 metre race walk. So incredible family and really good race walking sisters as well. Lana, we've seen represent Australia at the senior level, and Sienna doing a great job as well, following in her footsteps, no doubt inspired by her, and represent the Mingara Club in club competitions. There's plenty of opportunities for our race walkers as well. In the winter season, we see them take on the road walking events for Little A's and also senior athletics, and when it comes to summer, it is track time, same for our runners. So they get the opportunity to see how they go around the track here. So she's coming towards the 1 kilometre mark, and you can see maybe 80 metres separating herself and the Hills Sports High School duo. So through the 1 kilometre mark here in 4:44. So an incredible tempo she's setting, and she's about 14:15 schedule at this point in time. The Hills Sports High School holding down second and third position now here. And Hills, of course, are third in the combined point score last year, second female and fifth in the male. So they're looking to get some points on the board and showing strong depth in amongst their walking contingent. In the girls' division, at least, with looks like pulling through here, Lelia Byatt in second through the 1 kilometre mark. 5 laps to go. And same for Jessie Bectus as well, wearing kit number 1. So on screen there is Lelia by the Hills Sports High School as we go back to our race leader, about to collect 4 laps to go. Sienna Pitcher, see what she's done. So 6:46 as she goes through. Still on 14:30 tempo. She did last year come second behind Elizabeth McMillan. So remember Elizabeth McMillan did get the record last year, the Kalani Heights representative. She 17.61. Sienna Pitcher was second, and obviously still quite a young athlete, and 14:52 Sienna did last year, so she's had terrific improvement when we look at her 14:04 performance from the country championships in Dubbo in January of this year. See a great shot of her heading along the back straight here. So next time she goes past the 200 metre start, that will be the 2 kilometre split. And we talked about the regional point score. We have done many a time. You can see the walks judges they're eagerly looking to make sure that they are doing the right technique here. Picture in a race, in a league of her own here, looking to race the clock. Of course, these times count towards those qualification purposes. So 16:40 the time is for the under 17s, 17 minutes for the under 15s, and 17:30 for the under 14, under 13. So obviously these girls in various different age groups. Well, the one bracketed age group today, but born in different calendar years. So our race leader powering through here with 3 laps to go in the 15 to 19 girls 3,000 metre race walk, about 8:50 thereabouts as she goes through. So she's on about 14:45, still under 15-minute tempo. So she did 14:52 last year to come second behind Elizabeth McMillan, who did set the record Killarney Heights. So it was a Sydney North 1-2 last year. And we look to see Sydney West, or it looks to be Sydney West, still holding down second and third. They're just making their way past the scoreboard end now, or around the 200-metre bend. A little bit more of a gap separating those two here. Looks like maybe 4 laps to go there for the Sydney Southwest duo, just making their way past the finish line. Isabella Howell of Elizabeth Mack, and also Grace Howell of Sydney Southwest as well. They're from the same school. Obviously, same surname as well, so I'm guessing siblings or cousins or family members of some description. A warning just given there to Sienna Pitcher, so just going to make sure they're diligent as they work their way around the course. Doing a great job in warm conditions here at the CHS State Championships. So second place just going through with 3 laps to go there in about 10:10 thereabouts. And that is Lalia Byatt just ahead of Jessie Bectus, also collecting 1,200 metres to go. Well on their way to a podium performance if they're able to hold this tempo. So some of these athletes will have their eye on some Australian Championship performance standards as well for the national titles, which are held in March and April each year. Adelaide in 2024, 16:40 the qualifying time to guarantee themselves a spot on the New South Wales team. They can do it at any meet, any permit meet from the 1st of January this year through to just before the cut-off early next year. So 16:40 for the under-17s. They're looking at 17 minutes on the dot for the under-15s and 17:30 for under-14s and under-13s for the 3,000 metre race walk. They are the Australian Championship time standards as we see our race leader round the bend here. And very, very soon she'll see 1 lap on the board. She does so. 500 metres to walk for Sienna Pitcher of Sydney North. Looking to go one better than last year. A silver with 14:52.36 ahead of, or just behind Elizabeth McMillan. Pretty hard to beat when she does set the record. So, as we said, Sienna's best time this year, 14:05. Not going to be quite at that tempo, but she will look to try and better her 2022 performance of 14:52 as she collects the bell. So let's show some support as she works her way around the track one more time. She'll work her way down to see if we can get her under 15 minutes here, ladies and gentlemen. 50 metres to walk now for Sienna Pitcher, Terrigal High School, Sydney North. She's a national silver medalist over 5,000 metres in the under-17s in April this year, and she's won a CHS state title here this afternoon. 15:02.30 to take the gold medal. One better than last year. And she's left it all out on the track as well. Not in easy conditions, not necessarily conducive to fast times, but she's done a great job and stayed focused the whole time, considering she did it all solo, as are most of these girls. So continue to show some support as they work their way around the track. Still about a 40-metre margin between our silver and bronze medal placed athletes at the moment. Lelia Byatt and also Jessie Bectus, both of the Hills Sports High School. So Lelia Byatt of the Hills Sports High School on screen there, holding a pretty good tempo, and she knows her teammate is there. She's just trying to focus on what she can within her control. And it's not easy to do when you know they're sort of within striking distance and the gap's not extending, it's not shortening either. You wonder, and it's sort of mind games start to play, but she's doing a great job at staying relaxed under a little bit of duress, knowing that her teammate, school teammate, theoretically, and you can get a good view of the margin there. I'd call it about 40 metres, I reckon, as they work their way through. So Hills Sports High School looking to try and maybe upset Endeavour Sports High School in Westfields. Don't know if they're able to do it so far, considering the performances we've seen by both those schools, but the Hills looking for that Sports High Schools Cup, which are awarded as a separate point score to the comprehensive schools as part of these CHS championships. And there's been a long history and tradition of rivalries between these schools, and it continues here in 2023, trying to make sure you maximise across the different events. The throws, the jumps, the sprints, the walks, and the distance runs as well. Now, multi-class athletes as well contributing a great deal. As we said, there's been a massive surge of numbers in recent years here. So coming through here, Lelia Byatt of the Hills Sports High School will get the job done for the silver medal unofficially, just over 17:30, and a big surge towards the line. Jessie Bectus will make two on the podium from the one school. That is an incredible effort at a state competition. So well done to both Lelia and Jessie there. Get silver and bronze. Daniela Samuel as well from Chatswood, Sydney North, coming through and finding a little bit of closing speed too here. So she's done a great job to finish in fourth place unofficially, of course, at this stage in the girls 15 to 19 3,000 metre race walk. You can see the girls, it is getting quite hot out there, so they are really trying to pour on the water between them. And try to get that core body temperature back down. It's a crucial element to the recovery with these athletes. We're shortly going to see a pentathlon 1,500 metre event, the boys 17 plus. And they will know all about recovery and trying to get the best out of themselves. And often it's won or lost with what you do in between the events. Make sure you're in a position to perform. With all 5 events on the one day within a sort of 8-hour period, it's not an easy ask. And making those decisions whether you stick around or not, these walkers, normally these walkers are a little bit more specialist, but we do see some athletes, Isaac Beecroft being one of them, who does incredibly well over the walks and the distance runs in cross country, etc. So some of them are very multi-talented. So Grace Howell of Sydney Southwest. A little bit of bragging rights up the grabs, I think, between herself and Isabella Howell as well of Sydney Southwest. And they will be inside the final lap now, trying to get the job. It is quite warm out there, not the easiest conditions, but these girls hanging tough, focusing on what they can within their control. Amelia Crocker of Port Hacking now, making her way towards the line to finish off under 20 minutes in her 3,000 metre race walk here at CHS for 2023. So we'll keep the track stream going for the remainder of our walkers here. We'll just get you an update on the point system. Oh, sorry, the point score for the pentathlon in the open boys. 5th and final event still to come. And it's going to be a crack. It always does come down to the wire in what is normally, or not often, the most preferred event, the 1500, for the traditionally power-based athletes. For the what normally is comprised of a multi-event athlete, but definitely those gaps are really important between the athletes and how quick they can time, because every fraction of a second attributes to points that can either make a difference between gold, silver, or bronze, and of course that chocolate medal that no one wants in a 4th position. So coming up very soon, the 1500 metre pentathlon, as we get the last few walkers through in the 15 to 19 3,000 metre race walk, and then we're straight into the finals. Finals time for the rest of the afternoon, the 800 metres, starting with the older age groups, the 17 plus, through down to every single age group down to the 12 years to finish off day 2 of the 2023 New South Wales CHS State Track and Field Championships.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could draw your attention to the presentation area, we have our girls 16 years shot put. From Mara Vici and Lorena, we have Liliana Arkin as our bronze medalist. Representing Sydney East, from Leica, we have Lucy Gregory. And our gold medal winner from East Hills Girls, representing Sydney Southwest, Anaya Cook. Please put your hands together for our girls, and please keep your calls going for our presenter, Mr. Neil Sherry.
Next event on the track is the final event, the fifth and final event of the Boys Open Pentathlon CHS State Championship. And it's been a big day for these boys. We'll take you through the full list of competitors and how they're sitting in the overall point score after the starter gets them underway. Wearing hip number 2, we've got Isaac Chevalier, who's sitting 6th in the competition at the moment, 2,128 points. Hip number 3, Tajil Munix of Wyong, Sydney North. He's sitting 7th at the moment in the competition on 2,006 points. In hip number 4, we've got Lucas Cosentini of Lambton High School, Hunter Region. And Lucas is sitting in the silver medal position at the moment, 2,393 points. Hip number 5 is Ben Pittman of Menai High School, Sydney East. And Ben is in 3rd overall at the moment on 2,219 points. Ben Kazosi sits 6th. Ben Kazosi in hip number 6 of Greystanes High School, Sydney West. And he is in 4th place at the moment on 2,138 points. Number 7, Simon Pereira of Elderslie High School, Sydney South West. And Simon currently in 8th position, I believe, or 9th position in the placings at the moment. Then hip number 8, Ryan Lowe of James Fallon Riverina. And Ryan is in 5th place at the moment on 2,134 points. Hip number 9, Oliver Benson Sparks of Balgola Boys, Sydney North. And Oliver is in 8th position at this point in time into the final event. And Angus Clues, wearing hip number 10, is the competition leader at the moment, 2,936 points. So keep an eye on him and where he's placed. He'll try and stay as close as he possibly can to the front of the field in the 5th and final event of the Boys Open Pentathlon Championship. Leading the field at the moment, Oliver Benson Sparks of Balgola Boys, Sydney North. The pack is forming and taking shape in behind him, though, and it is crucial. Every fraction of a second is worth some crucial points, and we've got a really close contest, but particularly between 2nd through to about 6th position here. But it's Oliver Benson Sparks, Balgola Boys, Sydney North, who will lead through with 2 laps to go ahead of Ben Kazosi. Then it's back... Lucas Cosentini it is, with Ryan Lowe of James Fallon, my apologies, of Riverina in the lead, and then it's Sydney North back in 3rd position there as well. So they're your leading 3 at the moment as they spread out. So the Riverina athlete Ryan Lowe leading through with 700 to go. So C coming out into lane 2 as well to start to make his move for home is Ben Kazosi of Greystanes in 4th position at the moment, looking to push himself onto the podium. See what he's got left in the tank here. Very congested. You can see Ryan Lowe, James Fallon, Riverina come right back to the pack. Lucas Cosentini, 2nd at the moment in the point score of Lambton High School, Hunter Region, finding himself in the same position in this 1,500 metres. In the red of Sydney North is Oliver Benson Sparks, Balgola Boys, sitting in 3rd as they start to move wide and really start to bunch up here with Benjamin Kazosi making the move around the outside and saying, I want to take control of this race, and he does. So Cosentini, it's 4th in the competition at the moment versus 2nd in the point score. Oliver Benson Sparks is sitting 8th place and can move himself up here if he's able to stay with these leading 2. Ryan Lowe hanging tough into the bell lap, and Ben Pittman followed by Taj Munix and also Angus Clues, our competition leader, just needs to stay within striking distance here as the boys start to feel it a little bit, but there's only about a minute left of running, if that, for our leaders at the front. Isaac Chevalier of Girraween also making his way through to head along the back straight for the final time. Benjamin Kazosi knows he needs to fight for every second here. There is a late charge coming from Lucas Cosentini. He's in second. Keep an eye on Angus Clues as well. So they round the bend here and straighten up for home. He's really put a lot of damage in this last 400 metres. Ben Kazosi of Greystanes High School, Sydney West region. He got maximum points in the shot put. He was also pretty good in the 100 as well. So let's have a look, see how quickly they can close here. They know it's all up for grabs because Kazosi will take line honours in the final event, the Pentathlon. Let's show some support for these boys here because it's been a huge day for them. 5 events in the one day, 5:03 the winning time. Ben Pittman just getting ahead there of Lucas Cosentini. And Angus Clues, he's come fourth, so he's made his way through the field. He's done a great job. And Oliver Benson Sparks there coming through. Ryan Lowe, the early leader, put it out there, took the risk. Tujil Munix there, and Isaac Chevalier of Girraween. So these boys, we know the likes of Alec Diamond, we know Cedric Dubler, and plenty of others who've gone on. Ash Maloney as well, the Olympic bronze medalist in multi-event. We've got a rich history in Australia. One of those athletes has actually come through the CHS system. Peter Hadfield is an incredible athlete from Heathcote High School who's Commonwealth Decathlon silver medalist, 2-time Olympian, 9-time Australian Decathlon champion. He's come through this CHS pathway, so these boys following in the footsteps there, done a great job and a great opportunity for them here at the CHS Championships.
reminder to Sydney West and Sydney North, your warm-up track supervision is now due.
Well, the first of our 800-metre finals, and they're set to be a cracking way to finish off day 2 of competition. The boys 17-plus 800-metre final. Jade Kitching wearing hip number 1 of Coffs Harbour. Max Russell in 2 for Sydney Boys. Riley Klein in 3 for Warners Bay. Zach Broom in 4 for Killarney Heights. Josh Davison in 5, Ulladulla. William Dybel in 6 for Nowra. Lachlan Ball in 7, Cronulla High School. For 8, Kalano Dwyer, Fort Street High School. In 9, Benjamin Crowe. Conservatorium High School, Sydney East, as you see. Jade Kitching was really impressive yesterday in the heats. He already run today as well. Zach Broom as well on the outside. You can see him start to push up in the outside of lane 1, and furthest in the yellow is Josh Davison of Ulladulla. In the middle of that pack, Max Russell getting good coverage on the inside, the back of his win yesterday as well. Looking for another gold medal here as they start to ramp up the pace. Have a look at the tempo. 152 is the record from Ryan Gregson, the Rio 2016 Olympic 1500-metre finalist. And it is still Jade Kitching of Coffs Harbour leading this field through. They've dropped a couple off the main group here, but there's still probably 6 in contention with 300 metres to go. So Jade Kitching here absolutely flying as he works his way around Zach Room, Killarney Heights, and also Max Russell, Sydney Boys, Sydney East. And here comes William Dybel of Nowra on the south coast. It's a race in 4. Jade Kitching absolutely flying here at the front of this field. Zach Room trying to come back at him, and also Max Russell trying to find something extra. But Jade Kitching is just so strong. He's led from the gun, showing his strength and absolutely tearing away with this one. So Jade Kitching, he found 2 or 3 surges in the final lap, somehow leading from the gun. That is dominant. Zach Room in 2nd, and Max Russell backing up brilliantly for a 3rd. 154.54. Take a bow, Jade Kitching. He is your CHS state champion for the boys. 17-plus 800 metres. A terrific effort there. You can see how much it's just taken out of Russell. He's had a busy couple of days, and always exciting to see our 800-metre finals shaping up. We know how quality and how important tactics are in these sort of races and positioning. You've got to, if you have the speed, you need to be able to be in a position where you can utilise that speed. And now Boys 17 plus showed that, and most of them in their final year of high school. One last chance, and that was a great race. It was so condensed for so long. We love the tactics involved, and middle distance running, we know it's in a great place in Australia. And Jess Hull, probably one of the most prominent recent distance runners to come through the CHS pathway. As we've mentioned multiple times today, she's an Australian record holder. Went through Albion Park High School when she went through the CHS pathway, or the school sport pathway, and she's Australian record holder for 1,500, 3,000 metres, 1 mile and 5,000 metres, as well as indoor 1,500, 1 mile and 3K as well. So absolutely high-class athlete, recently finished 7th in the World Championships. So plenty of middle distance runners realising they can match it with the world's best, and plenty of these athletes will be drawing inspiration from that and knowing that there is a pathway beyond school for them. But it all starts here at the CHS Championships, and of course the levels before this at zone and regional levels. So girls 17 plus 800 metres next up on the track, and we're not far away from kicking off another spectacular race set to get underway shortly. Results confirmed on the board there. Jade Kitching 154.53 to take the win in first of our 800 metre finals. We are going to be running through all our 800 metre finals here from the 17 plus all the way down to our 12 years to finish off day 2 of competition. Stick around, it's always exciting to see how it plays out. So Zach Room was second there, 155.22, 155.73 for Max Russell. Himself another CHS podium. Boys 17 plus 800 metres. The girls 17 plus, not too far away. Next event on the track is the final of the girls 17 plus 800 metres New South Wales Combined High Schools State Championship Final. In lane 1, representing Lambton High School, Hunter Region, Ava Pinches. In lane 2, representing Hunter Sports High School, Hannah Jarvis. In lane 3 is Olivia Greenhall from Ulladulla High School. Lane 4 from the Janelli High School, Sydney East, Stormley Gates. In 5 from Castle Hill, Sydney West, Marley McKenzie. And in 6, representing Warners Bay, Hunter Region, Erica Enderby. This is the final of the girls 17 plus 800 metres. So Carly Thomas as well got the record for this one, 208.36, set back in 2018. Marley McKenzie representing that same school here today at Castle Hill High School. But Ava Pinches in 1, Jarvis 2, Greenhall, Gates, McKenzie, Enderby from inside out as they work their way along the back straight here. It looks to be Marley McKenzie of Castle Hill who's drawn herself to the lead position. Of our Hunter Region competitors there on the inside as well, doing a great job. I think that's Anna Jarvis there, just getting a nice sit in second place through the 200 metre mark, 32 seconds, but the entire field, all 6 of them here, very tightly bunched. The girls 17 plus 800 metres, but it's still McKenzie of Castle Hill driving the pace at the front of this field. They're congested, they know positioning is crucial. On the outside, we've got Olivia Greenhold, shifting up a little bit now into second position. On the inside of her is Hannah Jarvis, and it's back to Ava Pinches, and at the back of the field, Erica Enderby. Just ahead of her in the Sydney East colours, the Stormley Gates of the Janelli High School. So they'll collect the bell here in 68 seconds, just to tick over, and every single one of this field is in for the race for the gold. So Marley McKenzie is still at the front, still looking like she could potentially have another gear. We'll see who might start to feel the pace, but have a look at that. Brilliant kick there by Hannah Jarvis. She didn't just gradually increase it, she just went bang with 350 metres to go, and she's put 20 metres between the entire field now. Look at the leg speed as she goes along the back straight with 250 to run. Plenty of shifts starting to happen now as fatigue just starts to creep in a little bit here. They need to hang tough, 200 to go. The 17 plus girls 800 metre final, and Jarvis is running like she's stolen something here with 150 to run. Hunter Sports High School looking to try and challenge the other sports high schools here in the overall point score, and Jarvis is on a mission. Talk about urgency, talk about intent. Have a look at her as she goes towards the line. Put your hands together, this is a terrific run. Hannah Jarvis of Hunter Sports High School. Ava Pinches as well coming through for second place, but it's Jarvis with that brutal kick with 350 metres to go. Ava Pinches in second. Olivia Greenhold in third. Erica Enderby, then it's back to Marley McKenzie of Castle Hill, and also Stormley Gates rounding out the field in a very competitive girls 17 plus 800 metre final. Away in the boys' 16 years, 800 metre final. Cody Burton wearing hip number 1, Caden Elliott in 2, Moses Fowler in 3, Joseph Jarvis in 4, Bailey Latanis in 5, Jerus Brearley in 6, Josh Island 7, Lucas Doherty in 8, Toby Dyball wearing hip number 9 as they merge across into lane number 1, and it is Cody Burton of Murfield who's just driving the pace through. Let's have a look at the split. 27 high, maybe 28 low through the 200-metre mark, and still pretty condensed. Not quite as condensed as the girls' race just before, though. Joseph Jarvis, Jerus Bruley moving himself up into third. On the inside of him, Lucas Doherty of Maitland as well, trying to hang tough and knowing that they can't be caught at the back if it starts to string out when the pace is injected a little bit more. So Cody Burton still looking pretty comfortable with 4:50 to run here in the CHS State Final for the 16 years boys, and we've got a gap starting to appear between Joseph Jarvis and Jerus Bruley. A small gap after that to Moses Fowler, and then Lucas Doherty of Maitland High School Hunter Region with 300 or a little over 300 to go, but it's the Sydney West competitor here, Cody Burton, who has shown his intent. Looks to be the minor placings and even still the gold up for grabs as they start to push up. So a couple at the rear of that field really got moving then with 2:50 to run. And Cody Burton with 200 to go goes through, and they're on sub 2 minute tempo here. 1:29 high, 1:30 low through with 600 metres to go. And it is still up in the air. Burton leads at the moment from Joseph Jarvis of Lisarow in second. A big sprint coming as well from the South Coast competitor on the outside. He's moved up into second, Moses Fowler, but Cody Burton, I think he might have done enough. He has. So he's the CHS State Champion. Big finish by Bailey Latanis as well to get up into the bronze medal position. Moses Fowler holding off the second. Then it's back to Caden Elliott, 2:00.97 to take the title of the fastest government school athlete in New South Wales over 2 laps of the track for the 16 years boys. That was a terrific run. And another cracking race here. Next up, the 16 girls. The quality is high. Continue to show why middle distance running in New South Wales is in a very good place with the depth we're seeing at the moment. Sixteen girls, 800-metre final underway now. Sari McKee, hip number 1 of Cronulla High. Allegra Park, the Burwood girls in 2. Emily Clissold, Henry Kendall in 3. Rani Sharma, Pennant Hills in 4. Emerson Crabtree of Cronulla High in 5. Jessica Morgan in 7 for Albury High School. Eliza Marsh in 8 for Picnic Point. Zoe Webb in 9 for Merriweather as they merge in towards the crossover, and it is still bunches. A little bit of a split in the field, but we'll see Allegra Parker Burwood girls lead through. Emerson Crabtree in second, Sari McKee. So 2 Cronulla High School girls sitting second and third at the moment. 300 metres into this race as a couple of strides start to appear between some of our leading 6, but it's Allegra Parker Burwood girls, Sydney North. 2:07.28 is the record from Jayla Hancock Cameron. We talk about how good the South Coast have been in these distance running events. She's from Maruya High School, the Youth Olympic silver medalist from 2018, and they're a little bit below that tempo, but the main objective is gold medals. We see Sari McKee move up into the silver medal position. Her school teammate Emerson Crabtree, and then it's back to Rani Sharma, sitting in 4th place now. The mixture of Sydney North and Sydney East, the battle in the regional point scores we've seen so far in these championships. And with 300 metres to go, it is very close. So you can see Sari McKee just trying to push up now to the shoulder. of Allegra Park of Burwood girls, and on the outside, Sharma still not out of it. It's good, and it's a good intention when they move out into lane 2. You know that they've got something left to give if they can do that, but Sari McKee has moved away from the field here and done a terrific job to open up the margin. We'll see. I tell you what, she has paced this brilliantly. We'll see with the other girls. The body language shows that Sari's got something. She's a 2K beach runner, so she's got the... So Sari McKee it is who's put in the big surge. She's the 2K beach run champion of Australia. She shows she can do it on the track as well. Look at the leg speed as she works towards the line. Sari McKee of Cronulla High takes the win, 2:19.43. She's your CHS state champion for 2023. Allegra Park of Burwood girls, kudos to her for doing the work as well early on. Tarani Sharma, Pennant Hills, then Emerson Crabtree, Cronulla High. For a moment I thought they'd get 2 on the podium, but still an incredible effort. 2 from the one school in the top 5 in New South Wales. Emily Clissold, followed by Eliza Marsh, and it's Jessica Morgan and also Zoe Webb of Merriweather High School. Fifteen years boys 800 metre final now underway. Nate Ward in number 1 from Hunter Sports. Dylan Kane in 2 from the Forest High School. Finn Clige of Katoomba in 3. Ada McManus, Sydney boys High School in 4. Axel Brunch of Epping boys in 5. Justin Brown, Holsworthy in 6. Zayed Yaya, Georges River Peakhurst in 7. Ben Long, Westfield Sports in 8. Cullen Traves of Denison Bathurst in 9. As we see Nate Ward, after already a terrific performance on day 1, go to the early lead. Dylan Kane in 2nd. So showing plenty of range from the 3,000 down to the 800 metres here. Same 2. Battling it out here as well as we see Nate Ward just try to inject a little bit more pace. A bit of a surge went on there and starts to open up the field a little bit. Finn Clige just trying to work hard to push himself up to the heels of Dylan Kane, who's in 2nd position here. So they roll through the 400 metres in 57 and making it look comfortable. Zayed Yaya of Georges River Peakhurst now in 4th position in the Sydney East colours here, as they work their way around Nate Ward of Hunter Sports High School. Leading through Dylan Kane of the Forest High School, a school that has boasted 2 Australian representatives over the years and got a good history at this event. He's in 2nd at the moment, looking to continue that here. Nate Ward is tough to beat, but it is still a race in probably 2, with a few not far off the pace and not giving up the fight, including the Sydney East competitor there. But it's Nate Ward just pressing a little bit more, accelerating one more time as he got another gear, as Dylan Kane got something else left to give to hold off the challengers as well coming behind. But Nate Ward, he puts the head down, he's opened the palms up, he's gone full sprint mode in the final 100 metres. And he is absolutely powering through here and will take the CHS state title in dominant fashion. As you see Dylan Kane, he might just get there potentially. What a battle between the 2 Sydney East boys as well for bronze. Zayed Yaya and also Ada McManus, Georges River Peakhurst and Sydney Boys High School. That was epic as well. Don't know who quite got there. That was a very close race, one of the closest we've seen, definitely for the bronze medal spot. Boys 15 years, 800 metre final. Leaving it all out on the course for their schools, their regions, and against the best in New South Wales here at Sydney Olympic Park. So girls 15 years, 800-metre final is underway, and it is another event of the 3 records that Jayla Hancock, Cameron and Maruya High School holds. This is another one of them, 2:10.43 from 2017. Pippi Tapanya in 1, Shane Murray in 2, Zainab Darwish in 3, Evie Borg 4, Amelia Ullman in 5, Rudy Blackley 6, Elia Healy in 7, Ivy Murdoch in 8, and Josie Fisher in 9. Pippi Tapanya on the inside there. The Sydney North colours has gone to the lead. They're 4 abreast. They're 4 across the track through the 200 metres. They start to single out. We'll go into single file now. And the green moving into second place is Zainab Darwish of Westfield Sports, and then Cheyenne Murray of Ulladulla High School South Coast is second on the rail there as they work their way through the 300-metre mark, with Evie Borg hanging in touch and Amelia Ullman of Endeavour Sports just hanging in there as well. Not out of it either by any means. So 4:50 to go. The girls 15 years 800-metre final. It's Pippi Tapanya, McKellar Girls Sydney North, Cheyenne Murray trying to make the challenge. Evie Borg's looking strong as well. Zainab Darwish hanging in there, and also Ullman in 5th. Then it's back to Blackley, but it's McKellar Girls athlete, Pippi Tapanya. They were the champion girls school in 2022. They won the Conveners Cup. They're 4th overall in the females, including the sports high schools, and they're looking to try and push up even more so here. Tapanya being challenged, though, here by Cheyenne Murray of Ulladulla as she moves into the lead position with 200 to go. It's still very, very close at the moment. Cheyenne Murray of Ulladulla, we know how many good athletes have come through, but she's starting to open up the stride a little bit more. Tapanya's still not out of it. Classic Band still hasn't broken yet. The battle for 3rd as well. There's plenty of athletes still in the mix here as they straighten up for home. Cheyenne Murray is starting to pull away even more so. She's opened up the stride even more. Tapanya's still holding strong. She hasn't really let the margin extend out too much, but this was a great timed race by Cheyenne Murray of Ulladulla High School. South Coast, she's having another dig. Tapanya all the way through to the line. She nearly got there. Battle again for the bronze, just like the last race. Zainab Darwish might have just got ahead of Rudy Blackley of Inner Sydney High School. 2:18.31. Another great race. That's why we love 800-metre running. So underway here, the boys' 14 years, 800-metre final. Max Linton wearing number 1, Braden Doran in 2, Evan Morrison 3, Hunter Brown 4, Brendan Armstrong 5, Blake Morgan 6, Dimitri Pavlo in 7, Ori Vandell in 8, and Alexander Mizutano in 9 as they go through the 200-metre mark here. The man from the South Coast, they got 2 in it, and they're holding first and second position. Max Linton and Braden Doran Sydney West it is, in second, the Hill Sports High School, and then it's Evan Morrison of Tamworth North West in the bronze medal position here, but only about 7 or 8 metres separating the entire field. With 500 metres to go, it's Linton saying, catch me if you can, you're going to have to go around me and I'm going to make you work to do it. So Evan Morrison of Tamworth in 3rd position, Brendan Armstrong of Pennant Hills in 4th at the moment, Ori Varnzell of Tempe High School in Sydney East. They'll go through the bell in 58 high, I reckon. Travis Prigg's got the record, 2 minutes 0039, so they're on pace for that if they can maintain this intensity, but it is an ambitious pace. We'll see if they can really start to ramp it up here as our Northwest competitor starts to move around. Evan Morrison, this is Tamworth High School, into 2nd place now. That's our South Coast man, Max Linton, who is still leading and still trying to accelerate a little bit more and find some extra speed. Northwest athlete Evan Morrison still in the picture. They're all still in the picture, really. 1:31 through with 200 metres to go. The 14 years boys 800 metre final. So Linton, 3 or 4 metres to Evan Morrison, who's not out of it. And then it's back to our Sydney West competitor Braden Doran in 3rd. So it's Linton and Morrison into the home stretch. It's going to be close. So we see Morrison, he put in a brilliant surge. He's got something left here. He draws level. Who's going to get ahead? Linton's had another go at it and he's got him. Oh, look at that. Evan Morrison in 2nd. What a race. 2:02.06. That would have hurt. That would have hurt big time. Max Linton and Evan Morrison, Tamworth, absolutely showing us how much they want that CHS gold medal. Terrific racing, gutsy, very tactical. Well done to all our 14 years boys. So underway here in the girls' 14 years, 800 metre. 800 metre final. Pippa Lloyd-Shepherd, ring number 1. And Aniela Knight in 2. Ashlyn Kelly 3. Bridget Bass in 4. Paige Murray 5. Mary Arundale in 6. Petra Franson in 7. Zali Carmichael in 8. Isabella Mooch in 9. As we see go to the early lead again. Sydney North featuring prominently at the front. Amelia Knight of Hornsby Girls through the 200 metres in about 32 seconds. Sydney North first and second. Pack of 4. Then a gap back to Petra Franz, I think it is there, Canberra High School, but it is this group of 4 who's really starting to motor and make the others work in behind them. Amelia Knight, Hornsby Girls, at a Pippa Lloyd-Shepherd, the Burwood Girls here. Little bit of a gap. Back to Paige Murray of Ulladulla High School. There's that school name again. Ashlyn Kelly, Castle Hill. Another familiar name familiar school name in 800 metres. And Pippa Lloyd-Shepherd wants to draw level. She's moved out to lane 2 around the bend here. She wants to take the lead from Amelia Knight of Sydney North. And they're moving a little bit further clear now from Paige Murray of Ulladulla High School, who's in 3rd. Petra France is still hanging tough there, not out of medal contention at all with 300 metres to go. But it's still Pippa Lloyd-Shepherd and Amelia Knight, Burwood Girls versus Hornsby Girls. They still look to be stride for stride at the moment, and it's going to be a great contest over the final 200 metres for the girls' 14 years, 800 metres. And 2:12.60, the record of Jenny Blundell of Cherrybrook Tech in 2008. Multiple Olympian as well in Rio, I believe, but the Sydney North duo are still close together. Amelia Knight has just put the foot down more. Pippa Lloyd-Shepherd still trying to hang tough here for a podium position, and you can see a lift. Have a look at that lift and surge along the home straight. Amelia Knight, put your hands together. Hornsby Girls athlete Sydney North. She is the CHS state champion, 2:19.55. Pippa Lloyd-Shepherd in second. Have a look at the charge for third here with Paige Murray just hanging off, or holding off, sorry, a very fast finishing Petra Franson and Mary Arundale of Glen Innes Northwest region as well. In the girls' 14 years 800 metre final.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could direct your attention towards the presentation area. The presentation of the medals for boys 17 to 19 800 metre event. In third place, we have the Sydney boys representing Sydney East, Max Russell. In the silver medal position, we have Zachary Room from Friday Heights, representing Sydney North. And our gold medal winner and New South Wales CHS champion, Jane Kitchen from Coffs Harbour, representing the North Coast. Thank you, Sherry, for our presentations. Please congratulate our medal winners from the 17 to 19 boys 800 metre.
So boys 13 years 800 metre final. Leo Lickett of Sydney Secondary College Balmain in 1, Oscar Turnbull, Gulston High in 2, William Wood of Blaxland in 3, Joe Williams, Katoomba in 4, Lachlan Mulligan of Farrer Memorial Agricultural in 5, Ben Witches of Kirrawee in 6, Ricky Bazana of Ballina Coast in 7, Haynes Smith, Mount Annan in 8, and Shag Sills of Westfield Sports in hip number 9. Sydney East colours at the front. So they work their way through, really separate themselves a bit here. Leo Lickett and also Oscar Turnbull holding down first and second, a little bit more of a gap, but we know if an athlete is holding back how much more they can possibly give over 800 metres. It might look like a gap. If they're feeling a little bit less lactic acid, they're not out of it, so don't discount anyone in this field. But it's Lickett at the moment is looking really strong. Oscar Turnbull, Gulston, Sydney North will go through the bell in second. So it's Lickett, then Turnbull, then William Wood. Also making a big move is Williams around the outside of Ricky Bazana of Ballina Coast, who shifted back into 5th position there, but it's still Sydney East, Sydney North. And it's a great contest here between Leo Lickett, Oscar Turnbull, William Wood, in that order as they head down the back straight. 2:06.06, one of the long-standing records, 1989 from Matthew Beckenham of Queanbeyan back in 1989, and with 200 metres to go, 1:35, in closing 31. It's a tough ask, but that record could be under siege if he's really able to find something quick here. It will be a tough ask, though. This is still not over, ladies and gentlemen. The boys 13 years 800 metre final. Leo Lickett of Sydney Secondary College Balmain, Sydney East. Oscar Turnbull of Gulston, Sydney North coming late. And also Wood trying to hang tough. They're drawing level here. Oscar Turnbull's going to get it. Have a look at that for timing. Leo Lickett of Sydney Secondary College Balmain coming through for second. So close for fourth there between Joe Williams and Lachlan Mulligan, but William Wood just ahead of those. 2:07.35, not far off record pace at all. The 13 years, boys, gutsy stuff. Absolutely terrific as they work their way into the post-event area to get some water and hydration. 800 metres, we know how hard it is to pace and how difficult it really is to make this race known. But boys 13 years 800 metre final, good to see, and you just love the positive risks they take in the youth. They just go out hard. They don't care about pacing too much. I tell you what, though, but some of them are able to hold on a lot more than what you think they would. So kudos to all our 13 years boys, and really exciting racing here with still a few more races to go in the 800 metre finals program. Girls 13 years next up. Girls 13 years, 800-metre final underway. Mia Hootson wears hip number 1 of Kalara, Sydney North. Kaya Gallen in 2 for Endeavour Sports High School. In 3, Chelsea Nicole of Oak Flat, South Coast. 4, Audrey Sakura, Ulladulla, South Coast. In 5, Emily Isabel Stone, Mudgee, Western Region. 6, Kit Purnell, Terrigal, Sydney North. In 7, Lauren Heaney of Sydney Secondary College, Balmain, Sydney East. Number 8, Hannah Loxley of Cambridge Park, Sydney West. And in 9, Grace Mueller of Warners Bay, Hunter Region, as they work their way around. And this is the biggest margin we've probably seen in any of the 800-metre finals so far at these championships here on day 2. And it's Audrey Sakura of Ulladulla High School, South Coast. Erin Blundell's got the record, 2:16.62. I definitely think she's under that tempo at the moment. She's able to hold here. So Mia Hooton working her way through into second place, and Kai Gallen as well. So 65 seconds. They're 2:10 pace and they're 13 years old. This is incredible running. Chelsea Nicole in 4th. Then Emily Isabel Stone of Mudgee, Western Region in 5th place here into the final 300 metres. Audrey Sakura, 20 metres was the margin. About 300 metres ago. It's stated that maybe extended a fraction. She just needs to hold her form, and she's doing that at the moment. With 200 metres to go, keep an eye on this record. 2:16 might be under siege here. Erin Blundell, 2009 for Cherrybrook Tech. Now competes for Sydney University. Of course, Jenny Blundell got another record here as well. With 120 metres to go, it is Audrey Sakura. The gap might be narrowing ever so slightly here, but into the home straight. The time to watch is 2:16.62 from 2009. It's going to be very touch and go, with a great charge as well by Mia Hooton in behind of Kalara. 2:14, 2:15, 2:16, not quite, but still an impressive effort. Took the risk and it paid off, with Mia Hooton coming through, and a good finish by Kai Gallen and Endeavour Sports in 3rd. Chelsea Nicole and then Emily Isabel Stone of Mudgee, followed by Lauren Heaney.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could draw your attention to the presentation area for the presentation of girls, the 16-year-old boys 800 metre. In 3rd place, we have Bailey Thomas, Westwood Sportside, representing Sydney Southwest. Our silver medalist, Moses Fowler from Ulladulla, representing the South Coast. And our gold medalist and New South Wales CHS champion, Cody Burton from Yorkfield, representing Sydney West. Please congratulate our 16 World 800 metre runners and Mr. Neil Sherry for making the presentations.
The 12 years boys 800 metres, will see what it can deliver here. And Lorenzo Payanessa in hip number 1 from Inner Sydney. So Vidorj Send Ayush of Marsden, Sydney North in 2. Lucan Zabate in 3. Khalil Ogle in 4 of Westfield Sports. V. Radajak of Caringbah High in 5. Billy Yo of Orange in 6. Mac Dalziel of Kanawindra in Western Region in 7. Damon Billington of McLean in 8, and Satvik Amani of Castle Hill in 9, as we see Radajek go to an early lead. We mentioned the last race of how quickly we saw our race leader go out, but this is probably a similar margin here by Zvi Radajak in the first 300 metres. He was 5th in the national cross country. He's a triathlon distance runner as well. He did a great job in the 200 metres as well. He's got 15 metres at the moment on Khalil Ogle of Westfield Sports. So the Caringbah High School representative here will collect the bell in 62 seconds as he goes through. 2:12.42 is a record from 2000. Lorenzo Payanessa of Inner Sydney in 3rd. And it's Savordij Send Ayush of Marsden in 4th place there as they work their way around with 300 to go. And Radajak still showing no signs of slowing down. Khalil Ogle hanging tough, and Payanessa trying to fight up to that silver medal position here with 250 to go. So the pace. They need to close in about... Well, I think he can do it. He just needs to stay relaxed and stay strong. Here's Zvi Radijak with 40 metres to margin. Still a great race for second and third as we see Payanessa really put a noticeable surge in there with 180 to go, and he's working his way up to his Sydney East teammate out in front. So Zvi Radijak, keep an eye on the clock. 2:12.42 is the record from Daniel Camparini of Manly in 2000. And it looks to be under threat, well under threat, and he's taken it down, 2:09.42. Unofficially, your CHS state champion. Another gold medal to Caringbah High School. Zvi Radijak, Lorenzo Payanessa in second, Khalil Ogle in third, followed by Sevador Sen Ayush of Marsden, Sydney North, and Mac Dalziel of Kanawindra. And coming through now, Damon Billington of McLean North Coast. The rest of the boys filter across the line. Great racing in the boys, 12 years, 800 metres. So they won the Comprehensive Schools Football Knockout recently, Caringbah High, and they've continued with Zvi Radijak. So many CHS state titles in 2023. It's been a great year for them. And the rest of the boys showed class and guts as well throughout that 800-metre run in the final just to earn their place. It's tactical, it's hard just to get that place on the start line in the final, and here at CHS as well.
Attention please, competitors. Someone has left their mobile phone in the call tent. Official is up there waiting. If it's yours, a mobile phone.
So underway here, girls 12 years, 800 metres. So the girls 12 years, 800-metre final is underway. Imogen Graham in 1, Tali Forbes in 2, Catherine Jordan 3, Charlotte Kelly 4, Isla Bilby 5, Eliza Smith 6, Imogen Biddle in 7, Zoe Tarlington 8, and Madeline Oak in 9. And spread across the track they are. Catherine Jordan of Sydney Girls, Sydney East, ahead of Tali Forbes, Heathcote. Representative, we talk about Heathcote High. They've had a number of representatives at the highest level in this sport, and they've come through here. 5 records held by Heathcote students across all the events here at CHS, and Catherine Jordan doing the best of it at the moment for Sydney Girls High School. Another very successful school at CHS level competition with Tali Forbes of Heathcote in second. And back to, looks like Imogen Graham of Sydney North, Brisbane Waters U minor student coming through there as well. And a tight contest between 4th through to 8th position, and that group there just going through is led by Shyla Kelly of Swansea Hunter region. So Catherine Jordan, Sydney Girls, Sydney East, is powering away quite quickly now with 300 metres to go. She's sort of doubled the margin here, and we see the Sydney North athlete Imogen Graham just find a bit of a second wind along the back straight for the final time. The stride length has opened up even more, and she is not discounting the chance to get the gold medal. She knows that it's still potentially there, and she's definitely moving well. Catherine Jordan is the one to beat at the moment, courtesy of her early effort to insert all that margin on the rest of this field. Sydney Girls High School, Sydney East, as they go through with 120 metres to go in the girls 12 years 800 metre final. So let's get behind these competitors here. It's been a great day of competition at day 2. The New South Wales CHS Championships, and these 800 metre runners have finished it off brilliantly. And kudos to this young lady, Catherine Jordan, who will take a CHS state title back to Sydney Girls High School, 2:30.19. Imogen Graham in second place there with the silver, and Isla Bilby coming through for the bronze, and Tali Forbes just hanging on there, followed by, looks like, Liza Smith of Sydney West, and the rest of the girls finish off there in the girls 12 years 800 metre final. ladies and gentlemen, that concludes an epic day of competition here. Action aplenty, so many finals, so many gold medals up for grabs, and each and every single one of them highly sought after and very fiercely contested here. A great way to finish the program with our 800-metre finals, our 17 plus through to our 12 years divisions. So an incredible way to continue to see the next generation of athletics talent coming through as part of the New South Wales Combined High Schools Championships. This has been day 2 of competition, and we thank you for joining our coverage of day 2, and we look forward to seeing you back tomorrow. So just a quick run through tomorrow, day 3, the final day. We do kick off at 8:30 a.m, the first event at the 2,000 metre steeplechase. Work through our 100 or sprint hurdles finals, then into the 4x100 metre relay heats for our 17 plus, 16 and 15 years age groups. The 1500 finals, the 100 metre finals, the 4x100 finals, and then the 400. It is finals time at New South Wales CHS for the third and final day of competition. Beautiful scenes here at Sydney Olympic Park, and it's been a pleasure to host the broadcast for day 2. We hope to see you back, whether in venue or via the live stream for the third and final day tomorrow.